What's up, everyone? I hope you guys are having a good day. Already 5 likes on the stream. Really appreciate it. Ratio is starting a little bit here. I'm gonna give you guys a race talk. Actually, I know it says watch along, but it's actually gonna be a race talk. I'm gonna watch the race and give you guys a little bit of my own commentary on the race. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in.
Okay, so both of these have the same great health benefits.
Hopefully you guys are having a good day so far. Let me know your picks in the chat. Hey, what's up, Jordan? Welcome in.
New Nordic apple cider vegan gummies. Health never tasted so good.
Disney Plus and Crave together starting at $15.75 a month.
Opening lock because I'm not carrying you. It was time for us to change things.
My life is fantastic now. All I had to do is stay away from my family.
Haven't you ever made a mistake you wanted to forget about?
They're just rewriting me. They are erasing me.
It's a new chapter.
Turn slow mode down. Yeah, it's on 6 seconds. That should be alright. My dad had it way up because there was shows in our live stream, but
a look at driver number 24, William Byron, for Hendrick Motorsports. Another driver looking for
getting ready for the race here.
Second Coke 600. Kyle's former teammate.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit.
Drivers being introduced here at Charlotte moments ago. For more, let's send it down to Kim Cook.
Well, Danielle, Kyle's reach across the industry is so widespread, and some teams feeling the loss a little extra hard, including the 24 team of William Byron. William driving for KBM, winning multiple races for Kyle. But Byron's road mechanic, Tyler Kuiper, had also been a mechanic and tire specialist for KBM and directly for the Busch family. And then Rudy Fugel, who cut his teeth at KBM, crew chiefing for 8 seasons at KBM, winning 2 drivers' championships and even more owners' championships.
There is a banner on this live
KBM
stream.
Here yesterday, as you see, the emotion was visible. You could feel it. Kyle wasn't just an owner and a teammate to them. He was a friend.
Call Busch fans tribute, everyone.
When the news came out, a lot of people thought about this
Let's
guy.
go, guys. Let's get hype in the
Kyle
chat.
Busch's longtime crew chief. I want to know, how are you doing? How's your heart doing? And what's your mind been since the news on Thursday?
I'm doing okay. You know, it's been a rough week for a lot of people.
I agree. That's 61 Indy, so it's
all the fellowship in the garage and
yeah,
you know,
man.
going both ways and sharing memories with everyone, teammates from years ago and current teammates and guys that have had the pleasure to work with them and know what that experience is truly like. And you know, a lot of hugs and a lot of tears, but it's been good to get back to the track.
I think it's fair to say he challenged you. How did he make you better, though, as a crew chief?
In so many ways, you know, I don't think we have enough time to get into them all, but Kyle Busch, he's great, and his greatness can't be contained, and he wants to win, and his will to win can't be contained, and I think we've seen that over and over again through the years, and if you've had the pleasure of working with him,
welcome in, everyone, welcome in.
But when he knows that you have his back, you're along for the ride, and it's like a freight train going down the tracks, and you can't stop it, and he's going to take you with him. And there's so many people in this garage, and myself included, that owe a large portion of their success and their career to Kyle Busch, and I'm certainly fortunate to be included in that group.
28 wins together, 2 championships, and a lot of life lived for Kyle Busch and Adam Stevens.
Indeed, Marty, thank you. Another beautiful tribute done by the racetrack here. Kyle's number being honored in the infield. Richard Childress Racing announced they will now use the number 33 on that Cup car going forward, saying the number 8 is now reserved for Kyle's son Brexton when he is ready to go NASCAR racing. For more, let's send it upstairs to Adam Alexander and NASCAR's Mike Hilton.
Thank you so much, Danielle and Mike. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate you leading us through so many difficult times over the years. And when it comes to Kyle Busch, what is NASCAR's message to Rally Nation and all of
Here comes the Tros.
That we've heard.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Mrs. Kyle so quickly and never had a chance maybe to say goodbye or the things we'd like to say. But I think it's very appropriate in Charlotte this weekend that all 3 of our national series are here. And each one of them, as they unfold, can pay tribute to a guy that was great influence at each level. And that speaks loudly, I think, about Kyle and his contribution to our sport. For us to be able in his home, their home, to say thank you, and we're going to hear stories the rest of the weekend and probably for the rest of our lifetime about Kyle Busch that will help us understand Kyle better. And that helps the healing process. But Kyle will go down in history as one of the greatest influencers in our sport.
One of the many things I've always respected about you, Mike, is your activity in the garage and the relationships you've always developed with the competitors. With that, crazy. What will you miss most?
Yeah, they're definitely
crazy.
It's been mentioned a lot this morning.
That's actually
about how
really
he would
true.
Challenge himself, but he also challenged other people. And obviously, there's a lot of stories about Kyle and my moments, but I always had great respect for him. But he would challenge things and make the sport better.
Yeah, the finish was definitely crazy.
Same thing. And I give Samantha a lot of credit for the Kyle that we've known in the last several years as a husband and a father. Early on, and I've said many times that the character of NASCAR is made up by the characters in it, and Kyle was one of the bigger characters.
No doubt about that. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your perspective and the leadership you always provide.
Thank you, Adam.
Danielle, NASCAR's Mike Helton.
Beautiful words there, Adam, from Mike, putting a lot of things in perspective. The word influencer gets thrown around a lot with this younger generation, but I like how Mike says Kyle Busch was truly an influencer. This next guest needs no introduction. Another NASCAR great, Denny Hamlin, was teammates with Kyle Busch for 15 years, 523 Cup races together, the most starts for any teammate combination in NASCAR history. Denny, I'm so sorry for your loss. If you could take us behind the scenes, what it was like all those years away from the cameras with Kyle as your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is you got a great asset in Carl here that also was teammates with him and learned a lot from him, right? I mean, the gold standard in speed. Anytime you had a rough weekend, maybe your car wasn't right. First thing I would say was, what did Kyle have? Because
I think he does need a hug.
You knew was going to bring it every single week. He was able to put his car in places that you didn't think he was going to come out of, and he came out on top. And so he just raised the game. He really pushed me to be better. And, when I came into the sport, the short tracks is really my forte. And it was something that, it was my strength. Coming, from the short tracks.
Everyone give him a hug in the chat.
2-mile racetracks, and Kyle was exceptional, the best at it. And so,
yeah, let's hug it out, dude. Here you go.
Now,
give it a hug.
The speed we show today is largely in part because of the feel that Kyle Busch taught me on what a race-winning car feels like on a track like this.
I think everyone needs a little hug.
That teammate driving you and teaching you. It was real easy to get on the wrong side of Kyle Busch. And I heard you talking about your last conversation that you had with him, that time at Dover. I just wonder if you could talk to us about how special that was.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unexpected. I didn't know I was doing the appearance with him until it actually happened.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was a good opportunity for us to just cut it up again, right? I've come off of being on my podcast saying, maybe this, maybe that. And like Kyle Busch, he takes it personally, as he should, and says, see, I can still get it done. And I said, I'm proud of you. So, it's just an unbelievable talent. Our sport, he was the generational talent of my era. Yeah. Like, when I came in, it was
Gibbs and RCR.
Tony Stewart's retired, Jeff Gordon's, and then it was Jimmy. But Kyle was the one throughout the entire time that was dominant. So he was the gold standard as far as talent was concerned.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that people need to smash
that was really similar in terms of
laughing
emoji and
just
maturity.
When people are trying to be serious right now.
Carl as well as teammates, but you also knew the man he was. Talk about that a little bit, and how much you saw him change and evolve.
I thought early on.
I don't even know what you're making. Oh, the video got shut down. Violation policy. Alright, let's find a different stream here. Give me 1 minute, guys. Appreciate all the ones that are actually trying to listen to the race and be here for the race. Sorry for the idiots in the chat. A lot of videos are getting took down because of copyright right now from NASCAR. Try to find a race that we can do a race talk on, though. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, we're calling you a fool, dude. I don't know, what you're thinking we're trying to call you, but we're calling you a fool. Because you're just coming in here spamming a laughing emoji, thinking that laughing during a tribute is funny. It's really not funny, dude. Some people really want to listen to a tribute. That just means that you're a low-life loser if you have to laugh during a tribute. I'm just gonna put that out there. Alright, guys, well, doesn't look like there's any streams that we can watch. Let's see. Give me 1 second here, chat. 20 people here. Appreciate you all hanging out.
We do.
Thank you for being here, guys. If you're new here, make sure to smash the like button and subscribe. Yeah, seriously, dude, get a life. Alright. Yep, always that one fool. That's for sure. Give me 1 second here, chat. I'm just gonna turn the radio on for you guys. Well, a lot of videos are getting took down because of copyright violations right now for NASCAR. Because they're actually not having a banner on them. But that's alright. We'll have the PRN for you guys.
And now serves as the Vice President of Armed Forces Affairs for Speedway Motorsports. We want to talk about the true meaning of Memorial Day.
Well, Memorial Day is a solemn day. It is when we honor and remember those who have given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms that we enjoy every day. It goes back a long, long way, and I didn't really have it right when I first did it. And I say that because the speeches I'd give along the way, I'd always say, well, we're going to honor and remember those who sacrificed their lives for us. I studied about Decoration Day. Decoration Day was the day after Civil War when the families would go out and they'd put flowers on the headstones and they'd sit around and local community leaders would bring them food and they'd sit there and they'd talk about their loved ones. And that's the essence of honor and remember. It's identifying those individuals by name, talking about them, and then telling their story of their great service to our country. And so that's what I tried to convey, and that's what I kind of convey to everybody right now. It's great to remember all those that have sacrificed for our country, but the way we bring them into the future with us, the way we really bring them to life today and every day is by naming them by name and telling their stories. So I talk about Captain Kimberly Hampton, who was a captain aviation in the 82nd Airborne Division. In January of 2004, she was supporting a firefight in the area of Fallujah, and her helicopter was shot down, and she was killed. She's from Hampton, South Carolina. She was engaged to another captain in the 82nd Airborne Division, and that never came to fruition. But you know what was neat? When I was out here as a Vice President of Armed Forces Affairs, I was walking through the garage. Number 42 Chip Ganassi car, driven by then Kyle Larson, had Captain Kimberly Hampton on the windshield. Her family came here, Gold Star families. That was pretty neat. And then, like in last year's case, Ross Chastain won the race. He had specialist Kevin McRae on his windshield. I believe, actually, because he won that race, that the spirit of specialist Kevin McRae and the Gold Star family members were in Winter Circle with him that day after the Coca-Cola 600 last year.
This is the weekend that we dedicate to thank the families and to honor the service members for the freedoms that we get to enjoy every day. General Chuck Swanek, thank you so much. Thank you for your lifelong service to our country as well. And thank you for sharing what Memorial Day truly means.
Thank you, sir.
Back here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Memorial Day weekend ongoing right now at the exit of the pit lane. The 101st Combat Aviation Brigade UH-60 Black Hawk aerial demonstration is ongoing right now. And everybody sold out Charlotte Motor Speedway, Brad Gilley, standing and paying honor to what our military is doing right now with the demonstration.
And this is incredible to see what our troops do in defending our freedoms. They came in earlier and rappelled from these Black Hawk helicopters. Now the two helicopters have each dropped a rope. Those same soldiers are attaching themselves to that rope. They're not getting back in the Black Hawk helicopter right now. They're actually going to lift them up and fly them out of here while those soldiers hang from that rope. And it is incredible to see the training, the precision, and the might of our U.S. military as we honor and remember those who have fallen and given up the ultimate sacrifice.
Meanwhile, further back at the start-finish line area of the grass ball field with the giant red, white, and blue Coca-Cola 600 Charlotte, USA logo, members of all of the armed forces, the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, and the Navy, all being represented down there as they stand at attention all the way around the entire logo as they surround the joint color guard to have all of the service flags along with our nation's stars and stripes.
This is truly an amazing display. It's truly a moving pre-race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, what they do for the Coca-Cola 600. And Alex, those Black Hawk helicopters are starting to lift higher into the air, and we're about to see soldiers dangling from a rope coming off of that as they move them out of Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Countless hours of training go into all of this, just simply part of what our United States military does as the helicopters continue to rise north up into the sky. More and more soldiers now being elevated on those ropes. Truly remarkable here on Memorial Day weekend as we close in on the start of the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, this is truly remarkable and moving, and it is such a great moment to witness what happens here that we don't get to see while they are out defending our freedoms. And it is because of them that we get to race for 600 miles here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have more pre-race coverage for the Coca-Cola 600 coming up right after this.
It's more than a rebellion. When your teen is slipping into drugs or alcohol, when social media and pornography consume their time and their mind, when depression and even suicidal thoughts cast a shadow over your home, as a parent, you feel powerless. There is hope. At Turnabout Ranch, troubled teens step away from the chaos and into a clarity of nature on a working cattle ranch. Care for horses, learn responsibility, build trust, and rediscover purpose. It isn't theory, it's real work, real therapy, real healing. Families from across the country have found transformation right here, just when they thought hope was gone. If your teen is struggling with addiction, harmful online behaviors, even weight management, call right now and get the help you all
ceremonies for the Coca-Cola 600. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's time for a PRN pit stop featuring pit reporter Heather DeBow. So Heather, what's your earliest memory of racing?
My first race was at Phoenix, and Dale Earnhardt Sr. was still racing, and I used to sit on Rattlesnake Hill with my family. We'd have to get up really early in the morning, I'm talking 4 a.m. to get there first so that you could get a good spot.
Do you remember the first time you were on air for PRN?
I had asked Brad Gilly if I could shadow him during qualifying, and the next thing you know, he looks at me and says, "Go ahead, you do the next one." I'm not even working, bro. But yeah, they let me interview Jimmy Johnson during qualifying at Texas.
I'm going to go through the full food rundown here. So Tyler Reddick is starting first. Second will be Ty Gibbs. Third is going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. Fourth will be Micah McDowell. Then Chase Briscoe. Fifth. Sixth is going to be Ryan Blaney. Chris Buescher. Seventh. Eighth will be Austin Cindric. Then Austin Dillon. Ninth. 10th will be AJ Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin starting 11th. 12th will be Ryan Preece. Austin Hamlin 13th. 14th. Daniel Suarez. John Hunter Nemechek 15th. 16th. Chase Elliott. 17th will be Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and 18th, 19th, Zane Smith, Ty Gilliland, 20th, 21st, Eric Jones, Cole Custer, 22nd, 23rd, Carson Hussenford, Bubba Wallace, 24th, 25th, Connor Zillich, Brad Keselowski, 26th, 27th, Ross Chastain, Noah Gragson, 28th, 29th, Alex Bowman, Riley Herbst, 30th, 31st, William Byron, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 32nd, 33rd, Joey Logano, and then Josh Berry, 34th, 35th, Ty Dillon, Demi Hill, 36th, 37th, Catherine Lee, Cody Ware, 38th, 39th, Corey Heim to round out the field. I'm going to give you guys my picks real quick. I'm going to go with Tyler Reddick to win it. My dark horse, I will go with, let's see. I'm going to go with Carson. I'm going to go with Watermelon Man Ross Chastain for my dark horse. Let me know your picks in the chat, guys. Who do you have winning this race? Should be a pretty good race here. 400 laps around Charlotte Motor Speedway.
In their Kyle Busch t-shirts are standing behind the family as we speak. NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell is there as well. Jeff Gordon, Rick Hendrick. The list goes on as the Busch family now stands together with the entire NASCAR Cup Series Coca-Cola 600 starting field.
This is a very brave moment for the family and for Samantha Busch, as Kyle Busch lost his life on Sunday. He had severe pneumonia, which turned into sepsis, and unexpectedly, not something that we were expecting going into the week. Unfortunately, we did lose Kyle Busch, a true NASCAR champion and a family man. So we're about 1 minute away from opening ceremonies as they stand right there next to that number 8 painted in the ball field. We have 600 miles of racing here, 600 miles of remembrance. So many moving things that we're talking about during pre-race. Coming up soon, we are going to have the Command the Fire engines, and we will go racing. And that is what we do here, is we continue and we move on as well.
Yeah, we do. And getting out of an SUV right now are Kyle Busch's children, Brixton and Lennox, and his wife, Samantha, have just gotten out of an SUV and are being embraced by the entire Busch family just in front of the field as we get set for the opening ceremonies.
And opening ceremonies here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600, moving in so many ways. We will go trackside right now for our pre-race ceremonies here at Charlotte.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell.
No one ever feels fully prepared to speak at a moment like this. And I think we can all agree that this was Kyle Busch's home. Every racetrack was Kyle Busch's home. He competed like he had something to prove every single race, when in reality, he'd already proven everything. What I think we'll miss most isn't the wins. It's the guy who quietly wanted to help a teammate or give some advice. It was the husband, the father, or the guy who quietly did things for others when no one was watching. And to the Busch family, Tom, Gay, Kurt, all the folks at RCR and JGR, we are certainly thinking about you. Samantha, I want you to know that this sport stands with you and that you and your children are NASCAR family forever. And Brexton and Lennox, your dad loved you with all his heart. Everyone gathered here, everyone behind you, everybody watching on TV, and all those people up in that grandstand are your family, and we've got you. Kyle Busch is NASCAR. He was one of a kind, and there will never be another. And I'd ask everybody now to join us in a moment of silence for Kyle.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this year our nation celebrates 250 years of independence. However, we would not be a great nation if it was not for these brave men and women, which are husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters, who fought for the cause of liberty and selflessly sacrificed all for the freedoms we have today. For there's no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, as your son Jesus taught. Therefore, may we remember all the families who have lost a loved one in service to our nation, and may we never forget the legacy that they represent. For NASCAR and the Busch family, I pray for your comfort and peace to be upon them as they grieve the sudden loss of Kyle Busch. For the Coca-Cola 600, I pray for the safety of the fans and each competing team, for the drivers and the crews to be fast and efficient, knowing only one can win this tough race. Thank you for giving us this weekend to remember and honor all the brave men and women serving and those who died for the freedoms we enjoy today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Detail. Half right. Pace. Ready. Aim. Pop. Ready. Aim. Pop. Ready. Aim. Pop. Detail. Attention. Half left. Pace. Present arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Military District of Washington Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Oh. Present. Oh. Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Chief Warrant Officer 2, Craig Morgan Greer. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red gum, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Let's go, guys.
Race coverage when we come back. The command of fire engines for the Coca-Cola 600.
Let's go, guys.
Bubba Wallace on the importance
Almost
of
80 people here. Really appreciate you all being here. If you're new here, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. When we're at the 3,000 subscribers.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
This is Kyle Petty for Echo Park Automotive, and I'm here to tell you why you should shop Echo Park before you buy a car, truck, or SUV. Over half of inventory at Echo Park is priced below $25,000, and car for car, truck for truck. Echo Park Automotive's pricing is $3,000 less than the competition. Maybe that's why Echo Park has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Echo Park Automotive is built to make sure you drive away happy. It's even in their name, Echo Park Automotive. Every car, happy owner. The official used car retailer of Speedway Motorsports.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcasts anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Appreciate you all being here. Welcome in.
Oh, what a save! We got cars sideways. It's Christopher Bell. He spins and collects a couple cars side by side. Austin Cindric has him at the line, and he will take the lead into one. Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen on the bottom. He's looking for second. Now Chris Buescher fired out of a cannon in turn two. He's right into the rear bumper package. Oh, it's a multi-car accident. I want to say 15, 20 cars. Guys, that took out about 2/3 of the field.
We have a fight on pit road between two crew guys. One of them is with Ty Gibbs. One is with Brad Keselowski.
Lady bottom of the racetrack. Chastain makes it 3 wide. He'd like to take a spot here on the backstretch, and he charges. He wants the lead in turn 3. Ross Chastain shot out of a cannon from the 6th starting spot. He has already moved up to 2nd. The battle now for 3rd on the high side. Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst challenging low. Kyle Larson moves up to the top side, going to lose a little bit of ground.
This is PRN. You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Memorial Day weekend here in Charlotte is a special time for all of us. A time of remembrance, a time of family togetherness. For the drivers, it will be a time of preparation for What is possibly the ultimate test of physical endurance as they ready themselves for the most challenging race of the season? And for many, maybe even the unofficial beginning of summer. Today's drivers are brimming with past summer memories of good times, like Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who was here as a mere child.
The Coke 600 was my first ever cup race to go to as a kid. We had family. My dad's from Huntersville, North Carolina, so we always came over here to see my grandma and our family that was still living here. So that was a cool vacation.
Chase Briscoe remembers summers on the road, taking in lots of races with his dad.
Riding around in the truck and trailer with my dad and grandpa, going to sprint car races and just playing baseball. That was like the two things I did every single summer. Like July always was Indiana Sprint Week, and that was always like my favorite week of the year. You know, people were tailgating and playing cornhole, and I just always loved that week.
For Tyler Reddick, there was one special summer vacation location.
It's this lake up in, I think it was Washington. It's shaped more like a river and how narrow it is. It's really pretty up there. We only got to do it once, but we had a nice cabin. My family, friends of my family, we all went up there and just hung out lake for a week straight. It was a really, really good time.
For Connor Zilich, this is the perfect place to kick off summer.
You know, I go through the campsites in Charlotte on that weekend, and everybody's having a good time and enjoying themselves. And I've been to the Coke 600 as a fan and gotten to experience kind of what it's like behind the scenes and you know, being a fan. And it's one of the coolest races to go to just because of the people that are there.
And for Ross Chastain, great memories of a win just 1 year ago.
I can still hear the noises. I can still feel the temperature, like the heat inside the car and the feel in the wheel. I remember getting on track, feeling the way the car felt and knowing that it was good right away. I ran down the 11 and 24. I was able to beat Will. One of the few friends I do have on the track, then even more that we beat him.
So here comes summer. And here comes the 2026 running of the Coca-Cola 600 on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Alex Hayden, it is time to go racing here in Charlotte.
Yeah, it is, and we're looking forward to putting the cars on the racetrack. 400 laps around the 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600. For some drivers, they're needing something positive to happen as we get back to points racing after last week's NASCAR All-Star Race weekend. You think about Joey Logano coming into the race, finishing 30th or worse in the last 4 races, and that's the first time that's happened since his rookie season back in April of 2009. Christopher Bell needs something positive to happen. Finished outside the top 15 in the last 5 consecutive races for the first time since the first 5 Cup starts of his career back in 2020. On the flip side of that, there's some teams that are carrying an awful lot of momentum in today's race.
They are absolutely doing that. Tyler Reddick has still been the class of the field this year, making 5 trips to victory lane, kicking it off with a win in the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin, a Toyota teammate of his and the car owner for Tyler Reddick, he has had a very strong season, picked up a big win at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, $1 million top prize last week at Dover Motor Speedway in the NASCAR All-Star Race. And how about Chase Elliott? First trip to victory lane this year, that was at the half-mile Martinsville Speedway, the track where he got his first career start. Second trip to victory lane, Texas Motor Speedway, the track where he won his first career win in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series as well. Those drivers are very, very hot right now.
Yeah, they are. And Texas Motor Speedway, obviously a 1.5 mile racetrack, just like here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So they have some momentum, some confidence based off of what they had there at Texas Motor Speedway. But they haven't had a test like this in 600 miles.
And we have a very mixed field here today. Our last points-paying race was a road course at Watkins Glen International. The lineup this weekend, because qualifying was rained out yesterday, is set by the NASCAR metric. 70% of that score is weighted on their previous race finish. 30% is weighted on where they are in the car owner point standings. Joey Logano, William Byron, Alex Bowman, Ross Chastain. They had a rough go of it at Watkins Glen International. They are going to start with Ross Chastain 27th, Bowman 29th, Byron 31st. Joey Logano on his birthday, he'll start 33rd. They got a long way to go, but we also have a very long race here.
While they did not qualify, they did get 45 minutes of practice yesterday. Then after practice wrapped up, the teams had 20 minutes to make any final adjustments to their race cars. Now, Alex Bowman, Blake Harris, the crew chief of that team, they decided they needed to make one more change. It was considered an unapproved adjustment. Alex Bowman, scheduled to start 29th. He'll drop to the tail end of the field for the start of the Coca-Cola 600.
Better to find out now than after the green flag drops. And a lot of respect for Blake Harris, for Alex Bowman. They're trying to find their way after Alex missed 4.5 races effectively after suffering some symptoms of vertigo, but he's had some pretty strong runs as well. We're about to go trackside here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and just to paint the picture again, the Coca-Cola 600 is lined up of military members from every branch of the military. It is just a very powerful visual right here, and we have an incredible command to fire the engines coming up as well on Memorial Day weekend as we race for 600 miles of remembrance as we honor and remember those who have fallen. We're looking for an exciting race coming up here tonight from Charlotte Motor Speedway as we once again go trackside to get the command to fire engines.
Please welcome USO Chief Executive Officer, Lieutenant General Retired Mike Lennington. He is joined today by the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, USO K-9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, the USO K-9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Coca-Cola 600 Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we've lost and in gratitude for the people serving our great nation as members of the United States military. Please join the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC, David Isom, in saying the most famous 4 words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engine!
Now, the starting lineup presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Qualifying was rained out yesterday, so the starting lineup is set by the NASCAR rulebook. Starting 39th, Corey Heim, the Fleetio Toyota. Cody Ware starts 38th in the Evel Knievel Museum World Supercross Chevrolet. Catherine Legg starts 37th, the Elf Cosmetics Chevrolet. 36 will be Timmy Hill in the Pinnacle Mortgage Corp Ford. Ty Dillon starts 35th, the Grizzly Nicotine Pouches Chevrolet. 34th will be Josh Berry in the Eero Ford. Joey Logano starts 33rd, the Shell Pennzoil Ford. 32nd will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Three Finger Jack Chevrolet. William Byron starts 31st in the Raptor Chevrolet.
Starting 30th is Riley Herbst in the Free Nicotine Pouches Toyota. Starting 29th is Alex Bowman in the Ally Chevrolet. The 28th starter is Noah Gregson in the Rush Truck Center's Ford. Ross Chastain will start 27th in the Jockey Folds of Honor Chevrolet. Starting 26th is Brad Keselowski in the BuildSubmarines.com Ford. Starting 25th, Connor Zilich in the Red Bull Chevrolet. The 24th starter is Bubba Wallace in the Columbia Toyota. The 23rd starter, that's Carson Hocevar, driving the Chili's Ride the Dente Chevrolet. Starting 22nd is Cole Custer in the Cisco Hickory Tavern Chevrolet. And starting 21st is Eric Jones in the Advent Health Toyota.
Rolling off 20th, Todd Gilliland, the Grillo's Pickles Ford. Zane Smith will start 19th, the Aaron's Rent-to-Own Ford. Starting 18th, Kyle Larson, the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. Christopher Bell rolls off 17th in the Interstate Batteries Toyota. 16th will be Chase Elliott, the Napa Auto Parts Chevrolet. 15th, John Hunter Nemechek, the Dollar Tree Toyota. Daniel Suarez starts 14th in the Freeway Insurance Chevrolet. Austin Hill rolls off 13th in the Cheddar Scratch Kitchen Chevrolet. 12th will be Ryan Priest, the Kroger Stoke Coffee Ford. Denny Hamlin starts 11th in the National Debt Relief Toyota.
Starting 10th is A.J. Allmendinger in the Black's Tire Chevrolet. Austin Dillon starts 9th in the Bass Pro Shops Winchester Patriotic Chevrolet. The 8th starter is Austin Cindric in the Menards Duracell Ford. Chris Buescher will start 7th in the Bodyguard Ford. Starting 6th, Ryan Blaney, the Body Armor Flash IV Ford. The 5th starter is Chase Briscoe. He's driving the Bass Pro Shops Toyota. Starting 4th, Michael McDowell in the Moto Casino Chevrolet. The 3rd starter, Shane Van Gisbergen in the Superfile Chevrolet. Starting 2nd, Ty Gibbs in the Monster Energy Toyota. And starting 1st, by virtue of the metrics, Tyler Reddick in the Mobile One O'Reilly Auto Parts Toyota.
And that's your starting lineup for the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The starting lineup brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com or download the app to find your next pizza.
At Hunt Brothers Pizza, you can choose from 10 toppings at no extra charge. In a hurry, call ahead to place your order or grab a hunk of pizza on the go. Find your nearest location at huntbrotherspizza.com and follow me, Joey Logano, all season long.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of U.S. Soccer and FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Denny Hamlin on the importance of sponsorship in NASCAR.
They are the resources behind the money that we spend on the racetrack, but we also use a lot of their resources that they have within their own company to make our cars faster.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
The lights go on the Toyota Camry XSE pace car as it will lead the field off of pit road and onto the racetrack as we get set for the Coca-Cola 600. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
PRN's Garage Pass is your daily dose of NASCAR news. Whether you're driving to work or sipping your morning cup of coffee, you won't miss a moment from PRN's Garage Pass. And now more than ever, we're keeping you dialed in. You can now listen on Spotify or wherever you get podcasts to exclusive extended edition versions of Garage Pass. Listen to race recaps from the previous weekend, extended interviews from your favorite drivers, and much more on PRN's Garage Pass.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of U.S. Soccer and FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Cars are rolling off of pit road, and they are getting lined up behind the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley. Want to let you know that coming up in Stage 2 of the Coca-Cola 600, Kyle Petty will join us for our coverage here as our in-race analyst. We look forward to chatting it up with Kyle Petty. Of course, if you check out PRN's Fast Talk every week, Kyle Petty is a regular guest on that show, which is always very exciting.
It is, and we look forward to having Kyle, his insight, his storytelling coming our way, coming up a little bit later on here in the broadcast. It's great to see Catherine Legg here as she now pulls that pink and white elf entry onto the racetrack after starting the Indianapolis 500 earlier today.
Let's survey our pit reporters and find out who they think might make it to victory lane. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be. Working the entrance of pit road, Alan Cavano. Who do you think gets it done tonight?
I think it's Denny Hamlin. He's won a lot, and he's won on these 1.5-mile tracks. Denny Hamlin gets it done.
Covering the center section, Wendy Venturini.
Well, that's a great pick, Alan, but I'm going with a guy that's going to repeat from last year, Ross Chastain, with the victory of the Coca-Cola 600. this time around.
All right, there we go. Brett McMillan at the exit of pit road.
A guy who's been very good here in the past, just hasn't pulled one off yet. Really needs something good to happen this year. William Byron gets a win at his home track.
We'll find out how it all plays out. The field of 39 NASCAR Cup Series machines are on the mile and a half super speedway that is Charlotte Motor Speedway under their pace and parade laps. So let's bring back in our turn announcers and get a feel for what's going on from the turn position, starting over in turns 1 and 2 with Andrew Kurland.
Thank you, Alex. I'm on a blue scissor lift on the back straightaway on the exit of turns 1 and 2. 24 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2. You can run the low groove, you can run the middle, and you can run the top, but be careful if you go 3 wide. We saw last night Sam Mayer in the middle of a 3 wide situation. Next thing he knew, he was in the safer barrier. You can carry a lot of speed into this turn, a lot of momentum. There's going to be fun action to watch here on my end of this racetrack as they head down the back straightaway. Past that American flag, the giant television screen, they come into the view of Pat Patterson.
Well, thanks, Andrew. Happy race day, everybody. Happy Memorial Day weekend to you all. Our end of the racetrack in 3 and 4 will be the last part that sees the sunshine tonight before we race dusk into night. This racetrack will get wide. We'll be up near the wall at some point in this first segment. They'll be down at the bottom early on here. The crowd is unbelievable. They are lined up all the way around the corner. A sea of beautiful billboards that support this sport, this racetrack. We are set to go down here in 3 and 4 tonight.
Thank you very much, Pat Patterson. The field is making their way down pit road to set the lights on their digital dash and make sure they make pit road speed here at Charlotte, which is 45 miles per hour. NASCAR does give them a grace of 5 miles per hour, similar to what the troopers on the highway might give us in our passenger cars.
Yeah, but we don't encourage you pushing the limit past that, especially here in the Coca-Cola 600. NASCAR will give you the speeding penalty down there and force you a penalty, whether under green, a pass-through, or if it was under caution, you'll fall to the tail end of the field. As all now, 39 cars have finally made their trip all the way down the pit lane as we close in on the start of the longest race of the 2026 calendar, as it is every year, the Coca-Cola 600.
Sun is shining brightly over Charlotte Motor Speedway. That's going to last for about the first half of the Coca-Cola 600. When the sun goes down, they talk about Charlotte Motor Speedway, how this is a track that literally changes personality from day to night. And if your car is handling bad during the day, there's a chance it might handle better at night. There's also a chance it might handle worse.
And with the heat and the sunshine that's been beating down, this is a temperamental surface that we have here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Remember, they practiced yesterday for 45 minutes in much cooler temperatures, heavy overcast skies. So will the setup of these cars while the sun is out create some problems for some of these teams? But once it transitions to darkness, we'll find out who is going to rise to the top as we close in on the final laps of tonight's Coca-Cola 600. The field now is bunched up 2 by 2 behind the single Toyota Camry XSE pace car.
You can feel the anticipation with the sellout crowd here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. They're going to go around at least one more time under the caution flag, and I shouldn't call it the caution flag. It is still the yellow until we go green flag racing. We've not had the opportunity to do that yet, but the flag is in the air, and that means we will not get the one to go signal, but hats are in the air. Everyone is on their feet here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, ready to see an incredible race with 600 miles in the Coca-Cola 600.
Did not get the one to go. We'll go a couple of more laps around the Charlotte Motor Speedway under pace and parade laps. It's the opportunity for the drivers, Brad, because so much pomp and circumstance and all the pre-race festivities that go on. Obviously, the Busch family was here a moment ago. All the drivers were a part of that, saying hello to them one more time and offering their condolences. But the sponsor commitments, all the dignitaries, all the partners for these drivers and the race teams, photographs, autograph sessions, appearances all day long. Finally, they're in their offices strapped into their race cars.
One of the great things I saw earlier today, Alex, including just the people who were enjoying time in the fan zone, who saw the pre-race concert from Brad Paisley. I drove into the infield and saw a lot of crew members, a lot of team members, whether they were wearing their Legacy Motor Club, their Hendrick Motorsports, their Joe Gibbs Racing, Trackhouse Racing, Team Penske uniforms. holding hands with their wives and husbands and children out there because this is home. This is a home game for every race team in the NASCAR Cup Series, and it is just so nice to see them be able to have their families come out and watch what they do.
Now it's time to go to work. No more distractions if you're a crew member down there. You've got to stay laser focused down there. At a moment's notice, you may have to grab that helmet, jump over the wall, and service your race car to try to help your team to victory in what we call one of the ring races, meaning this is one of the races you earn the giant celebratory ring that you will cherish forever.
Yeah, the crown jewel races in NASCAR are always special, including the Coca-Cola 600, the Daytona 500, the Southern 500 at Darlington, and we'll go back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Brickyard 400. Tyler Reddick, who is the winningest driver on the 2026 schedule, will be the one leading the field to green. We see a lot of patriotic paint schemes on these race cars, Alex, including the Mobile One car of Tyler Reddick. It is a red, white, and blue paint scheme, and he is joined by so many others who are honoring and remembering our country and our service members this weekend here in the Coca-Cola 600.
It really is special to see, especially with the sunshine that's been beating down now, dancing off of these paint schemes. As the field comes to the line, they get the 1-to-go signal. One more time around. 400 laps await in this ultimate test of man and machine in the Coca-Cola 600.
This truly is the calm before the storm. You can feel the tension right now, and you can feel it from all of the race fans who are on their feet as the field makes their way around one more time. Andrew Curlin, the lights are out on the Toyota Camry XSE pace car, and they are headed towards you for the final time before we go racing.
They are. Drivers are weaving their tires back and forth, trying to get some heat in those good years as we get set to start. 400 laps, 600 miles. Tyler Reddick on the inside. Ty Gibbs is to his outside. I just wanted to point out, every time this field has come by, there's a group of fans with an 8 flag that have saluted the field every time that they have come by. The field right now passes an American flag, so there's a lot to honor and remember here as the lights are off on the pace car. They go underneath the big screen TV. Pat Patterson, what can you see?
Well, just exactly what you said. A great field of cars tonight for the Coke 600 as they enter into turn 3, lights out on the pace car. Let's set those top 10 cars for you. Row number 5, A.J. Allmendinger will go alongside Austin Dillon. In row 4, Austin Cindric and Chris Buescher line up together. Row number 3, it'll be Ryan Blaney and Chase Briscoe. Row 4, Michael McDowell and Shane Van Gisbergen. And on the front row, it's Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick. We are set to contest the Coca-Cola 600.
For the 67th running, to call the start of the Coca-Cola 600, the anchor of the Performance Racing Network, Brad Gilley.
Tyler Reddick is on the inside. Green flag comes out here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Reddick gets a nice push from Shane Van Gisbergen to Reddick's outside. A Toyota teammate, Ty Gibbs, wants to run door to door.
That push will send Tyler Reddick almost clear to the lead. Ty Gibbs is still on his corner panel. He's going to try to side trap him down the back straightaway. There's still wheel to wheel down the back straight for the first time in the Coke 600.
2 by 2 by 2. Nobody giving an inch all the way back through the first 12 cars. That's the way they ride as they rocket off the corner. It's Reddick.
Lap 1 of 400 is going to be led by the driver who started first. Tyler Reddick shows the way. Ty Gibbs looks to the inside, has thoughts of taking the lead.
And Ty Gibbs, he had to slow down big time. Just got in the wake of Tyler Reddick. That's going to allow Reddick to surge ahead. The battle's on for third. SVG is down low. Michael McDowell on the outside.
McDowell with a nice move now. Slides up in that third spot. SVG stays locked to his bumper, painting that rubber line down at the bottom of 3 and 4.
Ryan Blaney is the driver on the move. He is driven around the outside of Shane Van Gisbergen. Give Ryan Blaney the 4th spot. Next up for him is going to be Michael McDowell.
Ryan Blaney on the move early in this one. He's going to run the middle group of the racetrack. SVG, though, going to try to look to his inside. SVG says he's not done. He's going to get to the inside of Ryan Blaney. They're going to drag race down back straight away.
They go side by side with each other into turn number 3. SVG in the bottom. Blaney to the outside. Reddick up front and leading all 4.
Shane Van Gisbergen on the bottom of the racetrack, flexing a little Kiwi muscle in Charlotte, North Carolina. Pulls even with Ryan Blaney at the start-finish line. They race hard for position number 4.
SVG, known as a road course racer, but he wants to prove everyone, hey, I can run the ovals too. Blaney now gets past SVG. The battle behind SVG, it's Austin Cindric and Chase Briscoe side by side.
Cindric with that bright yellow car
drops in behind Briscoe now. Top 10 cars are all single file. Now Cindric will come back on the bottom of the racetrack and try to contest that spot.
Austin Cindric on the white line. Yesterday he was practicing against the outside safer barrier. He drives to the rear bumper of Chase Briscoe as they head back into one.
Cindric got a good run down that straightaway. Let's see if he can use it to his advantage. The answer is no. In fact, he's going to be completely under fire. Now having to play defense on Chris Buescher, who's going to look at his inside down the backstretch.
Buescher wants to take that spot from Cindric. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Austin Dillon looks on from right behind him. Cindric and Dillon stay side by side with each other off the corner.
This is the battle for the number 7 position down to the bottom of the racetrack, completing the pass. Chris Buescher will swing up across the bow of that highlighter yellow Ford of Austin Cindric.
And right in front of them, Chase Briscoe is on the heels of Shane Van Gisbergen. Briscoe's going to run the middle groove of the racetrack. SVG down low. Briscoe closes in on a bumper car link on SVG.
They stay racing tightly together. Speaking of tightly together, second place is chasing first pretty hard. Reddick has got a mirror full of Gibbs.
Ty Gibbs about 8 car lengths off the rear bumper of Tyler Reddick. Let's pick up that battle between Shane Van Gisbergen and Chase Briscoe. Briscoe had to back off a little bit. Now he sees Chris Buescher in his rear view.
Yes, and there's lots of battles going on the racetrack. Just in front of them, Ryan Blaney trying to go on the attack. He's on the inside now of Michael McDowell. They're going to race wheel to wheel down the backstretch.
That's a battle for third. Side by side they go. Bottom of the racetrack will go to the outside, rather. McDowell goes, loses the nose of his car. He'll give up that spot.
The Ford Mustang Dark Horse of Ryan Blaney will swing to the inside. He'll complete that pass. Top 5 at lap number 7. Tyler Reddick shows the way. Ty Gibbs goes second. Ryan Blaney up to third. Michael McDowell is fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen hangs in there in position number 5. The field rockets down the backstretch to Pat Patterson.
It's the separation between first and second is a lot right now, all the way back to third, also equally as much. The biggest battle you see coming into turns 3 and 4, bottom of the racetrack, and trying hard to take a spot away is the number 60 of Pierce trying to take that spot away.
As we complete lap number 8, the crew members of Richard Childress Racing and all up and down pit road and all throughout the grandstands holding 8 fingers in the air in honor of Kyle Busch, who we remember here tonight.
Let's put some H in the chat,
the race
guys.
leader is Tyler Reddick. He has a 10 car length advantage over Ty Gibbs as they come through turn number 4.
Let me get some
Then it's
H
Ryan
in the
Blaney,
chat.
Michael McDowell. Behind them, you have Shane Van Gisbergen. Chase Briscoe. Alex looks to be the one on the charge.
Briscoe is in the number 6 spot. Not at all happy about that. He's had thoughts about taking the number 5 position. Shane Van Gisbergen does not want to give it up.
SVG has put on a fight early here in the Coke 600. He is hugging that blue and white line down low. Up in the middle group is Chase Briscoe trying to gain some ground on SVG.
Both cars out next to the wall now. Pull that wheel to the left. Go down to the bottom of the racetrack. SVG got a mirror full once again of Briscoe. Briscoe trying to close.
Alex, they're using the entire racetrack here at Charlotte, especially deeper into the field. We see drivers rim riding on the outside safer barrier, and we see it working for a lot of them early into this race.
They put resin down, treated the racing surface this weekend for the entire weekend with resin, which is a compound they put down to try to give a little extra grip to these cars to run these middle and top lanes out there. It's worked all weekend long, and to your point, Brad, only 10 laps into the Coca-Cola 600, there is plenty of raceable lines for them to choose from.
Couple of Toyotas out front. Tyler Reddick being chased by Ty Gibbs. The advantage for Reddick, 0.6 of a second. And I'll be honest with you, Alex, I can't tell if Ty Gibbs is actually maintaining that same speed on Tyler Reddick, or if Reddick is just maintaining right now, knowing this is a 600-mile race.
I think it's just a matter of you found yourself with a good start to the race, right behind Tyler Reddick, 6-7 car lengths, or call it, and just riding right now. There's no need to go up there and abuse your car. No need to punish the Goodyear tires. Typically in a NASCAR Cup Series race, the worst tire wear you're going to see throughout an entire race is the opening run because of the track surface. Now, we did run the North Carolina Education Lottery 200 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series earlier this morning, and they put some rubber down on the racetrack. But since then, the sun has come out and it has baked that rubber all afternoon long.
5th place running Shane Van Gisbergen was a part of that Craftsman Truck Series race earlier today. You heard him during pre-race talking about how much fun he had. I think it paid off as well. He's been doing a great job holding off Chase Briscoe. Not just holding off Chase Briscoe, but legitimately, Alex, Van Gisbergen running in 5th.
Yeah, he withstood a couple of challenges and said, all right, I see what you're going to throw at me. He's been able to keep everybody at bay behind him. Van Gisbergen has 3.5, maybe 4 car lengths in the number 5 spot with Chase Briscoe 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Austin Cindric is 8th, Austin Dillon 9th, Ryan Preece now rounds out the top 10.
Ryan Preece has a nice orange and black Ford, that Stoke Coffee sponsorship. And as we move up front just a little bit, Andrew Curlin, what are you seeing with Shane Van Gisbergen?
SVG was running the low groove in turns 1 and 2 a couple of laps ago, and he found where Chase Briscoe was gaining ground on him, and that's the middle. Guess where SVG ran this last time by? That's right, the middle groove of the racetrack. He is learning and picking things up here at Charlotte.
Yeah, Briscoe is working as hard as he can to try to hang on and make a pass on SVG, but Briscoe's got other problems coming up behind him in a hurry. Chris Buescher.
We have 15 laps complete in the Coca-Cola 600. Tyler Reddick leads Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, Micah McDowell, and Shane Van Gisbergen, your top 5.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how. Napa know-how!
Denny Hamlin on the importance of sponsorship in NASCAR.
Not only are they the resources behind the money that we spend on the racetrack, but we also use a lot of their resources that they have within their own company to make our cars faster, or maybe make our drivers or our teams smarter when making decisions. So we've had several of those relationships over the years, and certainly continue to lean on those.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
No change at the front of the field. Tyler Reddick continues to have a 4 to 5 car length advantage over second place Ty Gibbs. Ryan Blaney 3.4 seconds in arrears in position number 3. However, there are some drivers beginning to climb the leaderboard after starting deep in the field. We'll tell you who they are when we come back. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hey, it's Charlie and Debbie, along with NASCAR legend Kyle Petty, inviting you to join us for Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown.
Each week, we'll put it in reverse and take a trip down memory lane, looking back at that week's top 20 country songs from years past.
We'll dive into what made those songs and artists move the needle, what pop culture trends made those years unique.
And you'll get to hear me tell stories only I can tell.
So don't miss Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown right here each week.
This is PRN's Alexis Erickson, and if your life looks anything like mine, you are always on the go. So take advantage of the PRN mobile app. By downloading the mobile app, you can listen to our live race broadcast while you're on the go, making sure you don't miss a second of the action from the track. You also get station listings and on-demand access to your favorite PRN shows like Garage Pass, PRN's At the Track, and Fast Talk with Doug Bryce, Brad Gilly, and myself. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips by downloading the PRN mobile app today. Available in the Apple App Store and on Google Play.
NASCAR heads to the Music City for their Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilly. Covering the action in the turns, we have Andrew Curlin and Pat Patterson. Our Napa pit reporters, Wendy Venturini, Alan Cavana, and Brett McMillan. Tyler Reddick continues to lead Ty Gibbs as we have completed 20 of the 100 laps of stage number 1. And we were looking at drivers moving up through the field, Alex. William Byron started this race 31st, and just as I told you, hey, Byron's moved up into the top 20. Zane Smith went around him. That's another driver that's on the move.
Yeah, Zane Smith is having a good start to today's race as he's climbing the leaderboard. Bubba Wallace and William Byron, along with Corey Heim, driving a Ford 2311 Toyota here tonight. They've gained 8 positions since the drop of the green flag some 22 laps ago. Clearly, they have good handling race cars early on in the race.
They absolutely have good handling race cars. Up front, we're starting to see some cars on the move right now, and that would be Chase Briscoe. He'll drive to the outside of Michael McDowell into 1.
He was working on Michael McDowell for a handful of laps. He also got around SVG. Briscoe runs the middle groove of the racetrack. Now SVG's going to try to take a swing at Michael McDowell. He was late riding, has a great run down the backstretch.
Yeah, he made that look easy. SVG takes that spot away. Meanwhile, right behind him, once again, there is McDowell and Buescher.
Lap number 23, not a very good lap for Michael McDowell. Gave up 3 positions on that exchange. Trouble's not over on the back door as of yet. Ryan Preece has arrived.
He's trying to stop the bleeding. The folks in the campers next to me picked Ryan Preece to win the race, and I think they might be onto something. Preece is on the move. He's down low, and now wheel to wheel with Michael McDowell down the back straightaway.
Preece trying to pull off this move midway down the back straightaway into turn 3. Bottom of the racetrack, he goes with his board. McDowell fights back as hard as he can on the outside. Can't do anything with him on forward.
This is a battle for 7th coming off of turn number 4. Leader Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs are already in turn number 1, but let's pick it up. Ryan Preece has now driven around Michael McDowell.
Yes, he has, and he is going to set his sights on Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher trying to set his sights on SVG. You could call it about 4 cars that are battling for position here down the backstretch.
All right, here they come into turn at number 3. Once again, Buescher stalking SVG. Long way back for Ryan Preece now, making about 10 car lengths or so.
All the while, lapping has begun for race leader Tyler Reddick. Has put Catherine Legg 1 lap in arrears. Also, the car of Timmy Hill has just fallen a lap down. Ty Gibbs is having to deal with those lap cars as we speak now. Brad, we've got 25 laps into this thing, and it looks like everybody's settled into a nice, comfortable race pace.
They understand 600 miles is what takes you to the checkered flag, Alex, but I am impressed with both Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs right now. Reddick enjoys a 7/10-second advantage over Ty Gibbs. You have to go back 6 seconds before you find Ryan Blaney, who's running in the 3rd spot. The top 2 Toyotas are just starting to drive away through the field.
Yeah, they are, but this is a super long race. So if you're a fan of a Blaney or even all the way further back from a Hamlin in 12th or Kyle Larson back there outside the top 10 as well, we're still under daylight. The lights have come on here, not necessarily because we need them at the moment. They're just getting warmed up and ready to go as we transition into the evening hours and then fully into darkness. And more times than not in the Coca-Cola 600, cars begin to handle that didn't handle under the daytime.
We got a battle for 3rd brewing in front of you, Andrew Curlin.
Briscoe has been closing in on Blaney, and it's closing in a hurry. It was 3 car lengths on corner exit. He might be side by side with them down the backstretch. He is. Here's Briscoe peeking to the inside of Blaney.
Ford getting the better of Toyota there, or excuse me, Toyota getting the better of Ford there as you move Briscoe up a spot. Blaney drops back about 4 car lengths.
But 3 Toyotas, 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboard in the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600 at lap number 28, all led by Tyler Reddick. Ty Gibbs is 2nd. Now Briscoe 3rd. Blaney is 4th to 1.
Yeah, and we were talking about Ryan Preece. He's going to continue to work on Chris Buescher and SVG, who are right in front of them. We could see a 3-car battle here for position.
Only about a car length and a half separate those 3 cars right now. Talking about Preece trying to close down on Buescher. Buescher right up on the high side of the racetrack. Preece goes right to his bumper.
Shane Van Gisbergen went to the middle groove. He is in 5th. Chris Buescher in 6th, but that is going to change right now. Teammate Ryan Preece drives to his inside and clears him.
Preece swaps positions with his teammates. Now he's going to go to work on SVG. SVG inches off the wall. Preece runs the middle groove of the racetrack. SVG so good on corner exit here.
About 5 car lengths separate that battle from getting serious here. Once again, SVG goes to the high side of the racetrack. Preece gets really racy down at the bottom of the racetrack.
Coming down to the line to complete lap number 30 early on in the Coca-Cola 600. So let's check in with our Napa Auto Parts pit reporters and find out what some of the teams are saying, starting with Alan Cavana.
Well, Ryan Blaney just dropped a spot here on the racetrack. He says he doesn't have any rear grip going into turns 3 and 4, and that's where the bumps are on this racetrack. Every driver complains about it. You have to make your car good over that. His 12 car not doing well right now. His teammate, Joey Logano, he started 33rd in this race. Hasn't made a ton of progress. He was back there going 4 wide, but he's made a little progress so far through the field. Team Penske trying to make hay early on in this race, Wendy.
Ty Gibbs currently in the 2nd position. They are telling him to take care of the right front and the right rear tires. They also informed Ty that he and Tyler Reddick are the fastest 2 cars out here at Charlotte tonight, 31 laps in. His teammate, Chase Briscoe, in the 3rd position. They told him he is better on the bottom of turns 3 and 4. Chase Briscoe took that feedback and was able to maneuver around into the 3rd position. Brett McMillan.
Tyler Reddick said right now that he's pretty good in turns 1 and 2, but he needs some help in turns 3 and 4 because those are the turns that have the bumps in them. Meanwhile, Carson Hocevar, a little bit frustrated. He really feels like he needs some more power. He said he's pushing the throttle, but he's not going anywhere.
Thank you very much. see a little heat for our race leader, Tyler Reddick, Alex Hayden.
Yeah, they're free and clear of lap traffic as they fly by the start-finish line. The red, white, and blue race-leading Toyota of Tyler Reddick begins to see the matte black Toyota of Gibbs.
That rear view mirror of Tyler Reddick from his perspective is getting bigger and bigger. Next, Ty Gibbs, who's getting closer and closer, caught about 7 car lengths in closing.
Gibbs has had some real good corners down here in 3 and 4. He goes right to the bottom of the racetrack, takes that left front tire, paints that line, and he really finds some grip, and he closes the exit out.
As this time by, we are going to complete 34 laps. It'll be 66 to go in stage number 1. Tyler Reddick. We got trouble in front of you, Andrew Curlin.
Oh, trouble, yeah. Here, it's Josh Berry who spun. Single car incident right here. He was able to save his Ford, and a lot of smoke coming from the 21.
So that'll put us under the caution flag for the first time in the Coca-Cola 634 laps into it. And Josh Berry put us under that caution with a spin in turn number 2.
Well, cars are ready for the pit window to be open here. We'll cover that for you when we come back to the Coca-Cola 600.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Taking the kayaks out on the lake, hot dogs on the grill, and your sister's boyfriend. His acoustic guitar.
Everyone be quiet! Harrison's playing. Wow, you're so good, Harrison.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Shane Gisbergen for the final time up here in turn number 2. He brought a gun to a knife fight today.
Right in the middle of the pack, and he got hammered by Ryan Priest. Brad Keselowski's off into the dirt as well.
The Toyota Save Part 350 at Sonoma, Sunday, June 28th. Tickets at SonomaRaceway.com.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Coca-Cola 600, under caution for the first time. 35 laps are completed in this race. That means 65 to go in stage number 1. Pit road will be open to the Toyota Camry caution car out there on the racetrack. And Alex, I have a feeling we're about to get very busy.
I 100% agree. This is a golden opportunity because once we get back under green flag in 2 or 3 more laps, they'll have plenty of Sunoco fuel in the tank to make it to the end of stage number 1.
All right, so Tyler Reddick is going to lead the field in his Toyota. He'll be followed by Ty Gibbs. As they come down to the pit road, we go to Alan Cavana.
And Ryan Blaney is the first car on pit road, has the first pit stall on pit road. Hits his pit stall. He called it super twitchy. He can't keep the right rear up.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm not sure what happened. Give me 1 second. Oh. Sorry about that, guys. Give me 1 second. Had to plug my batteries in my controller so I can refresh it. Sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. We're back. Sorry for that.
Spawns immediately after hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and fires all across the country. Our volunteer teams bring. Log on to SamaritansPurse.org.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
And we welcome you back to the Coca-Cola 600 as we work the caution flag for the first time for the spin in turn 2 by Josh Berry. Nobody hit him. He did not hit anything else. We mentioned a moment ago, Alan Cavana, that we had a long pit stop yet again for Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, it just seems like one step forward, two steps back for that 12 pit crew of Ryan Blaney. Something went wrong on the right side. They couldn't get the jack up, and that helped, made it for a long pit stop on the right side. And then Ryan Blaney didn't say much on the radio in terms of criticism or anything, but he did say something's rolling around in the car now. They think he missed where they put the drink in the drink holder, and now there's something rolling around the car, he said.
Oh, man, that is a tough break. He was running up in the top 5. He is going to restart in 20th here in stage number 1. That is just a huge drop that they can't have and can't continue to repeat itself. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. 1 to go before we go back to green. That means it's time for the teams to choose where they'll restart. Brought to you by Freeway Insurance. More ways to choose, more ways to save. Freeway, your way. Let's give you a snapshot of the top 20 hours.
As the field now works their way past the orange V painted on the racetrack, choosing their lanes, Tyler Reddick is the race leader at lap number 38. Chase Briscoe second. Ty Gibbs is third. Ryan Preece up to fourth. Denny Hamlin gains a lot of spots on pit lane. He's now fifth. Shane Van Gisbergen is sixth. Austin Cindric is seventh. Kyle Larson is eighth. Chris Buescher is ninth, and 10th is Austin Dillon.
Michael McDowell is 11th. Bubba Wallace is 12th. Daniel Suarez 13th. 14th is Zane Smith. 15th, A.J. Allmendinger. Christopher Bell 16th. 17th, Eric Jones. Chase Elliott 18th. William Byron 19th, and Ryan Blaney dropped all the way to 20th. That leaderboard update brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza, where we love racing and we love pizza. Find your next pizza at huntbrotherspizza.com or download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app.
No real shakeup after the drivers made their decisions for the choose, brought to you by Freeway Insurance. Basically, Reddick went to the bottom of the racetrack and everybody else went inside and out, zigzagging back and forth, so no big shakeup there as the Toyota Camry pace vehicle works its way back to the pit lane. Field's working to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Every car, happy owner, Echo Park Automotive.
Tyler Reddick, the control car, he will restart on the bottom. Ty Gibbs, who is running second, restarts on the bottom behind him. That moves Chase Briscoe to the outside, with Ryan Preece running behind him as they head back into 1.
Tyler Reddick's been the fastest car all day, but Briscoe wants to challenge him. He's going to stay in lockstep as Ty Gibbs looks to go 3 wide. They're 3 wide for the lead down the back straightaway. Hamlin's settled it out, and you're side by side for the lead.
Reddick got him about nose in front now into turn number 3. They'll stay that way. Briscoe fades back just a little bit off 4.
Briscoe has thoughts of leading the Coca-Cola 600. He gets a nose in front of Tyler Reddick. At the line, count it, by half a car length. Chase Briscoe leads the race.
Ty Gibbs had to step off the gas in a big way 1 lap ago. He's going to try to reel him back in. Now, here up front, Reddick down low. He's going to clear himself to the lead as Chase Briscoe tries to track him down.
Briscoe falls into that second spot, about 4 car lengths back to Ty Gibbs. Denny Hamlin coming on as well. Bottom of the racetrack, everybody aiming in that direction off of turn 4 right now.
Denny Hamlin has really jumped into this one. He was running 13th at the time of caution. He is running 4th right now. Behind him, though, a big side-by-side battle. Chris Buescher bangs doors with Shane Van Gisbergen.
A lot of contact here early in the Coca-Cola 600. SVG down low. Buescher running the middle groove. SVG clears himself by Buescher. Buescher gives him a big jump. He crosses him over.
SVG looked like he almost got a piece of the outside wall down the backstretch. He's in good shape. Buescher's going to take that spot away. SVG being back.
He does, just falls back a bit. Further up front, side by side for position number 2. Ty Gibbs on the march. Chase Briscoe trying to defend the spot.
Briscoe led a lap, but if he wants to lead more, he's going to have to get by Ty Gibbs, who's putting a lot of pressure on him. Gibbs is down low. Briscoe is up high. They're going to be side by side down the back straightaway.
And that battle right there is going to pull Denny Hamlin ever so closer to that top second or third spot. The battle continues on in second. Gibbs with an advantage off the bottom.
23-11 racing out front with Tyler Reddick, then 3 Joe Gibbs teammates. 2 of them They're racing door to door. Chase Briscoe on the outside of Ty Gibbs.
Reddick with a 2-car length lead over this side-by-side battle for second. Ty Gibbs down low. Chase Briscoe runs the middle groove, and Denny Hamlin behind them, just carefully watching. They still cannot figure out second place.
Briscoe and Gibbs, nobody giving an inch now. Briscoe to the outside here midway through turns 3 and 4. Ty Gibbs on the very bottom. Again, nobody giving an inch.
Nobody has really been able to grab two hands of the second place. Still wheel to wheel past the start-finish line. Ty Gibbs to the inside. Briscoe goes topside.
It's funny, Alex, we're on lap 44, but they're racing like it's the last in a 600-mile race. Gibbs continues to stay down low. Briscoe up high. Now he's got about a car length lead over him. He'll clear him down the backstretch.
Briscoe's got the second spot. Now Ty Gibbs has got a mirror full of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fades back a little bit, and that's going to bring Ryan Preece closer to the front.
While all of that racing happened, Tyler Reddick has not been able to drive away. In fact, Chase Briscoe is now bearing down on the race leader.
Unlike the first run of the race, Tyler Reddick has a mirror full of a Toyota teammate in Chase Briscoe, who settled that second position out. Here comes Briscoe. He's 2 car lengths and closing on the race leader.
Ryan Preece going to work on Denny Hamlin now back down the backstretch. That battle for the 4th spot. Preece at the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin upstairs. Preece is going to get the advantage off of 4.
Ryan Preece, a strong mount as he works his way off turn 4, near contact as the cars come very close on exit. Denny Hamlin, however, he's not phased. He's going to retake position number 4.
Ryan Preece and Chris Busch are both trying to play spoiler in this current Toyota top 4 party, but for the meantime, they're going to have to sell it between RFK teammates because Chris Buescher wants to spot over Ryan Preece.
Reddick out front. Briscoe not able to close that gap. Ty Gibbs now trying to close in on that second place to start that fight all over again.
Coming to 53 laps to go in stage number 1. They have enough Sunoco fuel to go all the way to the green and white checker finish. We have a car diving onto pit road very rapidly, Alex.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez, for whatever reason, slows immediately. He's going to bring that red, white, and blue Chevrolet to pit lane, 45 miles per hour as he works his way down. Let's follow Daniel Suarez to his pit box.
Daniel Suarez now takes the Freeway Insurance Chevrolet into the service of that crew at Spire Motorsports, and it's going to be a 4-tire change. That was a pretty rapid descent onto pit road, Alex. That almost looked like an emergency situation for Suarez.
He did a heck of a job of getting that car slowed in a lot of traffic. He was running inside the top 20 and made his way back in. Meanwhile, we got a race for the lead, exiting turn number 2, headed for the back straightaway.
About 2.5, call it 3 car lengths now. Tyler Reddick steps it up a little bit down the backstretch, and he'll pull further ahead of Briscoe. Ty Gibbs is right there. Denny Hamlin trying to work his way up to battle with Gibbs.
Ryan Preece is trying to make this a 5-car battle. He runs in 5th right now. Tyler Reddick, 4 car lengths over Chase Briscoe. Then it's Ty Gibbs, 2 car lengths back, 3 more to Denny Hamlin.
Tyler Reddick's race lead seems to accordion by every lap. Right now he's comfortable, but the battle for second is heating up, and guess who it is? Ty Gibbs once again on the back bumper at Chase Briscoe.
Gibbs showed the nose to Briscoe off of turn 2, now falls right in line with him. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack. Briscoe slips to the middle side of the racetrack as they work their way out forward.
They're going to go 1, 2, 3 up off of turn number 4. No change there. They are right together. Denny Hamlin trying to get some of that lost ground back in position number 4. Rounding out the top 5 is Ryan Preece. Then you've got another RFK Ford and Chris Buescher in position number 6. And, Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing off to their best start since 2012, I should say, in the first 12 races of the season. So between the 3 cars at RFK with Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece, and Chris Buescher, Brad, together collectively off to their best start.
I was just looking at the scoreboard, and it's Tyler Reddick with 2311 Racing, then 3 Joe Gibbs teammates in Briscoe, Ty Gibbs, and Hamlin, then the RFK teammates in Ryan Preece and Chris Buescher. Bubba Wallace with 2311, and his Toyota has jumped up to 7th. The first Chevrolet we find, Kyle Larson running in 8th.
And Kyle Larson's climbed the leaderboard. He's done a nice job today. He's gained 10 spots since the drop of the green flag 51 laps ago. Keeping in mind, yes, we're a quarter of a way through the 2026 season, but the Chevrolet Camaro body had a change to it coming into the season. Let's follow up with our Napa Auto Parts pit reporter, Wendy Venturini.
Daniel Suarez made his way down pit road. It was 4 tires, an emergency situation. He thought he had a flat, but I'll tell you.
Turn 2, 1 car spins. It's Austin Cindric. He backs it into the wall. William Byron. Oh, and another huge collision. Connor Zilic trying to avoid it. Slams into Austin
time now after 52 laps are complete. And Andrew Curlin, it looks like Cindric just got a little bit of a spin up into the wall. But, man, Connor Zilic, as he was coming down the racetrack, had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Cindric was spinning. And we're going to have to check and see if the 24 of William Byron had any damage. He just narrowly missed Austin Cindric. Safety crews currently taking a look at the number 2 of Austin Cindric and his machine. And as Connor Zilic in his 88 was trying to avoid Austin Cindric, he just slammed into his machine and both made severe contact down on the apron in turns number 2.
The shock absorber out of the right rear just came flying out of the Connor Zilic car where the heavy damages. So the AMR safety team is going to have to go retrieve that. It's been a tough couple of laps for Connor Zilic. He bounced it off of the wall a few laps ago and already had some damage down the right side. But after the car of Austin Cindric went sliding down the banking, the rear end of the Red Bull on the right rear quarter panel was absolutely tattooed for Connor Zilic, and he's going to have to make his way to the pit lane. Let's go to pit road right now to Alan Cabana.
Yeah, there was some hope that Connor Zilic should be able to drive it back, but they said on the radio the right rear shock is just gone, if you will, so he's going to drive it right to the DVP fixer area in the garage right now to see what they can do.
Man, William Byron just narrowly avoided having the right side of his car hit. And Connor Zilic, he dove all the way down to the apron of the racetrack and almost had him locked up. He was sliding sideways, could not avoid Austin Cindric. But for Austin Cindric, watching the way this wreck developed, he was being chased right on his back bumper by Christopher Bell. And Cindric just got loose, barely tagged, just barely rubbed the rear bumper on the outside safer barrier. But when he came back down the racetrack, that's when it was over.
A tough break there. These cars are already on the edge at the speeds that they're running here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So a tough break for both Austin Cindric and for Connor Zilic as we work the caution for the second time on lap number 54.
This is Kyle Petty for Echo Park Automotive, and I'm here to tell you why you should shop Echo Park before you buy a car, truck, or SUV. Over half of inventory at Echo Park is priced below $25,000, and car for car, truck for truck. Echo Park Automotive's pricing is $3,000 less than the competition. Maybe that's why Echo Park has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Echo Park Automotive is built to make sure you drive away happy. It's even in their name, Echo Park Automotive. Every car, happy owner. The official used car retailer of Speedway Motorsports.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I'm PRN's Doug Turnbull, co-host of 5 to Go podcast with roving racing journo Devin Kutka.
There's a lot of things that go into this with the tire wear. The corners at Martinsville are concrete, where the straightaways are asphalt, or Bristol's all concrete.
And 1988 Cup Series championship mechanic Dan Elliott.
Bubba, to me, he's a good driver, but he is right now his own worst enemy.
3 generations go deep on 5 racing topics each week. The 5 to Go podcast on Apple, Spotify, GoPRN.com, and YouTube.
Fireworks in the air here at Nashville Super Speedway. Reddick and Bell locked together, door to door as they head into 3. Nobody giving an inch there.
Start your engines as the Cracker Barrel 400 NASCAR triple header this May 29th through the 31st storms into Nashville Super Speedway, where horsepower meets Music City rhythm. 3 days, 3 races. It's a high-speed honky-tonk under the lights all weekend long. Get your tickets at NashvilleSuperspeedway.com or call 866-RACE-TICKS today.
NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600, 45 laps to go in stage number 1 alongside Alex Hayden. I'm Brad Gilley. Pit road is open, and this is the second time it's come open in stage number 1, and it's going to be a busy one. Tyler Reddick leads them on to pit road, and we'll go to Alan Cabana.
Shane Van Gisbergen started this race in third place and has just dropped to ninth and said his car suddenly went tight and super slow on the straightaway. They're going to check for a little damage on the front. I don't see much, so they're putting 4 tires on it, making an air pressure adjustment, putting him on his way, Wendy.
Chase Briscoe has been edgy all the way around, hitting the racetrack hard for about 6 to 8 laps. 4 tires fuel. As for Ty Gibbs, tighter from the center off in traffic. 4 tires of fuel. Brett McMillan.
Bubba Wallace happy with his car, no changes, just 4 tires and fuel. 10.3 seconds out for him. Corey Heim also in. Said charts a little bit tight to give it an air pressure adjustment. A little bit slow on the left rear for him.
We had 4 drivers stay out. Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher, actually, as we look at the race off of pit road, the 4 drivers who stayed out are Ross Chastain, Cole Custer, Cody Ware, and Timmy Hill. The race off pit road, Ryan Preece, a 2-tire change, followed by teammate Chris Buescher, Zane Smith, Tyler Reddick, then it was Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, and Ty Gibbs.
How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off a 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of U.S. Soccer and FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
3 of the 4 cars that stayed on the racetrack on that pit stop exchange have just elected to come down pit road here on lap 57. Only 1 stayed out there. Ross Chastain will inherit the race lead from Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome to PRN's At the Track. I'm Lenny Baticki. We are PRN, half-hour weekly show dedicated to the short track, dirt track, legends, and kart racing across the Southeast. We provide our audience with the news and insightful conversations with the newsmakers from grassroots racing. How did that help you this time to take this victory from a grassroots perspective?
I definitely felt like Monza was a lot harder than the other one.
That's PRN At the Track.
Hi, I'm David Stiles of PRN, and I know the news cycle is very fast-paced, and we're here to bring you even more fast-paced news about the sport of NASCAR.
I'm extremely happy and proud to be holding this trophy. Obviously, I'm on the good side of it right now.
The latest news from the racetrack, the biggest storylines in the garage, and our opinions about the sport. You can hear all of it on PRN's Garage Pass.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Back at the Coca-Cola 600 alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gidley. Last year, Ross Chastain passed William Byron with just a few laps to go to victory lane. Brandon McSwain was an engineer on William Byron's team. Brandon McSwain is now Ross Chastain's crew chief, and he pulled a big strategy move.
Yeah, he did. 20 laps prior to this round of pit stops, they were on pit road with that Trackhouse Racing Chevrolet. So Ross Chastain, with older Goodyear tires, will be the race leader. He's going to choose the inside lane as the drivers choose what lane they want to restart in, brought to you by Freeway Insurance.
So Ross Chastain is the leader of the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan Preece on fresher tires by 20 laps will restart second next to him. Chris Buescher third, Zane Smith fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth, Chase Briscoe sixth, Denny Hamlin seventh, eighth is Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson ninth, Shane Van Gisbergen rounds out the top 10.
Rest of the top 20, Austin Dillon, Michael McDowell, William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, Eric Jones, A.J. Allmendinger, Chase Elliott, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
We will restart with 41 laps to go in stage number 1. Alex, as the Toyota Camry XSE pace car heads on to pit road, and the field heads to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone.
Gotta wait for the get in that zone. The control car, the race leader, Ross Chastain on the outside lane. Green flag goes back in the air. Chastain has Priest to his left elbow. Zane Smith now begins to shove Ross Chastain on the outside lane, looking for the lead.
Ross Chastain with the slight advantage over Ryan Priest. Oh, and there's trouble behind them. It looks to be Cody Ware, who just went really slow, but we stay green. Up front, it's Ryan Priest, Ross Chastain, and Zane Smith. Let's go 3 wide for the lead.
Ryan Priest trying to hold on 3 wide. Here we go into turn number 3. Briscoe trying to catch back up there on the outside.
Zane Smith on the bottom of the racetrack is going to try and lead the Coca-Cola 600. He'll be denied. Ryan Priest would lead that lap. Leaders go side by side, 3 wide for third.
Ryan Priest trying to hold off Zane Smith. They're still even. Priest runs the middle groove. Zane Smith downstairs, and right behind them, Tyler Reddick is the man on the move, but they're still side by side for the lead.
Smith is locked down at the bottom of the racetrack in his car. Priest to the outside. Zane Smith's going to get a big push on the turn number 3 now to make the entry.
On the restart, when they got to turn 1, some bumper cars took place. Bubba Wallace got the short end of the stick. He got hit square in the back bumper of his Toyota. Car darted right, bounced off the safer barrier, had some slight cosmetic damage down the right side of his race car. He's exiting the pit lane right now. Bubba Wallace, a tough break, Brad, on the restart.
That is a tough break. A lot of racing to go. However, we still have 338 laps in the Coca-Cola 600. When they hit the start-finish line, 38 laps to go in stage number 1. Here comes your race leader, Zane Smith. He is now being chased down by Tyler Reddick and Ryan Priest as they go back to 1.
A few laps ago, Tyler Reddick muscled his way to the inside of Ryan Priest. That gave him the second position, and he wants the race lead. He is a car length and closing in on Zane Smith down the backstretch.
Zane Smith leads the field into turn number 3. Tyler Reddick is right there. Ryan Priest a little further back. Buescher also up here in the top 4.
Solid effort there for Chris Buescher, quietly and consistently putting together a good opening third of the 2026 season. Good hard racing across the field. Front 10 are going to go single file. Further back, first car stepping out of line is going to be William Byron.
In front of them, too, Denny Hamlin looking to make position on Chase Briscoe. That's the battle for about the 6th position. Denny has been on the move lately.
Briscoe not giving an inch there, and that's going to pull Ty Gibbs into that battle as well. Meanwhile, Zane Smith still controls L4.
Zane Smith will lead as we come to 36 laps to go here in stage number 1. Denny Hamlin just drove right across the nose of his teammate Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin now takes another spot as he moves into 6th.
Hamlin said enough is enough. I'm taking the spot. That's going to allow Ty Gibbs to close in on Chase Briscoe. In front of them, Kyle Larson piece of the inside of Chris Buescher.
Once again, Zane Smith impressively leading this field right now. Bottom of the racetrack he goes. It's about 7 car lengths back to get to Tyler Reddick and Ryan Priest.
Field works the way back to the corner. When we went under the green flag for the restart 5 laps ago, Ross Chastain was the leader. 5 laps later, Chastain sinking down the leaderboard. He's all the way back to the 14th spot, but another driver, Brad, an unscheduled pit stop.
Arsen Hocevar just had to make a long trip down pit road, unscheduled for him. And here's a driver who had our last mile-and-a-half track at Texas Motor Speedway, started on the pole. Some troubles for our Talladega winner earlier, but he's going to have time to fight back. Here comes the leader. Back again, Zane Smith pulling away from Tyler Reddick. Then you have Ryan Priest. Kyle Larson on the move. He is being followed by Chris Buescher.
How cool is this for Zane Smith to have the biggest lead he's had so far in the Coke 600? The battle's on Bo for third. Kyle Larson looks to the inside of Ryan Priest. Priest is going to get a good run off the corner, though.
About a half a car length separate Ryan Priest from Kyle Larson. Larson now takes to the middle of the racetrack. Priest at the very bottom. Chris Buescher, though, about to mount a charge on the 5.
And that Kyle Larson car drifts wide. Buescher can't quite get a nose alongside. He'll tuck back in line, get a quick trap as they work their way to turn 1.
Everyone single file for the first 5 positions. Race leader Zane Smith runs the middle. Tyler Reddick is in the middle group as well. And Ryan Priest takes a peek to his inside. Kyle Larson not far behind them too.
Larson closes down. Buescher behind him. Here goes Larson, bottom of the racetrack. He'll go way to the bottom, and Priest slips way up the racetrack. That's going to give the spot to the 5 off the corner.
Man, Larson can drive his car deep into the corner, but he also pays the price on exit. Ryan Priest tried the crossover move. Larson denied him.
Kyle Larson, a former Coca-Cola 600 winner. It's been over a year since the driver of the 5 has won a race. He's looking to the inside of Tyler Reddick. He wants the second position. Kyle Larson on the move in Charlotte.
Half a car length separates second and third. Larson now follows him into the corner. That is Reddick. Reddick at the very bottom of the racetrack. Larson still trying to close the gap.
All the while, they are losing ground to the race leader, Zane Smith, the Huntington Beach, California native. Got his first career NASCAR Cup Series top 10 in this very race 3 years ago. Here's the battle for second in turn 1.
Kyle Larson takes another run at Tyler Reddick. Reddick looked to block him down low. He was unsuccessful. Larson's going to draw even with him down the back straightaway. They're going to drag race down the backstretch.
Chevy versus Toyota, and it is a drag race into turn 3. Larson bottom of the racetrack. Reddick goes way upstairs now, trying to get some momentum off the hill.
Larson flexing his muscle in a big way. He will drift right up in front of Tyler Reddick and take that number 2 spot as we head back to pit road and Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Carson Hosevar just came in a minute ago. Felt like he had the left front going down. They've checked the tires. Said they felt like everything was okay after checking the tires over. So we'll kind of continue to monitor that situation. Also, Brad Keselowski during that last caution period, they were attempting to reset his cool suit. No word yet on whether or not they were successful, and if they'll have to continue to try to do that next time in.
So we stay under the green flag. We've got 29 laps to go in stage number 1 of the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. Top 10 at the moment. Zane Smith is the race leader by 7 car lengths. Kyle Larson beginning to fill that rearview mirror. Tyler Reddick is 3rd. Ryan Preece is 4th. Chris Buescher is 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. 7th is Ty Gibbs. 8th, Chase Briscoe. 9th, Michael McDowell. And Christopher Bell is 10.
Let's go to the infield care center with Alan Cabana.
After that vicious hit out on the racetrack, Austin Cindric is out of the infield care center. What happened? What was the car like before that? What started the incident?
Well, it's a lot louder out here than it is in the race car. I'm assuming you asked me what happened. I'm pretty sure I just got loose and then I got collapsed. So it's a shame not to even finish stage 1 and Coke 600. And feel bad for my team and everybody else to not see this one through.
All right, Austin Cindric out, frustrated tonight.
That's a big hit. The Coca-Cola 600, Alex, is running 3 separate stages. That means you have 3 opportunities to collect stage points and a lot of points available for this race. Austin Cindric came into this above the cut line for the chase. And this race is far from over. We still have not collected a single stage point yet, but this could end up being a bigger hit for him.
Understatement. He was only 10 points to the good to stay inside the top 16 in championship points. So he's going to patiently await and see how this one plays out. Back to Alan Cabana.
I got Connor Zilic, who almost avoided Austin Cindric out there. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, man, I saw the 2 spinning way out there in front of me, and I tried to get it checked up to try and, get down, but as soon as I hit the apron, I just got loose and yeah, got clobbered in the right rear. So really unfortunate for a Red Bull Chevrolet. I felt like we made a good adjustment on that last stop. We were, +8 or something like that before we wrecked and going in the right direction, but, that's how it goes sometimes.
All right, tough run for the rookie tonight.
Thank you very much, Alan Cabana. We're winding down stage number 1, 25 laps to go. Zane Smith enjoys a 0.7 of a second advantage over Tyler Reddick. Then it's Kyle Larson, Ryan Preece, and Denny Hamlin, your top 5.
We work hard to keep our cars looking great on the outside, but engine components need our attention too. That's where you can trust Z-Max Micro Lubricant to disperse carbon buildup in your engine and fuel system. Keep your car or truck running at its peak. By soaking into the metal of your engine, Z-Max Micro Lubricant improves performance, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Trust the many customers who said, "Thanks for saving my engine." Find out more at zmax.com or follow us on Facebook and X.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
Coming up, Kyle Petty will join us for our coverage of the Coca-Cola 600. We've got 23 laps to go in stage number 2. From Charlotte, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's time for a PRN pit stop. Today we're getting to know co-anchor Nick Yeoman.
Let's drag him up.
Who was the first person you called when you found out you'd be in the booth this year?
It was my dad, who, he's the reason I'm a racing fan. There's pictures of me in a crib just like hours old, and I've got like a Bill Elliott, like Coors Light number 9 hat on. It's like much larger than my head, and I have a large head. So he was definitely the one that I reached out to first.
What's the best advice you have for someone trying to call races?
Well, it's going to sound silly, but it really is as simple as call what you see.
Fans want to know, what's the craziest call you've made in your career?
Turn number 2 for the Indianapolis 500, when Scott Dixon soared through the air, I called it live, and seeing Scott Dixon's car fly through the air, in flame, fire, debris everywhere, that was probably the biggest one that stands out to me.
This has been a PRN Pit Stop featuring Nick Yeoman.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilly, covering the action and the turns. We have Andrew Curlin in 1 and 2, Pat Patterson up in 3 and 4. Our Napa Auto Parts pit reporters are Alan Cabana, Wendy Venturini, and Brett McMillan. We have 20 laps to go in stage number 1. Zane Smith now enjoys a 1-second lead over Tyler Reddick, but we've got Ty Gibbs trying to come up through the field. Gibbs right now is running in the 6th spot as he moves into 1.
It's been an excellent battle as Ryan Priest is just trying to hang on to spots here at the end of stage number 1. Ty Gibbs is going to look to his inside, but Priest shuts the door on him down the backstretch.
Yeah, he'll drop in behind Priest now, work his way down here to turns 3 and 4. Gibbs going in midway up the racetrack, not all the way to the top. Priest at the very bottom, not able to close this time.
Points paying window will open up here in 18 more laps at the conclusion of stage number 1. Always a privilege to welcome to the Performance Racing Network broadcast booth member of the Coca-Cola Racing family, Kyle Petty. It's the 67th running of this great Memorial Day weekend classic, and we've got ourselves a good one going.
There he is. This has been a great race so far. You see him, and we've seen William Byron go up next to the wall. We see him painting the stripe. You see Zane Smith just painting the stripe through 3 and 4. All over the racetrack. That's what's so special about this racetrack. You can run anywhere and make time.
Yeah, it is very special about this track. Kyle, this is the Coca-Cola 600. You spent a lot of time running this race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. You spent a lot of time at what effectively is a home track for the Petty family as well. When you think of this race day, when you think of this race weekend, what comes to mind?
So obviously, as a race car driver, you think about what you've got to do to come here and be successful in a 600-mile race, to keep your machine under you and to be successful. But I think as you go into this weekend and as you show up here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, it's Memorial Day. You see the military presence. You see the Gold Star families. You see everywhere you look, there's an American flag. There's something to do with America. And this is the most patriotic race weekend that we run. No matter where we go, no matter what we do, this is where we give thanks to fallen heroes. We give thanks to be Americans, and we have the opportunity for the Coca-Cola 600 to watch one of the greatest sports in the world, NASCAR.
Zane Smith up front by nearly 2 full seconds. However, while he drives away, Andrew Curlin, he's missing a whale of a battle for the number 2 spot.
Guys, I'll tell you, Denny Hamlin has a really fast race car tonight. He made quick work of Kyle Larson for the 4th position. Now he wants the 2nd spot over Tyler Reddick. He's going to continue to peek to the inside of the 45 of Reddick.
Hamlin goes right to the bumper of Tyler Reddick. Reddick now moves way up the racetrack. Hamlin down at the very bottom of the racetrack. They're going to be side by side when they exit 4.
Tyler Reddick hoping to carry momentum off the top side. It works, but it doesn't work enough. Denny Hamlin is still there. Half a car length as they head back to 1.
Hamlin caught Reddick in a heartbeat, but now Reddick is giving Hamlin some heartburn. He cannot get around his driver, that is Tyler Reddick. Denny's going to try to wind something up. He's got a big run on him. Now he gets to his inside.
Here comes Hamlin down the backstretch. He stays inside of Reddick. Reddick goes up to the top side of the racetrack. Hamlin's going to try to make it pay off at the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to have the spot all 4.
And he'll clear him with ease off turn number 4. 13 laps to go here in the opening stage. Kyle, a long race, longest race on the calendar, but they're racing awfully hard. Is that a testament to how bulletproof these cars are these days?
I believe so. These cars, we used to have to make a car last 600 miles. I was very blessed and won the Coca-Cola 600 one year. Back in the last century, everything I did was in the last century, but the last century and the last 100 laps of the race, I think we had 6 or 7 different leaders. Whoever led blew up. That's just the way it was. I was the last man standing. But now with these cars, that's what fascinates me about Cup drivers. They can drive so hard lap after lap.
1987 was that Coca-Cola 600 win, and you've been part of the Coca-Cola family pretty much for your career, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you, Tom Cruise, in Days of Thunder. Yes, Mellow Yellow. Back when we went to Mellow Yellow in 92, I've been a member of the Coca-Cola racing family all those years. That just means I'm old, but all those years. And Coca-Cola has been a part of this sport. And this race, the Coca-Cola 600, for what, 40, 41 years, whatever, longest running association with a race. Coca-Cola has made a commitment to the sport. They made a commitment to these drivers, and it's fascinating to watch.
The field continues under the green flag. After their latest caution, we went back to green on lap number 60. That was 30 laps ago. Ross Chastain was the leader coming to the restart zone. He now is on the same straightaway as race leader Zane Smith. And
Trouble back straightaway. Chase Elliott goes for a spin, hits the inside wall, and noses his Napa Chevrolet right into the inside safer barrier on the backstretch.
And that will bring out caution for the third time now in the Coca-Cola 600 with 10 laps to go here in stage number 1. Chase Elliott, some damage on his race car. We'll get a report from pit road once they get to service that Napa number 9. Looks like he's got the rear tires down. The safety crews are going to be there, and they will use the pneumatic jack system to raise that car so Chase can drive it back to pit road. Chase Elliott, a former winner at Charlotte, almost won the Coca-Cola 600 back in the year 2020.
And he was working hard and just simply got high on the racetrack. There's resin up there, but sometimes you just run out of some grip and you touch the wall. As on edge of these cars are, Kyle.
And as you come out of turn 2 over there, the racetrack flattens out really quick, and he was so up next to the wall, so close to the wall. As it flattens out, it just stepped out, and he did not have time to catch it. It's typical. Turn 2 is a tricky part of this racetrack. I don't think whether you come off low or come off high.
All right, so here we go, Alex. Strategy time. We've got 9 to go in stage number 1, now coming to 8 to go. You can either flip the stage and get your fresh tires now and restart at the front, or you can stay out and get some of those valuable stage points. 30 stage points available in this race here tonight.
Depends on where you're at in the championship standings and how much you need those stage points. We were talking about Ross Chastain. He was in jeopardy of going a lap down after restarting as the race leader. This caution flag is huge for Ross Chastain. He's going to be able to stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brandon McSwain's going to bring him in this time and not keep him out again. He went out on 20-lap older tires than the rest of the field, and it didn't take a lap, and he was pretty much outside of the top 10.
Pit lane is going to open up this time by. There will be 8 laps to go in the stage. It's decision time down there for all of these crew chiefs, and this is why a lot of them have gray hair or thinning hair to make these types of decisions now early on in the race like the Coca-Cola 600.
Chase Elliott's car now being towed on the hook back to the garage area right now. All the tires are down on that race car. As the leaders come to pit road, Zane Smith will lead them, Alan Cavana.
Christopher Bell has been making some real hay out there. He says the car's great in turns 3 and 4. Just needs a little help coming off of turn 2. But there's a lot of speed in that 20 car, so they're going to make a small adjustment and try to keep the good things going in the right direction, Wendy.
Denny Hamlin has moved up the racetrack. He feels a lot more stable this run for him. As for Ty Gibbs, also on pit road, a little bit tighter this run and aggressively getting better. Brett McMillan.
4-tire change for Connor Reddick, happy with the car, no changes, 9.7 seconds for him. Ryan Priest, 2 tires last time, 4 tires this time, air pressure adjustment, said he was still a little bit loose.
Race off of pit road, we actually had some drivers stay out. Michael McDowell, John Hunter Nemechek, Cody Ware, and Ross Chastain. Coming off of pit road first is Eric Jones, and then we've got Zane Smith, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson, and Christopher Bell.
Listen, were you forced into getting a solar contract and now you just don't want it anymore? Maybe the solar company misled you. Or is your solar contract buried with hidden fees? Are you not saving the amount of money you thought you would on your energy costs? Don't worry. At the Solar Exit Hotline, we can help you cancel your solar contract, even if the panels are already installed. Our experienced legal team will review your contract and help you cancel it, possibly saving you thousands of dollars. You got to call right now for complete details. So listen, if you're not happy with your solar contract for any reason, we are here to help you cancel it. Call the Solar Exit Hotline now for immediate options to help you exit your solar contract. This call is 100% free.
800-471-3491. 800-471-3491. 800-471-3491. That's 800-471-3491.
Ross Chastain ultimately came onto pit road. He is getting serviced by the crew right now. When we come back, we'll give you a lineup on how they'll restart. We have 7 to go in stage number 1. From the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Nashville Super Speedway. Start your engines. It's the Cracker Barrel 400.
Green and white checkered flag is in the air. We've got William Byron who will win stage number 1.
Briscoe wants the lead from his teammate now as he'll down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Larson Osamar ducks to the inside now. Chase Briscoe goes to the high side. This is a battle for the top 5.
The Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Sunday, May 31st, 6 o'clock Eastern on BRN. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series heads to Music City.
Cruz got uprooted off the bottom of the racetrack. Sam Mayer's going to look to the inside.
It's the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250.
Sam Mayer now looking low at the start-finish line. Mayer's trying to take away that spot from Larson.
They were fighting over that real estate there with Justin Allgaier and Larson.
Jones trying to hold off Sheldon Green. Brent Cruz is going to look to the outside.
The Sports Illustrated Resorts 250 from Nashville Super Speedway. Saturday, May 30th at 7 Eastern on BRN. NASCAR heads to the Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
We welcome you back to the 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600. Let's check in with our Napa Auto Parts pit reporter, Alan Cabana.
Well, Christopher Bell had a good pit stop, but he's also getting a penalty. They're saying for equipment interference, and the team, they want a review. They are yelling at NASCAR right now. They don't think they did anything wrong. What I did see is Christopher Bell run over the air hose of Noah Gragson, who's in the pit stall right in front of him. The team, the 20 team, Adam Stevens is saying that shouldn't be our fault. That is not our fault. They're arguing with NASCAR right now. We'll see what happens, but Christopher Bell looks like he's going to the rear of the field.
Kyle Petty, how often do those arguments with NASCAR come out on the winning end for the race team?
Seldom, if never. They don't. They just don't. And here's what happens. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. We see equipment interference called a lot of times. A tire rolls and a crew member has to run around the tire. That's equipment interference. So in this case, listening to what the report was, I don't think he's got a shot.
Field has just worked their way past the 1 to go at the start-finish line, had the opportunity to choose what lane to restart in. Brought to you by Freeway Insurance. The choice was made by Michael McDowell, the race leader, to start on the inside lane. John Hunter Nemechek will go topside. Row number 2, we see Denny Hamlin to the inside of Eric Jones. Jones and his team pulling a bit of a strategy called Pat Patterson with just 2 fresh Goodyear tires on the pit stop.
Yeah, it'll be interesting here to see how this restart comes off. Right now, the Toyota pace car getting ready to make that left-hand corner. The fans are just waving and screaming at them as they get ready to restart.
Headed to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Echo Park Automotive, every car happy owner. Will restart with 5 laps to go in stage number 1 of the Coca-Cola 600. Michael McDowell getting shoved by Denny Hamlin as they head back to the banking in 1.
The pay window is open and Denny Hamlin wants to cash in. He gave Michael McDowell a huge shove. He was down low. Now he goes to the top. 3 wide for the lead. Here comes Kyle Larson to the race lead. Kyle Larson out front here in Charlotte.
Larson went bomb like he was shot out of a cannon. Now he'll try to hold on to the bottom side of the racetrack. Here's Larson getting wound up off the corner. He's going to be side by side, but Denny Hamlin not letting him go.
Hamlin has the momentum topside. They nearly swap some paint at the start-finish line. Larson digs hard down at the bottom of the racetrack. We're down to just 5 laps to go in the stage.
It's a 3-car battle for the lead as Chase Briscoe in third wants to keep it. Kyle Larson moves in front of Denny Hamlin to aero block him. The battle for second. Here comes Briscoe over Hamlin.
Briscoe had a great corner there coming off of turn number 2. Can he make it pay down here in 3 and 4? Larson goes down and holds on to the very bottom of the racetrack.
Coming to 3 to go at stage number 1. Kyle Larson is the leader. Denny Hamlin was fighting for that, but now he has a challenge to his inside, and it comes from teammate Chase Briscoe.
This has to be Kyle Larson's favorite view, and that's 2 Toyota teammates fighting hard for second. Briscoe down low will clear Denny Hamlin for the second spot. Can he catch Kyle Larson? That's the big question.
Hamlin goes right to the bumper of Briscoe to hold on to the third spot. Larson still controls by 3 car lengths midway through 3 and 4.
Down to the line, 2 laps to go in stage number 1. Championship points on the line if you're in the top 10. Kyle Larson, he's got the field in the rearview mirror, pulling under the 24 degrees of banking.
It's 2 car lengths and closing to a half car length as Chase Briscoe closes in on Larson. Denny Hamlin closes in on Briscoe, and Tyler Reddick closes in on Hamlin for a car battle for the lead.
Even separation amongst those first 4 cars, about a car length and a half to each one of them. Here's Larson now, bottom of the racetrack. Reddick's going to go way upstairs and go after Hamlin off 4.
1 lap to go in stage number 1. Reddick was rim riding, not able to cross over Denny Hamlin. Race leader Kyle Larson pulls away from Chase Briscoe.
Kyle Larson trying to hold off a wild pack of Toyotas. He's got a 2 car length lead over Chase Briscoe. Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin go side by side down the back stretch for the goal. Kyle Larson one final time in stage 1.
Reddick trying to make a move here, make it to Hamlin, trying to go to the bottom of the racetrack and get away from Reddick. He's going to hold on to the third spot as they exit 4.
Kyle Larson up off the corner, comes down to the line. Green and white checkered flag is in the air. Stage number 1 of the 67th Coca-Cola 600 is in the books. Kyle Larson wins stage 1. Chase Briscoe will be second. Tyler Reddick nips Denny Hamlin at the line to take third. Hamlin will be 4th. Eric Jones 5th. Ryan Blaney 6th. Ty Gibbs 7th. Ryan Preece 8th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th. And Shane Van Gisbergen 10th.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of U.S. Soccer and FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Coca-Cola. For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists. For long-distance love. For introverts and extroverts. The thinkers and the doers. For old friends and new. Coca-Cola. For everyone. Pick up some Coca-Cola at a store near you.
Stage 1 break of the Coca-Cola 600 as the field is midway down the back straightaway behind the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. We're going to wait and see if they plan to open pit road this time by. If not, we'll come back and give you those pit stops as Kyle Larson has won stage number 1, followed by Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, and Eric Jones. From the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I'm David Stiles, and each weekday, Andrew Kurland and I bring you the biggest stories from the garage on our daily show, Garage Pass.
I finally got onto a smooth road and just did one of those ladders and woke up tumbling, out through the middle of the desert. And we had literally a vehicle that would move down the race course and chase you. Well, our chase truck got into a fender bender in a small little town, and the guys got locked up in jail.
That's PRN's Garage Pass right here.
Mike Rowe on the student organization known as Skills USA.
Well, everybody talks about high unemployment. It seems to me that the real problem is the skills gap. There are opportunities available, millions of them. Skills USA is on the front line. They're encouraging soft skills, specific skills. They're the connective tissue in between the opportunities that exist and the hopes that a lot of parents and kids have for their own future.
Learn more at microworks.com and skillsusa.org.
Skills USA, champions at work.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We work the evening hours. Lights are on. Still plenty of daylight, however. And pit lane will open up this time by. By the way, the beneficiary of the free pass will be Carson Hosebar. That will give us 34 cars on the lead lap. Hosebar made an unscheduled green flag stop a little earlier in the race.
Boy, that is a big benefit. Spire Motorsports has had trouble with a couple of their cars, both Carson Hosevar and Daniel Suarez. Michael McDowell's been running very, very well throughout this race. And the Toyota Camry XSE pace car is going to exit turn number 4. And at the end of this stage, we'll see how many takers we have, as we did have some cars coming down pit road on that last caution. A lot of them stay out, but we do have some coming in right now. So we'll go ahead and get a sweep of pit road and get some updates. We'll start things off with Napa pit reporter Alan Cavana.
And that's Eric Jones coming down pit road. He took 2 tires just a few laps ago and was able to get track position and some stage points. So he's going to put more tires on that 43, Wendy.
Michael McDowell led a few laps. He built free when he stayed out on that last run. Got a little bit rough on the right side. Their goal was to pit at the end of this stage. At lap 57, also Chris Buescher on pit road, guys.
So,
thank you very much, Wendy. Thank you very much, Alan Cavana. A handful of cars coming onto pit road. Ross Chastain back there once again. And they tried a big strategy play with Ross Chastain earlier. It did not pay off whatsoever. Now it's literally their notebook just got turned upside down, Alex, and they're coming down pit road probably more than planned.
Yeah, so stage number 1 is in the books. Laps continue to count, so we're already into stage number 2 of the Coca-Cola 600. Coca-Cola Racing family member Kyle Petty joining us. This past week, we had the vote for the NASCAR Hall of Fame. Kevin Harvick is in. Larry Phillips is in the NASCAR Hall of Fame class of 2027. And Jeff Burton. Your thoughts of what the voting panel did?
So for me, it was a solid class. I said it in the room, so I don't mind saying it here. I would have liked to have seen a crew chief or an engine builder or someone other than drivers. We just seem to keep stacking towards drivers, and that's what that's what we're focusing on right here. But it takes an engine builder to make these cars run. It takes a crew chief to make these calls. You talk about the strategy we see with Ross Chastain. It failed. That's all right. 450 miles left in this 600-mile race. You know what I mean? There's plenty of time. But I looked at it. Jeff Burton, when you look at what Jeff has meant to the sport, what he means to the Drivers' Council as we move to the next generation of drivers, it's critical. It is important. And he has been a great leader in the garage area, outside the garage. Kevin Harvick goes without saying. Oh, my God, look at his numbers, the championships, everything he's done. And Larry Phillips, I will say this, Rusty Wallace spoke eloquently on behalf of Larry Phillips and really put Phillips's career in perspective. And the amount of drivers that Larry Phillips, Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, Kenny Schrader, guys like that, he taught those guys how to race by racing against them. So it was pretty cool.
Let's get an update from pit road and our Napa Auto Parts pit reporter, Brent McMillan.
Just an update on Austin Hill, who, of course, is filling in what is now the 33 that would have been Kyle Busch's car. He says that he's still looking for the right line as he goes around the track. And he said when he hits it, it feels really, really good. They're telling him, you know what, you're doing a great job. Hang in there. We got another 99 laps to figure it out. Then when we get to lap 200, we're going to really start racing.
Thank you very much, Brett McMillan. Let's give you a leaderboard update as they'll restart stage number 2 here at Charlotte. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com.
Kyle Larson is the race leader at lap 105. Chase Briscoe is second. Tyler Reddick goes third. Denny Hamlin is fourth, and Ryan Blaney fifth. Ty Gibbs is sixth. Ryan Preece is seventh. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is eighth. Shane Van Gisbergen in ninth. And Joey Logano into the top 10 for the first time tonight.
Daniel Suarez, after having to make an unscheduled pit stop earlier, he is up to 11th. Austin Dillon 12th. 13th, Brad Keselowski. 14th is William Byron. Josh Berry is 15th. He was actually our first caution of the race. 16th, A.J. Allmendinger. Riley Herbst 17th. 18th is Austin Hill. Corey Heim is 19th. Zane Smith is 20th after a speeding penalty earlier.
21st is Todd Gilliland. Alex Bowman started tonight's race at the back of the field for unapproved adjustments. They've rallied up to 22nd. Christopher Bell, after a pit road penalty, rallying back as well. He's 23rd. Bubba Wallace is 24th. He had a bout with the wall early on. Chris Buescher's 25th. Ty Dillon 26th. Michael McDowell 27th. Noah Gregson 28th. John Hunter Nemechek 29th. And Ross Chastain is 30th.
Cody Ware runs 31st. 32nd is Cole Custer. Carson Hocevar back on the lead lap in 33rd. Eric Jones, the last car on the lead lap. He came down to pit road. He runs 34th. Minus 1 lap, Timmy Hill in 35th. 36th, Catherine Legg. Out of the race, Chase Elliott will finish 37th. 38th will be Austin Cindric. And Connor Zilic will finish 39th.
We're in the transition from starting the race under sunshine to now dusk before we go into complete darkness. Kyle, how temperamental is Charlotte Motor Speedway when that transition happens?
Okay, there's 2 racetracks we race on that is so sensitive to light and to heat. Indianapolis, Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they rank the same, man. You cannot make a lap in the middle of the day here when it's hot and slick, but when it gets cool, when the shade gets on the racetrack, as the sun goes down right now, it picks up grip. I don't know how much the racetrack's going to change today because we've been overcast all day long. There's been a lot of cool weather that have come through here. So it's going to be interesting to see where it goes. I don't think we're going to see the drastic swing that we usually see, but it will change.
Cars continue under caution here. I want to take the opportunity, Kyle, to talk about a nice little journey across these great United States that you just took. The 30th anniversary of the Kyle Petty Charity Ride. You started in Sonoma, California, and wound up all the way at the Victory Junction Gang Camp here in North Carolina.
Yeah, it was amazing. We had a great ride this year. It was our 30th anniversary ride. That first year we started in Sonoma, ended at a little place called Sandwich Construction Company, which is right down the street here, where all the teams used to eat. I think Hendrick Motorsports made it famous. That's where they took all their stuff and had their victory celebrations many years ago. But we lapped the racetrack in Sonoma and took the green flag, lapped this speedway 2 weeks ago, and took the checkered flag, and it was phenomenal. Went to Bass Pro Shops with Johnny Morris, went to visit Elvis at Graceland. That was pretty good. The Coker Museum in Chattanooga, Wheels Through Time Museum in Maggie Valley. We just saw a lot of stuff, met a lot of great people through the country, raised a lot of money for Victory Junction to be able to send kids to camp.
That's the most important thing. To the Infield Care Center in Alan Cavana.
And Chase Elliott is out. You just saw the replay. You described it as edgy. Is that what happened?
Yeah, just made a mistake. Pushed over the line. Was trying to find some pace and was trying to find it in all the wrong places, I guess. So just pushed too far and paid the penalty.
All right, simple as that. Early exit for Chase Elliott. He's all right, though.
Thank you very much, Alan Cavana. The field coming to the Freeway Insurance Choose. They will choose the lane in which they will restart. Your race leader is Kyle Larson. He chooses the bottom lane. Chase Briscoe is going to go topside. This will be our first restart of stage number 2. They'll restart this stage with 93 laps to go in the stage. Still 293 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600.
So you're saying there's a chance for everybody that's still on the racetrack.
Even Kyle Petty.
The field now, 2 by 2 down the backstretch. Kyle, this is just an ultimate tough race for a race car driver.
It is, and we see Chase there, and he talks about stepping over the line, trying to find speed in all the wrong places. I love that. He's trying to find speed early in the race. You can't find speed late in the race. You can't go looking for something when it's time to pounce, when it's time to make something happen, when you have to be aggressive. I love that. And he admits that he stepped over the line. But you got to give a guy 100 points for trying, man, because you try every lap out here.
Chase Elliott came into this race third in the Cup standings on the strength of 2 wins at Martinsville and at Texas Motor Speedway. And unfortunately for him, an early exit. He'll finish 37th. Alex, the Toyota Camry XSE pace car, hits the pit lane.
As they're coming to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone, every car, happy owner. Echo Park Automotive, green flag goes back in the air, and we're racing here to get stage 2 underway. Inside lane. Kyle Larson gets a good launch. He has no choice. He's got a trunk full of Denny Hamlin.
We've seen a variety of different leaders, and Kyle Larson is the latest of them. He will really gap the drivers behind him. 3 car lengths, the battles for second. Hamlin and Briscoe go side by side.
Yeah, Larson got a nice lead down the backstretch here as he works his way into turn 3. Hamlin going to work on Briscoe. Reddick trying to ride the top of the wall to catch up.
Ryan Preece working in the back of the top 10, got into the outside retaining wall and just kept it in the gas. He's still on the move. Up front, it's Kyle Larson. Chase Briscoe trying to take away second from Hamlin.
Looks similar to the end of stage number 1. Larson leads over a gaggle of Toyotas. Denny Hamlin down low. He's working on Chase Briscoe for second. Then behind him, Ryan Blaney is back. He's on the inside of Reddick.
Blaney battling for that 3rd, 4th spot up front. Reddick trying to hold on to the outside wall area, and Briscoe and Hamlin run together all four.
And Briscoe on the outside lane will swing across the bow of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin looks to the left, sees a hard charging Tyler Reddick to the inside.
Yeah, Reddick had a huge run down off of turn number 4 and will try to use that to his advantage. Up front, though, Chase Briscoe to the inside of Kyle Larson. Wheel for the lead here at the Coke 600.
They stay locked together now, midway down the backstretch. Briscoe on the bottom lane, Larson to the outside, and Briscoe will easily take that point.
Chase Briscoe has been trying all race long to lead the Coca-Cola 600. He goes across the start-finish line, pulling away from Kyle Larson. The battle is for fourth between Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick.
Ty Gibbs will go to the bottom of the banking. Tyler Reddick, the middle groove of the racetrack. Two Toyota teammates fighting for that fourth position. They're dead even down the back straightaway.
They stay locked together. They're Reddick to the outside, Gibbs to the inside. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, they line up coming through the corner as Briscoe leads Larson and Hamlin.
That's the top three. They're still stacked up wheel to wheel for position number 4. Outside lane, and Tyler Reddick hangs on to the position. Ty Gibbs is chomping at the bit to take it away.
Tyler Reddick finally settled that battle. Blaney wants a piece of Ty Gibbs now. Ryan Blaney down low. Ty Gibbs runs the middle groove of the racetrack. Blaney trying to recover and make some ground up here in the Coke 600.
Blaney with a red, white, and blue car tonight, number 12 on it as he works the bottom side of the racetrack. Gibbs right alongside him off turn 4.
Denny Hamlin on the move. He just took away that second spot from Kyle Larson. You've got Tyler Reddick behind Larson. Ty Gibbs is running there, but Ryan Blaney, as we mentioned, he is on the move trying to get to the top 5.
Ty Gibbs had a mirror full of Ryan Blaney. Blaney sent it in deeper than Ty Gibbs, and that might give Ryan Blaney the spot. Ty Gibbs, though, is going to draw back to his outside.
Yeah, Gibbs gets some momentum off the top side down there in 2. He's going to be side by side with Blaney, though, that battle for the 5th spot, but they stay locked together, all 4.
Going to work their way back to the double dog legs of the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Lap 114 goes on the board. Briscoe up front. Hamlin second. Kyle Larson third as they race to 1.
Ty Gibbs has just been a magnet for these electric battles tonight here in Charlotte. He is looking to the inside of Tyler Reddick as he was able to clear himself of Ryan Blaney.
Then it's Gibbs. Blaney closes down again on Gibbs, trying to pick up some more of that momentum. Tyler Reddick working the top side of the racetrack, trying to get Kyle Larson.
Coming to 85 laps to go in stage number 2 of the Coca-Cola 600. Chase Briscoe leads Denny Hamlin as we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Alongside Alex Hayden and 1987 Coca-Cola 600 winner Kyle Petty, my name is Brad Gilley. Joining us in the turns, we have Andrew Curlin and Pat Patterson. On pit road, our Napa pit reporters, Wendy Venturini, Alan Cabana, and Brett McMillan. Chase Briscoe leads the Coca-Cola 600 by 0.6 of a second over Denny Hamlin. 84 to go in the stage. And Kyle, Alex, you talk about just how hard people are racing here. A couple of laps ago, I looked back in the field. Alex Bowman was running in the 27th spot. He was in a 3-wide battle when Noah Gragson drove to the inside and took them 4 wide. They were racing for 27th, and they're racing that hard here tonight.
My dad and I talk about it all the time when the race is over. They race harder for 15th and 16th than they race for the win. And you see great 3-wide racing, great 2-wide racing. You see some incredible moves from guys like Josh Berry, from guys like Daniel Suarez, from guys like Alex Bowman. You see some incredible racing. We get so caught up at the front, we miss the other part of it. But that shows how critical each one of these points are. We're fighting for playoff positions, and it's not winning you're in anymore. It's give me some points.
Challenge and change for the number 3 spot. Tyler Reddick around Kyle Larson. How about a call here in stage number 2 to the driver up to the 7th spot? That's Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a single-car effort at Hayek Motorsports. Stenhouse shouldn't be a surprise. Finished top 12 in 5 of the last 6 Coca-Cola 600s.
And he is very strong, fastest in overall speed yesterday in the 45-minute practice session. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and that team, just down the road in Harrisburg, North Carolina, right down the street from where they build Legends cars at U.S. Legends International there on Highway 49.
And just a couple of weeks back, they announced a contract extension for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. It's got to be a luxury, Kyle, as a race car driver to know what your future is going to be.
It is the ultimate goal, is to know what your future is going to be as a race car driver. I'm telling you, man, because it is, you fear for your job every race you run. You really do. And we talk about it all the time. The worst thing that can happen to a driver is to see somebody else sitting in your seat. Good kudos to this team for sticking with Ricky Stenhouse, because they are beginning to turn a corner a little bit and build something.
I love the relief we saw in you. It was almost like you had a flashback to every contract you signed.
Listen, nobody signed me. I did race to race. That's the way most of my owners, even my dad, just let me have race to race. That was kind of it. He said, we'll let you know next week.
Well, it worked out. An outstanding career for Kyle Petty. Up front on lap number 121, Chase Briscoe enjoys a 0.6 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin. Two more Toyotas in the top four, with Tyler Reddick third. Ty Gibbs is fourth. Rest of the top 10, we'll see the Chevrolet of Kyle Larson fifth. The Ford of Ryan Blaney sixth. Seventh is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Shane Van Gisbergen having a nice start to the race. He is eighth. Brad Keselowski, after some extra pit stops earlier, is ninth. And Josh Berry, who put us under the caution flag on lap 34 with a spin in turn 2, is back to the top 10.
And we have 78 laps to go in stage number 2 of the Coca-Cola 600.
Whether your engine runs daily or only when you need it, C-Max Micro Lubricant is the force you need against carbon buildup that can damage your engine. Combustion causes carbon and other harmful deposits to build up in your engine, fuel system, and transmission. And carbon is like sandpaper, rubbing against your engine's internal parts. You don't want that. You want C-Max Micro Lubricant. It soaks into metal and keeps your vehicle running at peak performance. Find out more at cmax.com or visit us on Facebook and X. Protect your engine to the max with C-Max.
Wherever you are in life, Freeway gives you more ways to choose and more ways to save. You choose the coverage, you choose the price. Because at Freeway, it's all about real people, real choices, and real savings for every driver. No matter where you live, Freeway's here to help. Your way. And remember, you always win with Freeway. Go to freeway.com and start saving today. Freeway, your way.
From the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hey, it's Charlie and Debbie, along with NASCAR legend Kyle Petty, inviting you to join us for Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown.
Each week, we'll put it in reverse and take a trip down memory lane, looking back at that week's top 20 country songs from years past.
We'll dive into what made those songs and artists move the needle, what pop culture trends made those years unique.
And you'll get to hear me tell stories only I can tell.
So don't miss Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown right here each week.
This July, it's more than a race. It's a full-on, wide-open NASCAR weekend. The Quaker State 400, available at Walmart, takes over Echo Park Speedway July 11th and 12th. Engines roaring, lights blazing. It's high-speed action on the track and tailgates that turn into stories. All under the lights. Bring your crew, make memories. It's a summer night you won't forget. The Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. Get tickets now at EchoParkSpeedway.com.
NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 Triple Header Weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Coca-Cola 600. 74 laps to go in stage number 2. 74 laps to go until the halfway point of this race. And a great opportunity while Kyle Petty is up here to give you a Coca-Cola Racing family update. Austin Dillon has run his way up into the top 10. He is currently 18th, however. Chase Elliott, unfortunately, out of this race. He'll finish 32nd. Denny Hamlin, a former winner of the Coca-Cola 600, is in the runner-up spot right now. Joey Logano from the mid-30s where he started up to 13th. Daniel Suarez had problems earlier. He's raced his way back up to 17th. Bubba Wallace also brushed the outside retaining wall. He is running 33rd, but he is still on the lead lap. That update brought to you by Coca-Cola. Grab a Coke and enjoy the race.
This race is going by rather quickly. 128 laps already complete. Yesterday, in the 45-minute practice session, the overwhelming majority, more than half of the cars in practice yesterday, ran laps faster than last year's 600 pole speed. The pace of these cars and the notebook that these teams continue to build just continues to get better and better as the speeds increase.
And that's a tribute to the NASCAR crew chiefs, the teams, the engineers. Listen, you give them something, and we see it so many times. NASCAR will change the rule, give them a new product, whatever it may be, and they start slow. But the pace picks up, and the acceleration of development that these teams throw on the racetrack is just phenomenal. And the drivers have to keep pace at the same time, and it's hard for the drivers to keep pace sometimes with the brain power that sits on top of those pit boxes down there.
Looking at a battle just outside the top 10, Josh Berry spun. He was our first caution. He's running in 11th. Christopher Bell, an equipment interference penalty. He's running in 12th. Andrew Curlin, they're coming to you, and Bell is on the move.
It's impressive to see two drivers with some speed after some tough starts. Christopher Bell getting by Josh Berry, moved to his inside, moved Christopher Bell another position forward.
Yeah, earlier Bell was really getting a lot of speed through 3 and 4. He's continuing to do that. He moves away from Josh Berry now. He'll go hunt Chris Butcher.
They work their way up off of turn number 4. The lion's share of the top 10 have basically given themselves plenty of racing room. Kyle, have we reached the point in the 600 where you're just wanting to do what we call logging some laps?
I'm not sure they log laps anymore, except at Talladega and Daytona. Honestly, when you get into it, talking to Matt Kenseth a few years ago about when he ran here the last few times, it was like qualifying every lap. So as we get into this, you can't give up a single lap anymore. And the equipment will set under you, so you got to make it happen.
All right, so here we go as we work our way through the field. Seeing some battles on the racetrack, but for the most part up front, Chase Briscoe, a 0.6 of a second advantage over Denny Hamlin, 4.2 seconds back to Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, good racing there as these drivers find some space, but that doesn't mean they're not close together other places around the track. Here they come up off turn number 4. Ty Gibbs trying to apply some pressure to the back bumper of Tyler Reddick. This battle for position number 3 begins to heat up. They go through the second part of the double dog leg to turn number 1.
It's that type of the run here in the middle of the stage where Ty Gibbs, in his case, he's got a real Tyler Reddick in, lap by lap. It's about 5-6 car lengths back to Tyler Reddick.
Got to be impressed with the consistency of the 54 so far this year. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack here in 3 and 4, tries to close the gap a little bit on Reddick.
And Ty Gibbs now as he's chasing down Tyler Reddick. This is a battle for the 3rd spot in the Coca-Cola 600. We have 66 laps to go in stage number 2, and we're going to be getting close to green flag pit stops. If they want to split the stage, Alex Hayden, we're talking about 15 to 20 laps to do that.
The fuel window for Sunoco fuel in a full tank is open right now. They can go anywhere from 65 to 68 laps, depending on if a driver has rolling out of the throttle and saving a little fuel out there in this opening stint of stage number 2. So, yeah, you can come down to pit lane anytime. Problem is here, the lap times that they are running, they're clicking off laps in the low 31-second bracket. If you come to pit lane under green, you will lose a lap, and you better hope that you don't get a caution flag.
And that is a big risk. If you short pit this, you run the risk of a caution coming out and pinning you a lap down. If your car is not fast, a lot of other people come to pit road, you stay out as long as you possibly can, and then you hope for that caution flag. But as we look for battles on the racetrack, we still have that battle going on for the 3rd spot between Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs, and that goes across the start-finish line and heads back to Andrew.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs has been chipping away at Tyler Reddick, as we said, lap by lap. It's about 2 car lengths in closing. Can Ty Gibbs finally pounce on Tyler Reddick for that spot? He'll have to do it in turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, we'll watch and see. Also up front now, is Briscoe going to have to work his way around some lap cars, and Hamlin really closes in.
Hamlin now, a car length and a half off the back deck lid. They go by Catherine Legg. They close in on more lap traffic in turn number 1.
Lap traffic is causing issues for Chase Briscoe. He darts below the lap car. Denny Hamlin decides to go above. They're going to split that lap car of Todd Dillon for a moment. Denny Hamlin, though, on the back bumper of Briscoe.
Hamlin got a great run off the hill down there, and 2 goes right to the bumper of Briscoe. Briscoe goes right where he needed to be, arrow-wise, shuts the door on him.
Denny Hamlin moved up a lane on the racetrack, however. That gives him just a little bit of momentum. It is 1 car length separating the 2 teammates leading the Coca-Cola 600.
Clear traffic in front of Chase Briscoe, so these 2 will tango it out themselves. Denny Hamlin down low. Chase Briscoe runs just a groove off the top end of the racetrack. He'll get a good run down the back straightaway.
Half a car length separate first and second here. Briscoe with the lead. Briscoe goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin lets his car veer out towards the wall. Not going to be able to make up any distance there.
A classic example of dirtying up the air across the nose of your competition. Hamlin went way up the track after Briscoe chopped him off in turn number 4. They head back to 1.
Alex, you know what they say, defense wins championships, and right now that is keeping Chase Briscoe in the lead. He's running the same groove as Denny Hamlin. That's allowing him to extend his advantage.
Yeah, Hamlin really took advantage of those slower cars a few minutes ago. Briscoe really now has that aero advantage as they both work down on the bottom side of the racetrack.
Denny Hamlin had to back off the fight for a lap, but I think he's going to get right back in it. It's 2 car lengths separating the two. Chase Briscoe looking in his rearview mirror at teammate Hamlin.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin once again trying to put another attack here on Chase Briscoe. He's going to run maybe half a groove higher than Chase Briscoe behind it, trying to find some clean air to get around him for the race lead.
You got 2 pretty evenly matched cars from JGR right there. Briscoe trying to use everything he can do down at the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin trying to work off the top side again off 4.
Most of these drivers at the front of the field have in the neighborhood of 16 to 18 more laps of Sunoco fuel left in the tank. Pit stops are on the horizon. The battles continue in the top 5, headed to Andrew Curlin.
Here comes Denny Hamlin. He's just half a car length off the leader of Chase Briscoe. Briscoe, though, gets in his air, and he's going to extend his lead again.
Exactly right, Andrew. Briscoe doing a nice job of knowing where Denny wants to go, and he lets his car drift right up in front of him and stops his impeding air coming forward.
Denny Hamlin now, he's closing in on Chase Briscoe as they hit the start-finish line. Right on the rear deck lid, 2 Toyotas racing for the lead.
Can Denny Hamlin do something with Chase Briscoe here? Chase Briscoe.
Oh, 1 second. Try to get this leaderboard back for you guys. Give me 1 second.
Lanes are usable. Denny Hamlin uses the bottom. He'll assume the top spot on lap number 143.
4 lengths off the race leader.
Hamlin now pulling away. I'd say 3 to 4 like you just said, Andrew. Hamlin bottom of the racetrack. Takes his number 11 down to that blue and white line. Here's the leader off 4.
Denny Hamlin coming off of turn number 4. Coca-Cola Racing family driver leads the Coca-Cola 600. But we have pit stops underway, Wendy Venturini.
William Byron will be one of the first guys to hit pit road in a green flag condition. He felt like he had no grip. They are going to make a chassis and an air pressure adjustment. 4 tires in Sunoco fuel for William Byron. He is down and away.
Austin Dillon now peeling off the racetrack. He's going to make his way down pit road. We've got another car behind him. That's Daniel Suarez. Both of them coming back to you, Wendy.
Daniel Suarez and Austin Dillon with the red, white, and blue paint schemes. I hear from the spotters it's difficult to see them from up top. It's going to be 4 tires for both of them. A chassis adjustment for Austin Dillon, even though he felt like the balance was decent. 4 tires, and Daniel Suarez is away. A little bit longer stop for Austin Dillon. Brett McMillan.
Todd Gilman just finished up his pit stop, and now the number 33 car of Austin Hill's in. He's down and away after a 4-tire change. Kozlowski's in. He's battling a suit that is not working properly, so he's hiding his car right now. They're coming around the right side of the car. Everything's going well on this stop, and now they're on the left side. As this stop continues, they're not having a chance to work on that cool suit yet. Wendy Venturini.
Chase Briscoe is in for his green flag pit stop. He was really loose this run. They are going to pull the tear off. First Lieutenant Tyler on the windshield for Chase Briscoe. They also make a chassis adjustment down and away for Chase Briscoe. Brett McMillan.
Corey Heim coming in, and we also have Ryan Priest coming in as well. Ryan Priest says the car has been just a little bit tight. They're going to give him an air pressure adjustment. They come down to the right side of that car. Also in, we have Corey Heim. They're on the right side of that car. A little bit slow there. And now as they come to the left side, going to give him an air pressure adjustment. Winnie Venturini.
Denny Hamlin says his car is not bad. It gets tighter on that higher lane, especially in turns 1 and 2. Little free low for Denny Hamlin. 4 tires of fuel. It's a fast stop
come to a stop. He said the car's just a little bit tight. On the right side there, Jack drops a bit of an air pressure adjustment. Also chassis just from the right side, finishing up the stop on the left side. A little bit slow on the left side, and Coleman stalls, and now they're going to push him down pit road. That costly on time. Wendy Venturini.
Ty Gibbs took about 6 laps to get his car comfortable and going, and it was a little bit tight early. 4 tires, and they shook that gas can to get as much fuel as possible for Ty Gibbs.
Working under a cycle of green flag pit stops, Christopher Bell has inherited the race lead. Chris Buescher is up to second. Carson Hocevar goes to third. Those drivers are yet to make a pit stop as Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. now come to pit lane. Brad, those drivers that made pit stops hoping it stays green, while these other drivers that are staying out are playing the gamble hoping for a caution.
And what a whirlwind. Still waiting on Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano, Cole Custer, Micah McDowell, Ross Chastain, to name a few. We've got more cars coming in. I see Chris Buescher now hitting the pit lane, and he'll get service from his crew at RFK Racing. And a lot happening here. We've got 50 laps to go here in stage number 2. Wendy Venturini.
Chris Buescher comes to a stop directly in front of us. They are going to make a chassis adjustment on the right side. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, and that red, white, blue car is down and away. Alan Cabana.
Joey Logano got better as that run went along. He's on and off the pit road. Christopher Bell now on pit road after that penalty. He was driving through the field. They need more of that small adjustment.
More cars begin to come off the racetrack and come to pit lane. Cole Custer is coming in. Here comes Ross Chastain, the defending champion of the Coca-Cola 600. Carson Hocevar assumes the race lead. Back to Alan Cabana.
Ross Chastain got off sequence earlier, just trying to make that track position back. On and off for Ross Chastain.
Ross Chastain now will take that jockey Chevrolet off of the pit road. Carson Hocevar is the leader, followed by Bubba Wallace. They're the only 2 who have not come to pit lane. Denny Hamlin, once they do, is going to be the driver that resumes the lead. He was able to have a faster pit stop and get out ahead of his teammate, Chase Briscoe. And man, Kyle, when these green flag pit stops are coming, there is just so much happening all at the same time on pit road, and it's really their time to shine.
It's the pit crew's time to shine, and that's where you see it's such a team sport. It's one of those things where if you come down pit road and lose a second, we talk about it all the time. It's 100 yards or more on the racetrack. It is crazy how much time you can lose, or with a great pit crew, how much time you can gain.
To your point, Denny Hamlin and the cars that made green flag stops got out in front of Chase Briscoe by a second and a half, just by the driver, how late you get on the brakes, the pit stop itself, rolling time down pit lane, and then how quickly you can accelerate. Back to our Napa pit reporter, Brett McMillan.
And Bubba Wallace comes to a stop in his pit stall. He said they'd like some help in turns 1 and 2. They're going to have an air pressure adjustment. And now around to the left side of the car, filling up the Sunoco fuel, slapping on those left side tires. A really good stop for them, 9.5 seconds.
Carson Hocevar has given up the race lead. He'll come to pit road. That will give it back to Denny Hamlin, who is taking the lead over from Chase Briscoe right before the cycle started. Brett McMillan.
And Carson Hocevar comes to a stop. He's been handling race car all night long, and now they're calling for the come back around to the right side. He's on the right rear tire check. He says, get back over here. The tire's not tight. They're working on it again, hitting it again, and again. This is going to be a costly stop. They're trying to put the hub back on there again. Finally, they get that taken care of. Oh, this is going to be a costly stop for Hocevar.
It almost looks, Kyle, as we got a chance to see it from our vantage point, that one single lug nut on the right rear may have gotten cross-thread and they couldn't get it to tighten.
It looked like they dropped it when they dropped the tire, dropped the car before they had it on. Then when they jacked it back up, it was not. And you saw them have to reach in with their hand, kind of get it back on the thread. The jack guy actually reached in and got it in the right place.
Yeah, so a tough stop. And basically they dropped the car. Once they drop the car, if that lug is not tight, then they're going to have to come back around and jack it back up. Denny Hamlin resumes the lead of the Coca-Cola 600. Chase Briscoe, Ty Gibbs, 2 teammates of Hamlin, run second and third. Then it's Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick rounding out the top 5. 44 laps to go here in stage number 2.
This is Kyle Petty for Echo Park Automotive, and I'm here to tell you why you should shop Echo Park before you buy a car, truck, or SUV. Over half of inventory at Echo Park is priced below $25,000, and car for car, truck for truck. Echo Park Automotive's pricing is $3,000 less than the competition. Maybe that's why Echo Park has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Echo Park Automotive is built to make sure you drive away happy. It's even in their name, Echo Park Automotive. Every car, happy owner. The official used car retailer of Speedway Motorsports.
When it comes to maintaining your engine to run at peak performance, trust Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max soaks into metal and is so easy to add to your oil or gas to disperse carbon buildup in your engine, fuel system, and transmission. Protect your vehicle's engine to the max with Z-Max. Check us out at zmax.com or visit us on Facebook and X to find out more about our full line of products. Remember the name Z-Max for your car, big rig, small engines, firearms, and more. That's Z-Max Micro Lubricant.
From the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Here's Bubba Wallace on the importance of sponsorships.
This sport was built on relationships and partnerships and sponsorships, and none of this is possible without our sponsors and being able to represent Fortune 500 companies and just all around great people. I've had a fair share of sponsors be a part of my career and forever in debt, forever grateful for the opportunities to represent those brands.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
Hi, this is PRN's Andrew Curlin. Weekends are the time to get stuff done. And when you're on the go, make sure you take advantage of the PRN mobile app. You can catch myself from the pits or the turns covering the action alongside our incredibly talented PRN crew. So you can listen to us from anywhere, at home, on the road, or even at the racetrack. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips by downloading the PRN mobile app today. Available in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Cue up the rowdy rap. We're going to dance in Victory Lane tonight. Kyle Busch has now conquered every active track on the NASCAR circuit as he rolls out of turn 4 to the start-finish line. Kyle Busch wins for the first time in Charlotte as he takes home the Coca-Cola 600.
Doug Rice and Pat Patterson with the winning call of the 2018 Coca-Cola 600. Kyle Busch came to Charlotte, the only active track where he had not been to victory lane. He won the pole for the race, led 377 of 400 laps, and did something that no one had ever done and no one has done since, win on every track. On Thursday, we lost Kyle Busch. We raced with heavy hearts, but we also celebrate his career, Kyle Petty.
A phenomenal talent. Phenomenal. One of the most talented guys ever to set in a race car. I've said it before. Tim Richmond, I thought, was one of the most talented, natural talent to ever set in a car, but Kyle Busch had it. He could do anything, anytime, anywhere. And I don't think until he was gone, until this week, that so many people realized how many people he touched in the garage area, how many lives he touched in the garage area, whether it be crew members, whether it be other drivers. His fingerprints will be on this sport for many, many years to come, through different crew members, different drivers, and the records that he set.
Incredible scene in pre-race as well. The entire starting field, a lot of the team owners, including Richard Childress, Joe Gibbs, Rick Hendrick, all went down towards the exit of the pit lane. They have a black number 8 with Kyle Busch's signature painted on the green grass at the exit of the pit lane. Samantha Busch and Brexton and Lennox all came to the racetrack, if only for a moment. Highly emotional. Tom and Gay Busch, Kurt Busch, the entire family was here. I know it's super early, but a tremendous opportunity to let the grieving process continue and potentially start a healing process.
Steve O'Donnell, the CEO of NASCAR, gave a very moving speech. He ended it with, Samantha, Brexton, Lennox, we got you. And we are always going to be your family. And it is certainly an emotional moment. We are going to heal, but we also will never forget the impact that Kyle Busch has had on this sport and how many lives they touch, not just through the racing community, but the bundle of joy fun for couples who are not going to be able to realize the dream of being parents, what they have done to raise money, donate money to IVF. It has just been incredible, the mark that they left and the mark they continue to leave.
It is amazing as we continue here to race with heavy hearts in the Coca-Cola 600. Denny Hamlin's lead has grown now to 4 seconds over second place Chase Briscoe. The rest of the top 10 on lap 167 sees Ty Gibbs third, Kyle Larson is fourth, and Tyler Reddick fifth. Christopher Bell with a good bounce back is sixth. Ryan Blaney, same. He is seventh. Shane Van Gisbergen is eighth. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. ninth, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top 10.
Ryan Priest runs in 11th. Josh Berry is 12th. Zane Smith 13th. Brad Keselowski with a failing cool suit is 14th. Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Austin Dillon. AJ Allmendinger 17th. Cole Custer is 18th. 19th, William Byron. And Corey Heim has jumped into the top 20.
Celebrating a 36th birthday today, running 21st is Joey Logano. That will change. He's just gotten by Corey Heim. Logano up to 20th. Heim drop kicked to 21st. Then Riley Herbst 22nd. Michael McDowell is 23rd. Ross Chastain 24th. Austin Hill 25th. Austin Hill currently the last car on the lead lap. 26th is John Hunter Nemechek. Noah Gragson is 27th. Ty Dillon goes 28th. Bubba Wallace 29th. And Cody Ware is 30th.
After that slow pit stop, Carson Hocevar dropped down to 31st. Alex Bowman 32nd. Todd Gilliland 33rd. 34th is Daniel Suarez. Catherine Legg, after making an early exit from the Indy 500, is running 35th in the Coca-Cola 600. 36th is Timmy Hill. The rest of these cars out of the race. Chase Elliott will finish 37th. Austin Cindric 38th. And Connor Zillage 39th. That leaderboard update brought to you by State Water Heaters. When you need a water heater, make sure you get a State. Visit statewaterheaters.com to find a professional installer near you.
Denny Hamlin's lead is still right at 4 seconds. However, the battle for second begins to tighten up. They come funneling up off of turn number 4. Chase Briscoe has it. However, if he looks to the inside, he is going to see a hard-charging Ty Gibbs.
This is a long time in the making for Ty Gibbs to reel in Chase Briscoe. Briscoe, though, doing exactly what he did to keep Denny Hamlin behind him. He's going to run Ty Gibbs' line, trying to block the air.
Yeah, he almost had him completely passed down here on the last lap. Then he had to back out of it. Here goes Gibbs again. Bottom of the racetrack. He'll pull ever closer to Briscoe again on 4.
Chase Briscoe comes down off of turn number 4. He drives in front of Ty Gibbs. Call it 2 car lengths as the 2 teammates once again continue to battle to 1.
It's about a 3-car separation, but what Chase Briscoe does not want to see is a lot of lap traffic right in front of him. Ty Gibbs down low. Briscoe runs the middle groove as Ty Gibbs tries to track down his teammate.
And they're going to catch some lap traffic here in just a minute. Noah Gragson right in front of them, about 8 or 10 car lengths. But the battle is side by side. Here's Gibbs trying to take that spot away again.
28 laps away from the conclusion of stage number 2 here in the Coke 600. And Brad, it won't be the typical end of a stage.
Once we close the stage and we award the top 10 finishers in stage number 2 points, the field will line up behind the Toyota Camry pace car. Once they do that, the pace car will lead the field down pit road. They will stop just shy of the start-finish line. Everyone will shut their engines off, and we will observe a moment of silence for our fallen here on Memorial Day weekend as we honor and remember those who have given up the ultimate sacrifice, and we also honor the families of those as well. It is truly a moving moment here in the Coca-Cola 600, and that is coming up in just 27 laps.
So we continue under the green flag. Denny Hamlin still the race leader. The battle for second just won't settle down between Ty Gibbs and Chase Briscoe. They've been working hard all the way around this 1.5-mile racetrack. This time by, it's going to be Gibbs that's going to get the better of Chase Briscoe. Here they come back to the start-finish line. Gibbs now opens up 5 or 6 car lengths now on Chase Briscoe. Kyle Petty, a member of the Coca-Cola Racing family. It's the Coke 600. What types of responsibilities do you have on race day?
I'm for Coca-Cola. These Coca-Cola racing drivers have been all over this place. Their fingerprints are everywhere. We saw Denny Hamlin, we saw Chase Elliott, we saw Joey Logano. All those guys were at the Gold Star luncheon and spent time with each one of the parents, with a lot of the families up there, which was incredibly special. Their hospitality duties out here in the fan zone doing things. It is amazing the footprint and what Coca-Cola has meant to the sport, but what they've meant to these drivers and their Chug for Charity program and everything they do. It's cool. And it's cool to see Denny Hamlin, who's a Coca-Cola racing driver, leading this thing. I'm going to say this. Back in the day when I raced, this place raced a lot like Dover, and watching Denny right here, coming from the All-Star race and what he did up there, he's just picked right up where he left over. here in Charlotte.
Yeah, he really did. One of the things I'd love to mention, Kyle, about what you said that happened in the fan zone and that happened with Coca-Cola's hospitality, we wouldn't know that unless we asked. And what I mean by that, Coca-Cola does all of this with true sincerity. They really care about our service members. They really care about the families, and they just do a lot of amazing things that we might never know about, but they're there and they are present.
Coca-Cola has been a part of so many lives, and we say it all the time. You know, it is truly America, and America's 250th birthday this year. Coca-Cola is the product, the thing that's out there week in and week out. But they do things quietly. They don't promote it as big. They don't say we did this, we did that. They are just always there for you, and they've been there for NASCAR. They've been there for these drivers, and it's a wonderful event.
As we continue in the 67th renewal of this great speed classic, the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Denny Hamlin maintaining that 4-second lead over Ty Gibbs. Chase Briscoe backsliding to third. He's getting some pressure now from the fourth place driver, Kyle Larson. And Tyler Reddick rounds out the top five.
Tyler Reddick does round out the top five. One of the battles I'm watching right now is happening between Shane Van Gisbergen and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Both of these drivers are trying to maintain some championship points here as we wind down stage number 2. Van Gisbergen, he's been running in the top 10 all night long. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., fastest in practice yesterday. He worked his way into the top 10 and trying to get that championship point. These drivers are coming into turn number 4 right now. Van Gisbergen, Alex, has just been rim riding throughout this race.
And I'm impressed with Shane Van Gisbergen, who's done nothing but turn left and right on road circuits, is really adjusted well to oval track racing. And Kyle, so many people say, you're just going in a circle. Obviously, it's far more inviting than that.
I always love the comment, you just ride around in circles out there. It's different every lap. Every lap the tires are worse. Every lap the car gets lighter because of the fuel. Every lap you get tireder. It is so different than what people think it is. And I think Shane has made huge strides this year, huge strides. We didn't even talk about him when we came to Charlotte, when we went to an oval last year, although he dominated the road courses. This year, he's showing up at these ovals, and he's had a great first half of this race.
Yeah, he is doing a great job. For sure. We have 20 laps to go in stage number 2 of the Coca-Cola 600. Denny Hamlin leads Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson, and Tyler Reddick, your top 5.
This is a consumer warning for men in our audience looking to buy generic versions of the blue or yellow pills online. Be very careful. Many of these products may be completely ineffective. Our research team has found versions of these blue and yellow pills for the
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway alongside Alex Hayden and Kyle Petty. My name is Brad Gilly. We have 15 to go here in stage number 2, and a battle brewing up in the top 5. Tyler Reddick currently running in that 5th spot. He wants to try and take away 4th from Larson, Alex, as they head off 4.
Yeah, this is a great race as we get closer and closer to the end of the stage. Larson rockets by the start-finish line. Images in the mirror are larger than they appear in turn 1.
This has been brewing for quite some time, and it's a battle for 4 through 6. Larson runs the top. Reddick runs the middle. Christopher Bell runs the bottom. 3 cars trying to advance their position late.
Equally separated now as they head into turn number 3. Both cars, or Larson rather, goes up to the top side. Down to the bottom goes Reddick.
Getting closer to stage points here. Larson in that 4th spot. Tyler Reddick now. He drives to within half a car length of the rear deck lid of Kyle Larson. Christopher Bell behind him, waiting to pounce.
Tyler Reddick is hungry for another spot here late in stage number 2. Larson on his classic Kyle Larson line. Reddick runs the middle. So does Christopher Bell as Reddick tries to draw in on Kyle Larson.
And all 3 of them are closing in on Chase Briscoe now. Down into turns 3 and 4 they go. Larson up the top side of the racetrack. Reddick down to the bottom. Bell also on the bottom of the racetrack.
All kinds of lanes available to the drivers. Larson right now is going to hang on to the spot. Reddick now sizes him up. They race to the double dog leg back to turn 1.
Tyler Reddick took a peek to the inside of Kyle Larson, thought better of it. Now he's going to do it again. Larson up top. Tyler Reddick all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack. Let's see if he can gain any ground on the 2-time champion.
Not going to get it much at this point going into turn 3. Once again, they're going to catch some slower cars, and they're right there at Briscoe right now. Larson and Reddick tied together on 4.
A 3-car battle for 4th might become a 4-car battle for 3rd. Chase Briscoe just had to drive around Corey Heim, but that slowed him up.
They're going to have to negotiate their way around some lap traffic. That will shuffle things around just a little bit. Briscoe is up against the wall. So is Larson. Reddick puts the inside of Kyle Larson, but Larson shuts the door down the backstretch.
Can't make it work this time. Looking to see what he can do down here on this end of the racetrack. Talking about Reddick. Reddick goes to the bottom of the racetrack, paints that line. Larson stays upstairs now on 4.
Why those two run side by side. Christopher Bell closes in from behind. He wants to jump up there and play in that sandbox as well. 4 cars scramble for position.
Christopher Bell, you said it, Alex. He's got an excellent view of this. Tyler Reddick draws to the bottom of the track. Larson is up high once again as Reddick just exercising the utmost patience. Still can't get around Kyle Larson.
Reddick just can't get through that air block that is there. He goes down to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll try to make it happen again. They get side by side with each other all 4 momentarily.
Intensity ramping up in the top 5 as we are at 9 laps to go here in stage number 2. Kyle Larson still trying to hang on to 4.
Tyler Reddick can get to Larson's inside, but where Larson beats him is on corner exit. Reddick is going to continue to try that bottom groove. Larson is up top, and once again gets an excellent run up the corner.
Christopher Bell, meanwhile, just watches these 2 maneuver through the corner. He's looking for a place that he can make a move. This time, he'll go up to the top side of the racetrack. Side by side, once again, Reddick and Larson.
Yeah, Christopher Bell may very well have a faster race car. He just simply has to remain patient while Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick try to settle their dispute.
The dirty air is certainly hurting Kyle Larson, and it's definitely hurting Tyler Reddick. Here comes Christopher Bell. Bell's going to do a slide job over Tyler Reddick. Reddick crosses him over. Now the 2 Gibbs teammates, or Toyota teammates, that is battle.
Bell paid the price there. Reddick came back and got him. Meanwhile, Reddick still working the bottom of the racetrack, trying his best to catch up Larson.
7 to go in stage number 2. That twofer did not work for Christopher Bell, and it is to the advantage of Tyler Reddick. Once again, he is looking to the inside of Kyle Larson.
Tyler Reddick needs to get side by side with Kyle Larson, but stay there more importantly. This time, he can't even get side by side with Larson. Larson leads about a half car length to now 1-2 car lengths over Tyler Reddick.
Kyle Larson just makes that Larson lane look good. He stays up there, and it works for him every single lap. Here's Reddick once again, trying at the bottom, trying to hold on.
Just trying to get even, to get a run down the front straightaway. Reddick this time may very well do it. He hangs on the left rear quarter panel, but Larson too strong.
Larson once again just chipping away and trying to hold off Tyler Reddick. Reddick, though, this time with a really good run. He drives it in deep in turns 1 and 2, gets a little loose on corner exit, though. Larson drives away.
Loose enough to scare C. Bell to death. He had to back out of it there, coming off a turn 2. Now he'll go back to work. Reddick at the bottom, Larson at the top.
While this battle for fourth happens, they're catching third place running Chase Briscoe. Briscoe at the line now, just 4 car lengths ahead of Kyle Larson. Then it's Reddick and Bell.
That's not going to help Kyle Larson hold off Tyler Reddick because Briscoe, just like Larson, is running the top group of the racetrack. Here comes Christopher Bell. He's going to look to make a move on Tyler Reddick. He's side by side with Reddick down the backstretch.
Reddick again stronger with that move off the top of the corner down there. It worked for him again. Bell's forced upstairs to go in the lane of Larson. And here's Reddick once again fighting for a spot.
Off the corner, they come back to the line. Race leader Denny Hamlin, 4 laps to go now at stage number 2. He's lapped all the way through the 19th position. 18 cars left on the lead lap. They go to 2.
It's a high-speed chess match here at the end of stage 2. As there's a car slow in front of Kyle Larson. He really had to dodge and get out of the way. It's the 71 of Michael McDowell.
Meanwhile, Larson still holds off Reddick into turn 3. Reddick once again goes to the bottom. Larson to the top. Bell almost gets an opportunity to split him.
3 laps to go here at stage number 2. Reddick might have it now. He's driven to the inside of Larson. No, Larson, momentum off the top side. He'll once again clear Reddick.
This is such good racing here at the end of stage number 2. Larson up high. Reddick now a little bit higher on the racetrack. He runs the middle groove. Can he get side by side with Larson? No, he can't down the backstretch.
Wow, the parity of these cars is so much on display right now. Working the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick's got an opportunity now. Maybe he can get Larson off before.
2 laps to go in the stage. Michael McDowell comes to pit lane. He had the safer barrier reach out and slap him around. Field goes back to turn number 1.
It's a chess match at about 180 miles an hour as McDowell's car slow on the racetrack once again. That will play spoiler in this battle as well as Kyle Larson looks to continue. Oh no, actually Tyler Reddick gets around Larson finally.
Reddick has the spot, but now he's got all kinds of traffic to deal with here in these final laps as they work their way off the corner.
Coming to 1 to go here in stage number 2. Pit road is closed. Tyler Reddick now pulling away from Kyle Larson. Reddick now drives to the inside of the lap car of William Byron.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick now just trying to run away from Kyle Larson here at the end of this stage. But up front in front of me, Denny Hamlin up front and leading here at stage 2.
Here comes Hamlin into turns 3 and 4. What a great stage he has had now as he works his way down and off of turn number 4 for the final time in the stage.
Green and white checkered flag is flying at the start-finish line. Denny Hamlin will win stage number 2 of the Coca-Cola 600. Top 10 finishers in the stage will earn championship points. Ty Gibbs will come across the stripe second. Chase Briscoe will then be third. Then you've got Tyler Reddick fourth. Kyle Larson fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Ryan Blaney seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Shane Van Gisbergen and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. round out the top 10.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years, to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
Wherever you are in life, Freeway gives you more ways to choose and more ways to save. You choose the coverage, you choose the price. Because at Freeway, it's all about real people, real choices, and real savings for every driver. No matter where you live, Freeway's here to help. Your way. And remember, you always win with Freeway. Go to freeway.com and start saving today. Freeway, your way.
Halfway through the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome to PRN's At the Track. I'm Lenny Baticki. We are PRN's half-hour weekly show dedicated to the short track, dirt track, legends, and kart racing across the Southeast. We provide our audience with the news and insightful conversations with the newsmakers from grassroots racing. How did that help you this time to take this victory from a grassroots perspective?
I definitely felt like Monza was a lot harder than the other one.
That's PRN's At the Track.
Hi, this is Doug Rice of PRN. Join me for another great episode of Fast Talk. I heard this 5 years ago with Jimmy Johnson.
I know what
you
you're
think
gonna
Jimmy
say.
Johnson forgot how to drive? You're an idiot. Shut up. Sit down. He's going to win 8 races in a row. I'm not putting Kyle Larson in that category. I think driver slump and team slump. I think this may be more of a team slump than a driver slump. That's Fast Talk right here on PRN.
NASCAR heads to the Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We are halfway through the Coca-Cola 600. The Toyota Camry pace car has taken the field halfway down pit road, and the lights are on the pace car. As the field comes all the way on pit road, we see a large American flag being walked out that is right now is going to be unfurled by service members. And this is the time where we're going to observe a moment of silence here on Memorial Day weekend. It is a very powerful part of this Coca-Cola 600. And now they're unfurling the flag here. It is actually the Honor and Remember flag of Memorial Day weekend, with the service members and families coming out to join them for this here on Memorial Day weekend.
Men and women who work around the clock and around the globe, providing us the freedom we all share tonight. Their selfless commitment allows us to live freely. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We lift up their names, and we lift up those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one serving this great nation. Let's join together for a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam Alexander from NASCAR on Prime. As the field comes to silence here, Alex Hayden, we can see several drones flying up from behind the hill, behind the back straightaway here at Charlotte, and something very spectacular is happening right now.
Yeah, if you've ever had the privilege to see a drone show, these drones are all individual. They all have LED lights on them that can be controlled from the ground. What they'll do, they'll get in position, and then they begin to make designs. They can spell words, they can make shapes, they can do all kinds of things out there. It's over behind the back straightaway right now. Red, white, and blue lights on all of these individual drones, and they're about ready to begin the drone show as we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice on this Memorial Day weekend.
This is just an incredible moment here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and now all of those drones have come into position. They have dimmed their lights, and they will light up as a large American flag. And you can hear the crowd, the sellout crowd here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, honoring that here at the halfway point of the Coca-Cola 600.
Coca-Cola. For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk takers. For the optimists, pessimists. For long distance love. For introverts and extroverts. The thinkers and the doers. For old friends and new. Coca-Cola. For everyone. Pick up some Coca-Cola at a store near you.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trusted repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how! The drone show just put up a huge America 250 logo, and the crowd went wild here at Charlotte. So incredible as we're observing that moment of silence here at the halfway point. From the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's time for a PRN pit stop. Today, we're getting to know pit and turn announcer Andrew Kurland.
Let's crack him up.
Andrew, when was your first NASCAR race?
Chicagoland back in 2010. I went with my dad, and I'll never forget, we left halfway early. I'm like, Dad, what are we doing? He was trying to beat the traffic because he was going back the next day. That's when I knew I was going to be a lifelong race fan.
I gotta ask, do you have any nicknames?
I brought Pickles to Coda. You know, they can be very hydrating. They cool you down on a hot summer day. And, yep, I've been Pickles Kurland ever since on the broadcast, especially. Thanks, Brad Gilly.
What's your biggest accomplishment outside of racing?
I've finished 4 Ironman 70.3s. That's a 1.2-mile swim, 56-mile bike, and a half marathon run. It's among one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in my life.
This has been a PRN Pit Stop featuring Andrew Kurland.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
While a drone show continues behind the back straightaway, the field has come to life. They're exiting the pit lane. We'll resume normal caution flag procedures. A.J. Allmendinger will be the beneficiary of the free pass. That'll give us 18 cars on the lead lap.
Kyle Petty, we see a big Coca-Cola logo now there with the drone show, and the halfway point of the Coca-Cola 600, it is completely dark now here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and you were a pretty big part of the first race under the lights here in Charlotte.
Yeah, I was a part of it. You can say I was a pretty big part. We ended up with what a great night. One hot night with the All-Star race, the first race under the lights. Nobody thought this place could be lit. A mile and a half. Who's going to light a mile and a half racetrack? Musco did an incredible job. Musco Lighting Company out of Iowa did an incredible job. And it was like daylight. I mean, we thought it was better during the night than it ever had been during the day. You stayed laser focused on the racetrack and on everything. And the rest is history. It had spread through NASCAR. Every place has lights now, and it's cool.
It has been probably one of the top 5 inventions that we've done in NASCAR racing to light racetracks. Pit lane is open. As I mentioned, only 18 cars in the lead lap. Alan Cavana, it's a lonely pit road.
Yeah, Christopher Bell is on there, and he loves his car. He says the car's fine. All he wants is track position. You do that by having a fast pit stop when you Venturini.
Denny Hamlin, who won this stage 2, is a little freer, more than he wants, especially on 3 and 4. It's going to be a race with Chase Briscoe to the line. The crew was going wild on the 19 and fired off good for Chase Briscoe. A little bit rough riding and hard to see for Chase Briscoe on the top lane. Brett.
All right, Kyle Larson, just happy to get 4 fresh tires. He was slipping and sliding all over the place. No adjustments beyond that. Tyler Reddick also 4 fresh tires. He said he was happy with the car the way it was. Alec Cavana.
All Seabell wanted was track position, and they had an issue in the pits. The left rear tire, the lug nut was not on. They dropped the jack. The wheel fell off. They had to jack it back up, and Seabell is off on the track again, but a poor pit stop for the touring team.
Race off pit road looks like this. Denny Hamlin's team keeps him out front. Chase Briscoe moves up a spot. He is second. Third off pit road was Ty Gibbs. Then it was Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, Chris Buescher, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ryan Blaney, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
So we look to see if we're going to get the one to go this time by. Flag stand continues to just have the caution flag gently blowing in this Sunday evening breeze as they come back down. We will not get the one to go as the drivers made the pit stops there just a moment ago. Here we come again. Field exiting turn number 4. Working their way to the pit lane as we stay out there. These are the cars that are a lap or more down that have the opportunity. And that's basically half the field right now, Brad.
Yeah, that is half the field. Shocking to see William Byron as part of this lap down car. Carson Hocevar, they had a pit road issue earlier. Alex Bowman, we're hearing he might have a bit of a transactional issue. These are all cars at least 1 lap down.
Yeah, so these drivers are going to have an opportunity to make an adjustment or two to their race car. William Byron is going to be boxed into his pit box. John Hunter Nemechek in front of him stopped a bit short in his box, so Byron had to put it in reverse. He's going to lose another spot or 2 down here on the pit lane. But the good news is we're just past the halfway point in tonight's race.
Kyle Petty, a true pleasure to have you joining us up here in the PRN booth for the Coca-Cola 600. We know you have had a busy day, and you are more than welcome to stay as long as you want to. We also know that when it comes to a Coca-Cola event, Kyle Petty's in high demand as well.
I won't say I'm in high demand, but I have suites to go to. Okay. Yeah, no, I've got things to do.
Dogs.
No, listen, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the work you guys put in. Walking in this radio booth and seeing all the paperwork, all the computers, everything that you guys do, the prep time that you spend on this. Tip of the hat to you guys. We talked so much about the teams and their prep for a 600-mile race. You guys prep for this is phenomenal, and you do a great job. I am in awe of the talent of you two guys.
We appreciate you, truly, and looking forward to hearing you on Fast Talk again here in a couple weeks, Kyle.
See you then.
All right. There he is, the great Kyle Petty, 1987 champion of the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And we are about to start the third stage of this race. And Alex, every other week, this would be the final stage. Not in the Coca-Cola 600. We're just past halfway.
You're right about that, which means if you've had a bad race to this point, you still have a half a race to try to get things righted. If you've had a great race, that means you got a half a race to try to sustain what you've been able to do to this point in the event. As we go ahead, get the one to go coming up here, just a couple of more laps. The drone show, by the way, is over. The drones are making their way back down for a landing. Another spectacular event here that is the Coca-Cola 600. It never disappoints. To be a part of it for the first time and see it firsthand makes it that much more special. And I got to tell you, folks, if you've never been to the Coca-Cola 600, you've got to do it. As soon as tickets go on sale for the 2027 running, be sure to get one.
We've had sellouts in consecutive seasons. Let's go to pit road and check in with Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Now, you guys mentioned the transactional issue for Alex Bowman. He has lost second and third, so they just put 2 cans of fuel in, so he is packed as tight as he can get as far as fuel goes to get him to run as far as he can go, because when he leaves pit road, it's going to take a while, because he's probably going to have to leave pit road in most of it, as far as that goes, in 5th.
Tough sledding right now for Alex Bowman, his crew chief Blake Harris, and that entire team. That can make for an extra long night. When you're having problems with your race car and you're only at the halfway point of the longest race of the season, that can be a tough sled there for the rest of that team. As we come down to the line, we'll get the one-to-go signal this time by. Drivers will have the opportunity to choose what lane to restart in, and that's brought to you by Freeway Insurance.
As we do that, we'll give you a full field rundown after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, about to go through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone for stage number 3 of 4 of the Coca-Cola 600. Denny Hamlin leads Chase Briscoe. Ty Gibbs in 3rd. 4th is Kyle Larson. Then it's Tyler Reddick in 5th. 6th, Chris Buescher. 7th, Shane Van Gisbergen. Ryan Blaney in 8th. 9th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and 10th, Ryan Priest.
You notice Brad did not mention Christopher Bell in the top 10. They got another pit road penalty. Pitting outside of the box, he'll fall to the tail end of the longest line. 11th on the restart is Josh Berry. Eric Jones is 12th. Joey Logano is 13th, and Ross Chastain 14th. Cole Custer 15th. Brad Keselowski 16th. A.J. Allmendinger is 17th. Christopher Bell, the last car on the lead lap, being scored 18th. Riley Herbst 19th, and Austin Dillon is 20th.
Lights are out on the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. We'll go through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone in stage number 3. Every car, happy owner at Echo Park Automotive.
Here they come, up off of turn number 4 as that Toyota Camry pace car goes to the pit lane. We're ready to resume the second half of the Coke 600. Green flag goes in the air. Denny Hamlin on the inside lane on the brake, tries to get away from Chase Briscoe. Not successful in that endeavor. Side by side for the lead.
Chase Briscoe's going to side draft Denny Hamlin hard in turns 1 and 2. Hamlin, though, will try to surge out to the race lead, but he can't quite clear Chase Briscoe. They're wheel to wheel for the top spot.
Side by side for that top spot here going into
Trouble back straightaway. Catherine Legg has had some heavy impact. The racing is still green, but she is really slow, almost coming to a halt on backstretch.
Catherine Legg quickly dropped back, but we're going to follow a battle for the lead. Denny Hamlin right in front of Briscoe.
Denny Hamlin is trying to hold off Chase Briscoe. Hamlin is down low. Briscoe about 3 car lengths behind him. Kyle Larson is in 3rd. The battle for 4th. It's Ty Gibbs on the inside of Tyler Reddick.
Ty Gibbs tried to make that work, had to think back and drift back, I should say. Regroup and go to the top side of the racetrack. Here's Hamlin.
Catherine Legg limping her race car on the apron of the racetrack in turn number 3, staying under the green flag. Denny Hamlin's lead now 3 car lengths over Briscoe. They're still side by side for third.
The battle for third is the best one on the racetrack. It's Tyler Reddick down low. Kyle Larson will surrender that spot to move Tyler Reddick to third. Kyle Larson has a rearview mirror full of Ty Gibbs now.
Ty Gibbs just a 1 car length back. The top 5 now, single file heading to turn 3 and spread out. Some to the top, some to the bottom. Reddick up on the top side.
Caution will come out now for the 6th time of the Coca-Cola 600. The problem for Catherine Legg, a loose right front wheel, and that wheel was so loose it came off of the race car, unfortunately, for that Live Fast Motorsports team. The wheel, the reason for the caution, as it, along with the tire, were rolling back toward the racetrack. Alex, it was just simply in an unsafe part of the racetrack.
Yeah, you have no choice but to put the caution flag out. And that's going to make a decision coming up here for these crew chiefs. They just were on the pit lane 7 laps ago. Some of these teams may be able to try to get an extra set of tires on the car. There's only 18 cars on the lead lap. So if you come to pit road, even if you're the only one, you're not going to give up a ton of track position.
I do want to mention this. Past the halfway point, the race would now be official should weather come in. We dealt with that most of the weekend. It's been beautiful all day. A little bit of it is west of us and south of us. It's staying away from the racetrack, but you can bet the crew chiefs are watching that. Working our 6th caution here in stage number 3, Denny Hamlin leads Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, your top 5.
Listen up, fellow timeshare owners. If you're a timeshare owner and you want out at all costs, you're done, frustrated, tired of wasting money, you don't use the darn thing. Get out now. Hire the best Bulldog timeshare cancellation team in the business. Their in-house legal team, headed by a timeshare cancellation lawyer, can help you fight the biggest and baddest companies out there that sell timeshare. At some point, you were using your timeshare, but now you're not, and you're tired of wasting money. Before you go to the poorhouse, call right now and learn how you can stop the maintenance fees and put more money back in your pocket. Their services cost you a lot less than you think, and you'll save a lot of money over time. Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline now. It's a free consultation.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Under caution in the Coca-Cola 600. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. These cars are about to fire it off in anger.
Boy, what a save! We got cars sideways. It's Christopher Bell. He spins and collects a couple cars.
Side by side, Austin Cindric has him at the line, and he will take the lead into 1.
Here comes Shane Van Gisbergen on the bottom. He's looking for second. Now Chris Buescher fired out of a cannon in car 2. He's sliding to the rear bumper of Ty Gibbs. Oh, it's a multi-car accident. I want to say 15, 20 cars. Guys, that took out about 2/3 of the field.
We have a fight on pit road between 2 crew guys. One of them is with Ty Gibbs. One is with Brad Keselowski.
Blaney, bottom of the racetrack. Chastain makes it 3 wide. He'd like to take a spot here on the backstretch, and he charges. He wants the lead in turn 3.
Ross Chastain shot out of a cannon from the 6th starting spot. He has already moved up to 2nd. The battle now for 3rd on the high side. Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst challenging low.
Kyle Larson moves up to the top side. Going to lose a little bit of ground.
This is PRN. NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 Triple Header Weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
We welcome you back to the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's check in with the Napa Auto Parts pit reporter, Alan Cavana.
Well, a strategy call for Christopher Bell. Remember, because of the penalty, he started behind all those lap cars, even though he was 18th. So this caution helped him. But there was a choice here to whether to pit now again or not. And his crew chief said, look, if no one comes and everyone stays out, we'll come and get 4 tires. If people come, we'll take the track position and kind of move up toward the lead. Well, no one came down pit road, really. Christopher Bell decided, call him in late, put on 4 new tires, loosen him up a little bit to make him fast to cut through the field on fresher tires than everyone else has.
Not a whole lot to lose there.
Right.
Well, yeah, Brad Keselowski came down pit road, and he got at least topped off in his car. He also feels like he's gotten the cool suit working again, which is a good news for him at this point in time. Even though the sun has gone down, it still gets warm inside those race cars. Also coming down, Ryan Preece got 4 fresh tires and topped off his car with Sunoco fuel.
So as we work here under the caution flag for the 6th time here in the Coca-Cola 600, field will come down to the line. We will not get the one to go this time by. Denny Hamlin is up front. He's led the most laps so far tonight, a total of 62 of the 213 that have been complete. Tyler Reddick second in the leader line. He's led 56 circuits. Chase Briscoe's led 33. Zane Smith led 31 laps earlier tonight, and Kyle Larson is fifth on the lap leader count. He's led 14 circuits. We've had 17 official lead changes at the start-finish line among 11 different drivers here on lap 213. We're just past the halfway point here in the Coca-Cola 600. Let's take a swing around the racetrack and bring in our turn reporters to get an idea what the conditions have been like. Andrew Curlin turns 1 and 2 tonight. How racy has it been over there for you?
Oh, it's been excellent over here. This is where you can drive it in really deep into the corner, and that's been the move, and we've seen the fast drivers be able to benefit from that. Denny Hamlin, one of those. Chase Briscoe, on the other hand, really good at defense on this end in turns 1 and 2, just finding the lanes that the faster drivers behind him are running and being able to block the air. So as we progress through this race, those are some of the things that I'm looking for. Pat, how's it over in you in turns 3 and 4?
Well, we're enjoying this tonight. Like we talked about earlier, this racetrack is as racy as I've seen it. They really have been able to maneuver all around the racetrack. For me, the most fun of this night watching these guys is when these fast cars have to deal with slow traffic and work around some of the slower traffic. And it's been fun tonight to see some of the great passes that have been set up all by that front group that has been dominating the very front here. But it's been really racy. The fans have been having a great time down on this end of the racetrack. And, hey, man, we're in for a really good finish to this one.
Field is coming to the freeway insurance choose. Now they're choosing the lane in which they'll restart. Denny Hamlin leads Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Ty Gibbs, your top 5. And for the most part of the night, that's been your top 5 in the Coca-Cola 600. I want to point out Zane Smith led 31 laps of this race. He actually had an issue on pit road earlier. Looked like he was having some fuel trouble at the end of stage number 2, but he is now back on the lead lap, the 19th car. Alan Cavana referenced this earlier, however, because he is the free pass car and or penalty car, you have to start behind everyone else. But Zane Smith back on the lead lap with a fast race car here tonight.
And he's got a lot to prove coming into the race. But Zane Smith, talented race car driver. He's a former champion of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. He is super talented, and he's got a good car. He should be able to drive his way back to the front of the field. By the way, Catherine Legg, who put us under this caution flag, they made a couple of repairs to the right front of her race car, and she'll take the Elf Cosmetics car right back out onto the racetrack and rejoin the fight.
Yeah, she had to serve a 2-lap penalty as a result of that wheel coming off on the racetrack. The Toyota Camry XSE pace car is going to make that hard left turn onto pit road. We will go back to racing with 85 laps to go in stage number 3.
Here they come up off the corner to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Every car, happy owner. Echo Park Automotive. Green flag goes back in the air. We're racing again at Charlotte Motor Speedway. A couple of Toyota Camrys at the front of the field headed to turn 1.
They're still wheel to wheel. It's Denny Hamlin down low. Chase Briscoe in the middle groove of the racetrack. Everyone getting up to speed. Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick drag race, but the battle still on for the lead. Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin.
And it's a dead heat between those two. Into turn 3 we go. Hamlin down to the bottom of the racetrack. Briscoe to his right. They work off the corner with the 11 out front.
Jockeying for position on the restart. Denny Hamlin on the bottom. Momentum, though, for Chase Briscoe. Big momentum. Tyler Reddick now takes it 3 wide on the inside.
They're 3 wide for the race lead as they head into turn numbers 1 and 2. Tyler Reddick down low. Hamlin in the middle. Chase Briscoe up high. Move Tyler Reddick to the point at Charlotte.
Wow, Reddick could have gotten really punted by Briscoe. Briscoe let him go there, and Reddick right to the front of the field now as he leads off forward.
He's hugging the bottom side of the racetrack up off of the corner. Chase Briscoe left to deal with Denny Hamlin for the runner-up spot. Hamlin gets a full head of steam as they race to turn 1.
Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe still cannot manage this battle, but now it's for second. Hamlin slides in front of Briscoe, and he will clear himself. Kyle Larson now looks to make the attack on Briscoe. Briscoe gripping his spot.
Here goes Larson to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to try to pick up the 3rd spot here into 3. Larson battling side by side with Briscoe.
Tyler Reddick starting to drive away with the lead from Denny Hamlin in second. Third place battle. Kyle Larson on the inside of Chase Briscoe. Larson still on Briscoe's quarter panel.
Man, Chase Briscoe has been fun to watch tonight. He's trying to hold off Kyle Larson. He runs the middle group. Larson down low will now try to pull the slide job on Briscoe. Briscoe attempts to cross him over, but now Larson's the one throwing blocks.
Don't look now, right behind those two is Ty Gibbs, and Ty Gibbs is looking also to get in the middle of that fight. Not going to be able to do it this time by.
Ty Gibbs has been sporty since the drop of the green flag. He's been in and around the top 5 all night long. For the moment, he has all kinds of thoughts about taking the 4th spot.
He definitely wants that 4th position. Ty Gibbs is the car down low. Chase Briscoe is the car running the middle group of the racetrack. Ty Gibbs with the ball head of steam, but Briscoe tries to get a good run off the corner.
Gibbs stays in the gas, going to try to go to the bottom of the racetrack here in 3 and 4. Briscoe shuts the door on him, and that'll put him back to regroup on down the front stretch.
And that is a fight for the 4th spot up front. I mentioned Tyler Reddick was driving away. Not so much. Denny Hamlin now 3 car lengths off the back bumper.
Denny Hamlin, who has been up front a lot of this race, looking to reclaim the top spot, which he thinks is his. Denny Hamlin down low. Tyler Reddick on the top group. It's 1 car length between the race leaders.
It's the boss man trying to catch the employee here.
What the heck? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, that's Ryan's dad in the chat. What's up, Ryan's dad? Pretty sure that's his dad. Unless Ryan's using his account. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. My output is distorted.
Carling's back to 3rd place. Here goes Reddick up to the top.
Once again, mounts a charge.
Reddick had a huge run down the front straightaway. That will allow him to draw to Denny's back bumper.
I'm going to try to turn it down and see if that
get
helps.
around the slow car of Catherine Legg. Let's see what they can do in 3 and 4.
Catherine Legg not quite sure where to go, so she will get split by both of them. Just hold your line. That's all you got to do. Side by side for the lead off 4.
Denny Hamlin slips from the bottom to the middle lane. That enables Tyler Reddick to swing around the outside. Tyler Reddick reassumes the lead in the Coca-Cola 600. Denny Hamlin recoils.
You have to be bold and you have to be brave to lead here in the Coca-Cola 600, and that is exactly what Tyler Reddick did. Now he's extending his lead. 3, 4, 5 car lengths down the back straightaway.
And that's kind of settled down now through the top 4 or 5 cars, working their way into turn 3 now. All of the fast lead cars have gotten around Catherine Legg's slower car.
We just talked about Christopher Bell restarting toward the back of the field and coming onto pit road. He has advanced in a big way. Bell now running in that 7th spot. He's right on the back bumper of Shane Van Gisbergen.
It's impressive to see what both of those drivers have been able to do so far. Bell down low. SVG has been rim riding at the top of the wall all night long. He'll get a great run up the corner, holding Bell off for now.
It is amazing. We are in the 3rd stage of the Coke 600. We're still talking about how good SVG has been running all night. He continues to hold his line. Bell's after him all 4.
Van Gisbergen been in the top 10 all night long. Christopher Bell has been like a yo-yo up and down the leaderboard. Not 1 but 2 pit road penalties so far tonight as they go back to the corner.
Shane Van Gisbergen runs the middle. Now he's kind of dominating the corner, running up against the wall. Bell will still be down low, but he has no chance against SVG's run up the corner.
Yeah, SVG's about 2 car lengths off of Ty Gibbs right now. SVG likes the top side of the racetrack. He's making that work. Bell now trying to pull ahead or pull to him right now on 4.
Shane Van Gisbergen trying to hold off Christopher Bell. That is for the 7th spot. Don't look now, but the defending winner, Van Gisbergen's teammate, Ross Chastain in the top 10.
Ross Chastain trying to make some waves, but let's go back to that battle between SVG and Bell. Bell continues to be down low. SVG is closing in on Ty Gibbs. Let's see how that affects this battle.
That's just a good race between these guys as they get into turn number 3. SVG, top side of the racetrack. Bell at the bottom. Ty Gibbs right in front of both of them.
They work their way back to the start-finish line. Good, tight racing here as we work the 3rd stage of the Coca-Cola 600. Three cars continue knotted together for position number 5.
Christopher Bell is a Coke 600 winner. Sure, it was rain shortened, but you still got the trophy. He's trying to get another one. He's down low and continues to work on SVG, but looking forward, it's the 19 of Chase Briscoe and Ty Gibbs tightening up.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs now goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Briscoe up high, SVG following in Briscoe's line, and down at the bottom of the racetrack is Seabell.
Tyler Reddick leads Denny Hamlin, and then next you have Kyle Larson, you have Chase Briscoe, you have Ty Gibbs, and that battle with Van Gisbergen and Bell continues.
Yeah, but it seems to be almost settled for the moment as SVG has been able to clear Christopher Bell. It's about a car length, half a car length distance between SVG and Bell now.
Yeah, doing a good job. SVG is that way of staying to the line that's keeping him ahead of the game. Right now, though, he's going to try the bottom side of the racetrack and try to get some more grip down that way.
More lap traffic on the horizon for the race leader, Tyler Reddick. Next in line to potentially go a 6th lap down is Timmy Hill.
Oh, and SVG, watching that battle, he used the bottom of the racetrack, and that's going to allow Bell to get around SVG. Why change it if it's not broken? Bell now past SVG finally.
SVG all over Christopher Bell. He gave up that spot down here in 3 and 4. SVG goes back high on the racetrack, almost gets into the wall.
A couple laps ago, I mentioned Ross Chastain in the top 10. As soon as I did, Coca-Cola Racing family driver Joey Logano got around Chastain, moved him up to 10th. But now Ross has a mirror full of Chris Buescher.
He does, and looking further ahead, Ty Gibbs has finally worked on the inside of Chase Briscoe. This is going to be a big battle here in the top 5.
They moved their way into turn number 3. Looked a little bit further back to Ross Chastain's situation. Here is Ty Gibbs on the working over Briscoe. Almost gets it done on 4.
Awfully perceptive of you, Pat, as they work their way up off of turn number 4. Lap number 231 goes on the board of the Coca-Cola 600.
I gotta tell you, it's pretty fun being a race car, especially if you're Denny Hamlin's number 11 progressive car. Excuse me, but sometimes I wish I was a normal car, just so I could get progressive auto insurance. Hey, on your left. You know 37 million drivers trust Progressive? That's almost as many as I've passed today. Look out, fellas.
If your car could talk, it would tell you to get Progressive.
Y'all don't mind if Denny and I take this checkered flag, do ya?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Summer at Cracker Barrel means campfire's back. Wake up to our new campfire breakfast skillet. So good we serve it all day long. Or try our campfire chicken or campfire beef. The seasonal favorites feature corn on the cob, red skin potatoes, carrots, grapes, tomatoes, and onions, all slow cooked in foil to lock in those campfire flavors. Finish with one of our new sweet treats, a cherry Coke float or the all-American double chocolate fudge Coca-Cola cake. You can try them all, but only this summer at Cracker Barrel.
We have 67 laps to go in stage number 3. We're right around the corner from the pit window opening as well. From the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
PRN's Garage Pass is your daily dose of NASCAR news. Whether you're driving to work or sipping your morning cup of coffee, you won't miss a moment from PRN's Garage Pass. And now more than ever, we're keeping you dialed in. You can now listen on Spotify or wherever you get podcasts to exclusive extended edition versions of Garage Pass. Listen to race recaps from the previous weekend, extended interviews from your favorite drivers, and much more on PRN's Garage Pass.
This is PRN's Alexis Erickson, and if your life looks anything like mine, you are always on the go. So take advantage of the PRN mobile app. By downloading the mobile app, you can listen to our live race broadcast while you're on the go, making sure you don't miss a second of the action from the track. You also get station listings and on-demand access to your favorite PRN shows like Garage Pass, PRN's At the Track, and Fast Talk with Doug Rice, Brad Gilly, and myself. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips by downloading the PRN mobile app today. Available in the Apple App Store and on Google Play.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Back at the Coca-Cola 600, Tyler Reddick continues to lead with 64 laps to go in stage 3. Denny Hamlin runs in second. While we were away, Chase Briscoe able to get around Kyle Larson for third. Larson drops back to fourth. Ty Gibbs is the next car to put a little bit of heat on. They're midway down the back straightaway.
Well, trying to put some heat on is the way to need to say it as he gets into turn number 3. Gibbs has been getting a lot out of the middle of this corner down here. He continues to chase down Larson.
And to give that a better illustration, third place running Chase Briscoe likes the high lane. Then you've got Kyle Larson, who's been running the bottom of the racetrack, and Andrew Ty Gibbs right in the middle.
Yeah, it's all sorts of lines here in turns 1 and 2. As you said, Ty Gibbs now is going to work the bottom. Kyle Larson the middle as they all try to figure out where the fastest way around this racetrack is.
Gibbs still trying to close down on Larson, calling about 5 car lengths now. Gibbs will stay in the middle of the racetrack. Larson down at the bottom. They both are making up time on Briscoe.
Larson runs the bottom in 3 and 4, but he drifts literally all the way to the outside safer barrier. You cannot put a credit card between his car and that wall. They go back into 1.
Yeah, Kyle Larson, he's got top 5 speed, but I don't know if he's got the best long-run car as Ty Gibbs is starting to slowly reel in Kyle Larson for that spot.
Christopher Bell not that far behind. Just want to keep him in the picture when you talk about this group up here. Once again, here's Gibbs down at the bottom of the racetrack, giving chase to Larson off 4.
Top 6 cars, Bell being the 6th place car, are only separated by 3.5 seconds from first all the way back to the 6th position. Tyler Reddick continues to show the way. Brad, you mentioned a moment ago, pit stops are beginning to be on the horizon again for these cars. They can go somewhere in the neighborhood of 65 to 68 laps on a full tank of Sunoco fuel, but we've seen them all night long try to split the stages close to being in half.
We did have a couple of teams fail some tires. We saw some of them unraveling on pit stops. You want to be careful trying to get to the outer edge of that Sunoco fuel window. So if you can split it, that's going to put you in a much more safe situation here in the Coca-Cola 600. We have 60 laps to go here in the 3rd stage of this race. And I'll tell you what, the battle is now starting to heat up. Christopher Bell wants to work his way back up into the top 5. Pat, he's been closing on Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, he's got a good race car, and he's taking his time now as he's beginning to use the top side of the racetrack, which is exactly where he's at right now, trying to catch back up to the 54 as they work off the corner.
As they work their way back to the start-finish line, Austin Dillon will peel off the racetrack. He'll make a pit stop in front of Wendy Venturini.
Austin Dillon feels like there's something wrong with his race car. It was either a corded tire or an issue with the brakes because it went to the floor. They're pitting under green, 4 tires, fuel, air pressure, and a chassis adjustment. He felt like for his car, it was not exactly how he wanted it, but he's fighting something because we do know green flag pit stops could be happening very soon for Austin Dillon. It's the first car on pit road.
Thank you very much, Wendy Venturini. Now what they're going to have to hope for is a full cycle of green flag stops go through because Tyler Reddick is leading right now. We have 58 laps to go here in stage number 3 of the 4-stage Coca-Cola 600. Reddick leads the way, 0.8 of a second, the advantage, Alex, over Denny Hamlin.
And then it's Chase Briscoe in position number 3. Kyle Larson goes 4th. The 5th spot is highly contested at the moment. Ty Gibbs currently has it. Christopher Bell has aspirations of taking that top 5 position away. Shane Van Gisbergen has been inside the top 10 for the better part of the entire night. You really got to tip your cap to Shane Van Gisbergen.
Absolutely. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr., again, Hayek Motorsports, they have a staff of about 30. And when we say 30, some of those include the front office people. They're right behind Charlotte Motor Speedway in Harrisburg, North Carolina, just about a half a mile away from where Legends cars are built at U.S. Legends International on Highway 49. And this team, led by crew chief Mike Kelly, is absolutely overachieving.
They're Daytona 500 champions from a couple of years back, and they're putting together a whale of a Coca-Cola 600 here tonight. And who knows, with a little luck, maybe an extra chassis adjustment or two, they could jump up there and be players for what could be a win.
Yeah, very interesting to see what goes on. I want to mention the top running Ford right now is 9th. And that is Joey Logano. When the green flag dropped on this race, the one thing we talked about Joey Logano, 4 consecutive finishes coming into Charlotte Motor Speedway outside of the top 30. Logano started 33rd. He has raced his way up into the top 10 and hopes to continue that run.
This is something that team needed, and needed it desperately with that number you just put out there. Just trying to break that dubious streak that they're on. And why not do it in one of the crown jewel races? And also his birthday. He's 36 years old here today. Joey Logano celebrates his birthday today.
Who would have thought a three-time champion right now would be outside of chase contention, but that's what makes this exciting. Another thing making it exciting, Ty Gibbs is catching Kyle Larson into one.
Yeah, he is. Ty Gibbs has been slowly reeling in Kyle Larson. Larson all the way up against the safer barrier. Gibbs about a group lower as he continues to chip away at Kyle Larson.
How about car length and a half separate those two? Larson drives it into the top side of the racetrack. Gibbs goes down to the bottom. Gibbs going to try to make it pay off here on the other side off of 4.
Boy, Ty Gibbs put the left front wheel right down on that white and blue line, if not a tick below it, trying to help that car turn and rotate in the middle of the corner. They go back to turn 1.
Ty Gibbs trying to find all the real estate he can to get around the two-time champion. It's not going to be easy to get around Kyle Larson, especially when he carries so much momentum off the wall. They're down the back straightaway.
2 car lengths separate them again into turn 3. Larson again rides the Larson lane up high. Gibbs down at the bottom of the racetrack. And you're right, Alex. He takes that front left tire, throws it right below the yellow line, right the blue-white line.
We have 53 laps to go in stage number 3. Green flag stops have started, Wendy Venturini.
William Byron is in for 4-tire Sunoco fuel. He was really tight, especially when he was not around any other cars. But I'll tell you, William Byron has been boxed in twice on pit road during caution flag pit stop, so he probably enjoyed this green flag stop.
He was the first one to come off the racetrack to start a green flag pit stop cycle back on 143 with Rudy Fugel, his crew chief. Here comes Austin Hill driving that Cheddar's number 33 Chevrolet to Brett McMillan.
And Austin Hill said the car has gotten tight since the sun went down. They're going to do a chassis adjustment on the right side, about a half around. They're on the left side now. Stop going a little slow with the left front. There he pulls away. Alan Cavano.
Shane Van Gisbergen has a great race going, but a slow stop on the left side of the car. Coming off. They made an adjustment. We'll see how much it costs him on the track, Brett McMillan.
And Bubba Wallace coming down pit road. Mr. Cruz waving the sign, waiting for him to get here. He pulls into his pit stall. He says the car's been pretty good. He's been happy with the way it's been handling lately. They're around to the right side. And now good quick stop. They move around to the left side as well. The car is dropped. Bubba pulls away. 10.5-second stop for Bubba Wallace.
We see Chris Buescher now coming onto pit road. He's right there before the start-finish line, Wendy Venturini.
Chris Buescher is now trouble on the right rear tire for Chris Buescher. They had a little bit of an issue. It is a delayed stop, and that is so important during these green flag pit stops. Lost some time there. Denny Hamlin comes to a stop right in front of us. So does Chase Briscoe. For Chase Briscoe takes 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Denny Hamlin feels like his car was exactly where he wanted it. He liked the balance for Denny Hamlin. He just said that the 45 from Tyler Reddick is that much better, Brett McMillan.
Tyler Reddick comes in. He wanted to be able to run higher on the track. They gave him an air pressure adjustment, 4 tire change, and it was a 10.5-second stop. Ryan Preece is in. This is a slow stop for Ryan Preece, and then dropped the car on the left side, but he heads back out. Alan Cavano.
We had Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney both in. Ryan Blaney said everything was out of the track. They made a big adjustment on the 12. Joey Logano, 2 loose. A fast pit stop for the 22.
All right, thank you very much, Alan Cavano. And as these pit stops cycle, Christopher Bell, Brad Keselowski, Eric Jones, Zane Smith, Ross Chastain, all still out there on the racetrack. And Alex, we get a penalty report at the end of every race from pit road penalties. The one report we don't get are pit road mistakes. We've seen numerous ones tonight.
Yeah, and it's the way the NASCAR Cup Series is now. You spend as few seconds on the pit lane as possible, which means when you do come to pit road, the crew has to be absolutely perfect. That's changing the Goodyear tires, topping it off with the Sunoco fuel. More pit stops happening in front of Allen.
Clean pit stop for Ross Chastain, who was showing good speed, but fell back just a little bit. Air pressure adjustment for the 1 car.
Thank you very much, Alan Cavano. So Chastain comes in, Eric Jones comes in and makes his pit stop. Christopher Bell still out there on the racetrack. I find it kind of interesting, the strategy with Adam Stevens, Alex. They've had some trouble here tonight, but Adam Stevens is saying, you know what? Go longer than everyone else if you can.
Not 1, but 2 pit road penalties, to say the least. It's been fallible when they've come to the pit lane every time here tonight. So they're going to try to stay out there, catch a caution flag, hopefully come and fall in their favor We still have 45 laps to go in the stage. They cannot go the entire stage on this tank of Sunoco fuel.
Tough thing right now, the last time for Christopher Bell, 31.441 seconds. Tyler Reddick came in, he's running fourth, 30.275, a full 1.2 seconds faster. That is the amount of time that Christopher Bell is giving up on the racetrack right now.
Because the tires degrade, and that's by design. Goodyear makes a spectacular tire, but by design, it just simply wears out. And this track is a bit abrasive as it's aged over time. The second and a half or so is what we saw over about a 40 green flag lap run yesterday in practice.
Watching what could be a battle for the lead happening right now on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin is trying to catch Tyler Reddick, and this is one heck of a fight as they're coming off of turn number 4. Tyler Reddick is on the low side. Denny Hamlin, he came from the high side of the racetrack. Call it 4 car lengths as they head back into 1.
And Brad, as you announced that battle for the lead, Denny Hamlin was right on the heels of Tyler Reddick. Reddick has extended that advantage over Denny Hamlin. Reminder, this will be the battle for the eventual lead. Now 5 or 6 car lengths for Tyler Reddick.
And that's the way they'll go into turn number 3, about 5 or 6 car lengths, as you just said, Andrew. Bottom of the racetrack is where Reddick is, Hamlin up top, and Briscoe right in the middle of that as well.
Giving up the race lead, Christopher Bell makes a green flag stop. Allen.
Overcome multiple bad pit stops and or penalties tonight, but Seabell had a clean one there. They said they need to tighten the car up before the last pit here on the lead amongst the leaders, Wendy.
Smith came down pit road. It was 4-tire Sunoco fuel for him. I noticed he had cording tires the last time we came down pit road. It looks like cords again for Zane Smith. And also, moments ago, we had Ty Gibbs that came down pit road. He felt like his car needed to be a little bit better on a restart. So if we have a late race restart, that's something that the 54 of Ty Gibbs and their team had been working on when they came down pit road.
42 laps to go in stage number 3. 142 remain in the Coke 600.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how! How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off a 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
From the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, this is Doug Rice of PRN. Join me for another great episode of Fast Talk. I heard this 5 years ago with Jimmy Johnson.
I know what
you
you're
think
gonna
Jimmy
say.
Johnson forgot how to drive? You're an idiot. Shut up. Sit down. He's going to win 8 races in a row. I'm not putting Kyle Larson in that category. I think driver slump and team slump. I think this may be more of a team slump than a driver slump. That's Fast Talk right here on PRN.
AA made all the difference in my life. I noticed that most of the goals I had as a kid were slipping by. I didn't feel like the person I hoped to be. After all those years of drinking, I really didn't know myself. When I was out there drinking, I was always looking for the next great party to make me feel all right. With AA, I found a better way of life. And I feel good in my everyday life, even without a drink in my hand.
Visit AA.org for more information. And download the Meeting Guide app to find a meeting near you.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the second crown jewel event of the NASCAR Cup Series schedule following the season opening Daytona 500. We have 37 laps to go here in stage number 3. Tyler Reddick is leading, but Alex, I'm watching. It's almost becoming a 3-car breakaway for the lead. Denny Hamlin following Reddick. Chase Briscoe is in the picture as well.
Yeah, he is, and then another 2 seconds back would be the car of Ty Gibbs and Kyle Larson, but Those three drivers, Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, they have been the three that have been at the front of the field the overwhelming majority of the evening. As a matter of fact, combined, they've led far more laps than the rest of the field this evening. It's looking like, even though we still have 136 laps to go, these are going to be the three. If you want to win the Coke 600, you will have to beat.
You will have to do that. I want to mention earlier we said that there was weather somewhat in the region. We battled that all weekend long. Alex, I'm looking at the radar right now. Everything has stayed west of us, and it looks like we are going to be clean and green for a while.
It's about time Mother Nature gave us a break here this weekend. It has been a tough go of it here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but absolutely tip my cap to the staff here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the entire NASCAR industry, and most of all, the race fans who have stuck it out, whether it's been sitting in heavy mist, heavy fog, or just downright rain here this weekend. But we have been treated to a perfect day to run the Coca-Cola 600.
A sellout crowd here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, which is just an awesome thing. Once again, we continue to sell out this race here at the Coca-Cola 600. And I want to mention, when we come back to Charlotte Motor Speedway this fall, as part of the chase for the NASCAR Cup, we're not going to run on the Roval. We're going to run 400 miles on the oval here at Charlotte.
Your thoughts on that, Brad? Where does your opinion? I know you love the Roval here.
Todd Gordon and I have a back and forth. Todd Gordon, the former championship-winning crew chief with Joey Logano from 2018. He is a part of the Motor Racing Network as well, and Sirius XM NASCAR Radio. He and I talk often about the Roval at Charlotte, and the joke has always been with the Gen 7 car and racing at intermediate tracks so spectacular, he says, man, I would love to run twice on the oval at Charlotte. My response to that has always been, Todd, I agree with you. I think it would be great if we could come here 3 times and still maintain the Roval. But I'm thrilled with what we have because the racing we're seeing here tonight is incredible. And this is one thing that the fans really wanted. Hey, we love mile-and-a-half racing right now. Let's get back on the oval. Marcus Smith, Greg Walter, Jessica Fickenshire, everyone here at Speedway Motorsports, they answered the race fans.
So if you want to come out and watch the NASCAR Cup Series back on the oval, the Bank of America 400, October 11th. Get your tickets now.
We have a battle now for that runner-up spot. Denny Hamlin was hanging on to it. Chase Briscoe now slides up in front of him as they come off of turn number 4. Cross the start-finish line. Hamlin doesn't want to give it up.
No, he does not. Denny Hamlin is going to be working hard against Chase Briscoe, but Briscoe has the edge in front of him. Briscoe in the middle. Denny down low. He's going to get a good run up the corner. Clear Briscoe to the spot.
He'll hold on to the bumper as they go into turn number 3. Briscoe up high. Hamlin down on the bottom side of the racetrack. Both of those cars getting ready to catch some pretty heavy traffic.
This is the ongoing tussle for position number 2 as they deal with more lap traffic. Ty Dillon, the next car that this duo will have to mess with.
Chase Briscoe starting to break away a little bit from Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin trying to follow in Briscoe's tire tracks, but Briscoe doing what he's doing best all night, and that's cutting the air off of Denny Hamlin's nose.
Now, Denny Hamlin's got to pay attention to the mirror as well because Ty Gibbs is not that far behind him. Both of those cars go to the bottom of the racetrack. Briscoe stays up on the high side.
They do this 1.3 seconds behind race leader Tyler Reddick with 30 laps to go in stage number 3 as we give you a leaderboard update brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE because it probably can be.
By 1.1 seconds, Tyler Reddick is the race leader at lap 271 of 400. Chase Briscoe is second. Denny Hamlin third. Ty Gibbs is fourth, and Kyle Larson is fifth. Christopher Bell goes sixth. Shane Van Gisbergen hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. He is seventh. Eighth is Ryan Blaney. Ninth is Joey Logano, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th.
Brad Keselowski runs 11th. 12th is Ryan Freese. Eric Jones runs 13th. Chris Buescher is 14th. 15th is Ross Chastain. Josh Berry 16th. 17th, Cole Custer. Zane Smith is 18th. The last car on the lead lap, A.J. Allmendinger in 19th. And William Byron, boy, he would love to get that lap back. He's running in 20th.
He's got a fast race car, and a little strategy could get them back in the game. 21st is Daniel Suarez. Riley Herbst goes 22nd. Austin Hill is 23rd. Bubba Wallace is 24th. Todd Gilliland is 25th. Carson Hocevar 26th. Corey Heim 27th. Michael McDowell 28th. Ty Dillon 29th. He's the first car 2 laps down. Noah Gragson is 30th.
Alex Bowman runs Austin Dillon 31st, Alex Bowman 32nd. He's had rear transactional issues. John Hunter Nemechek 33rd. 34th is Cody Ware. Timmy Hill runs 35th. Catherine Legg minus 12 laps in 36th. The rest of these cars out of the race. Chase Elliott had an incident at lap 89. He'll finish 37th. Austin Cindric and Connor Zillage tangled in an accident where Austin Cindric got loose and Connor Zillage had nowhere to go. Cindric will finish 38th. And 39th for Connor Zillage. We've been slowed 6 times under caution here in the Coca-Cola 600. And Alex, we have got 26 laps to go in stage 3.
And 23 lead changes at the start-finish line among 11 different drivers. It's been a highly competitive Coca-Cola 600. And what makes this race so unusual with these 600 miles, 400 laps, to your point, 3 stages, 3 opportunities to score points.
Yeah, for sure. And so far, the most points scored today have gone to both Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe. In the first 2 stages, they added up enough to score 17 stage points. Kyle Larson had 16 so far on the day. Tyler Reddick 15th. Ty Gibbs 13 stage points on the day. Kyle Larson won stage 1. Denny Hamlin won stage number 2. But that extra 10 points is going to be coming up here in 24 laps at the conclusion of stage number 3.
Still good racing for the number 2 spot. Chase Briscoe maintains that position, but Denny Hamlin just simply will not give up the fight. They've raced hard lap after lap for the better part since coming off the pit lane from that cycle of green flag pit stops. This battle, however, still 1.1 seconds behind current race leader Tyler Reddick. However, they do begin to close in as they race to turn 1.
Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin just can't seem to get away from each other. Denny has closed it back up to 3 car lengths on Chase Briscoe. Both of them run the middle group of the racetrack as they race down the back straightaway.
And Tyler Reddick is going to have a lot of lap traffic to deal with here pretty quick. And Briscoe apparently appears to be closing that distance down.
As they come off of turn number 4, we are going to come to 22 laps to go here in stage number 3. The battle for second is closing in on the race leader, Tyler Reddick. Briscoe has second, Hamlin has third.
Let's see if Denny Hamlin can get creative with what lines he runs. Briscoe's in the middle. Denny this time, as usual, the last couple of laps will run right in his tire tracks.
Once again, here comes Reddick into turn 3. Right behind him is Briscoe. Both of those cars up at the top side of the racetrack. Hamlin down at the bottom of the racetrack. Not too far back, Ty Gibbs.
And there's a flock of race cars dead ahead of this lead trio. They flash by the start-finish line. Reddick has 6 car lengths on the side, nose-to-tail battle, I should say, for second.
Yeah, this lap traffic is going to make things interesting. Briscoe in the middle, Denny trying up all the way up against the wall, and they're closing in on the race leader, Tyler Reddick.
Here's Reddick now, midway down the backstretch, and again, he's got Carson Hocevar and a whole gaggle of cars to work with here in just a moment as they work in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Coming to 20 laps to go here at stage number 3 of the Coca-Cola 600. Tyler Reddick leads Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, and Christopher Bell, your top 5.
Summer at Cracker Barrel means campfire's back. Wake up to our new campfire breakfast skillet. So good we serve it all day long. Or try our campfire chicken or campfire beef. These seasonal favorites feature corn on the cob, red skin potatoes, carrots, grape tomatoes, and onions, all slow cooked in foil to lock in those campfire flavors. Finish with one of our new sweet treats, a cherry Coke float, or the all-American double chocolate fudge Coca-Cola cake. You can try them all, but only this summer at Cracker Barrel.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
No change at the front of the field. Tyler Reddick continues to show the way. Chase Briscoe hot to trot on his back bumper. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 3. 18 to go here in stage number 3. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hey, it's Charlie and Debbie, along with NASCAR legend Kyle Petty, inviting you to join us for Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown.
Each week, we'll put it in reverse and take a trip down memory lane, looking back at that week's top 20 country songs from years past.
We'll dive into what made those songs and artists move the needle, what pop culture trends made those years unique.
And you'll get to hear me tell stories only I can tell.
So don't miss Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown right here each week.
Shane Van Gisbergen for the final time up here in turn number 2. He brought a gun to a knife fight today. Then we got Noah Gregson around right in the middle of the pack, and he got hammered by Ryan Priest. Brad Keselowski's off into the dirt as well.
The Toyota Save Mart 350 at Sonoma, Sunday, June 28th. Tickets at SonomaRaceway.com. NASCAR heads to the Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
With 15 laps to go in stage number 3, the battle for the lead is on. It's Tyler Reddick. The lap machine of Austin Hill is in the mix as they all go to turn 1.
There's 4 cars in this battle for the lead. It's Reddick. Then a car length behind him is Briscoe. 2 car lengths behind him is Denny Hamlin. A car length behind him is Ty Gibbs. This is going to be a good fight to the end of the stage.
Everybody settles in to nose the tail down the backstretch. They move into turn number 3. Briscoe will go to the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick stays up high. Denny Hamlin right in the middle, and Ty Gibbs right behind him.
Let's add Christopher Bell to the mix as 5 Toyotas are fighting for the lead. Chase Briscoe now swings wide on Tyler Reddick. They will go door to door, back into 1, 3 wide now with Denny Hamlin.
Here comes Denny Hamlin. They're 3 wide once again for the lead here in Charlotte. Denny Hamlin down low. Reddick in the middle. Briscoe up high. Reddick had to get off the gas. It's going to be Hamlin and Chase Briscoe side by side for the lead.
They stay that way into turn 3. Hamlin goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Reddick upstairs. Briscoe upstairs, brother, off of turn 4.
They're going to stay that way. Now Hamlin crosses over. Behind him, Briscoe not happy about that. Swings to driver's left. He'll try to take a peek to the inside for the top spot.
This is such good racing here at the end of stage number 3. Denny Hamlin runs the middle group. Chase Briscoe and his tire tracks in the middle. Riding the wall is Christopher Bell. He wants to get in the action for second.
Bell looks to have the fastest car of those 3 right now if he can just find room to maneuver. He's going to dive to the bottom. Briscoe goes up high. Bell stays at the bottom. 6 car lengths back of Denny Hamlin.
In 1 lap, Denny Hamlin went from 3rd to 1st. Christopher Bell went from 5th to 3rd. Tyler Reddick got dropped back all the way to 5th from the race lead.
Denny Hamlin has a 2 car length lead over Briscoe, but Briscoe has a mirror full of Christopher Bell. Briscoe up high. Bell runs the middle group as Chase Briscoe continues to be right in front of Christopher Bell.
2 car lengths separate 1st and 2nd. Here's Hamlin into the turn number 3. Stays right in the middle of the racetrack. Briscoe right up next to the safer barrier, and Bell with the advantage on the bottom.
They will have to deal with more back markers. The bright green Grillo's Pickles Ford. That's Todd Gilliland. He's right in front of this trio headed to 1.
Broke 3 cars under a blanket and called the battle for the lead. Bell has so far claimed the 2nd spot over Chase Briscoe. He's going to try to slide in front of him. Briscoe's not going to let that happen. They're still side by side for 2nd.
Briscoe gets a tremendous run off of the hill in turn number 2. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to challenge for the lead on the turn number 4.
Joe Gibbs racing all of the top 4. Denny Hamlin leads Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, and Ty Gibbs. All of them are nose to nose as they head into 1.
You know Coach Gibbs likes to see this as long as they don't wad it up. Battle for 2nd. On again. It's Christopher Bell down low. Chase Briscoe riding the wall as Bell also takes a peek to the race lead as well on Denny Hamlin.
Bell's going to try to put Hamlin in a spot here. He's got some lap cars to work with. Hamlin's going to take evasive action, go to the bottom of the racetrack. That forces Bell up to the high side of the racetrack.
Bell looking for room to race. The lap car of Todd Gilliland occupies the real estate top side. Hamlin looks to the inside of Gilliland. Here comes Christopher Bell thinking about wedging it right up the gut.
They all try to negotiate their way around the Pickles car. It's Denny Hamlin down low. Christopher Bell runs the middle group. They've gotten around Todd Gilliland. and behind them, Ty Gibbs to the inside and Chase Briscoe.
Here's the lead group now working their way into turn number 3. Bubba Wallace in front of them. Bubba goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Now Hamlin goes to the outside. Bell will follow the 2 through the turn 4.
Bubba Wallace leaves racing room for the boss man as Denny Hamlin goes around him. That backs off Christopher Bell. You have Ty Gibbs, who's got around Chase Briscoe for 3rd.
That backs off Christopher Bell just for the time being. But as you mentioned, Brad, Ty Gibbs trying to hold off a mirror full of Chase Briscoe. Gibbs runs the middle group in 1 and 2. As Briscoe is down low, they race down the backstretch.
Yeah, Briscoe trying to hold on to Gibbs there, working their way into the corner. Meanwhile, up front, here's Denny Hamlin. He's gotten himself a little running room out in front of this group.
7 laps to go in stage number 3 of the Coca-Cola 600. Austin Dillon now is a car that race leader Denny Hamlin has to deal with.
There's lap cars sprinkled all around Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's not going to be smooth sailing for Denny Hamlin to the end of this stage. He gets around Austin Dillon. Christopher Bell gets around Austin Dillon as well as they close in on another lap car.
Here comes the leader one more time, Denny Hamlin, out next to the wall. Going to stay up to the top side of the racetrack. Seabell down to the bottom of the racetrack. Going to be door to door off turn 4.
Tires for Christopher Bell, 6 laps fresher than Denny Hamlin, and it's starting to show up. They cross the start-finish line. A car length and a half separates the teammates.
It's important to note, earlier this season, lap traffic has cost Denny Hamlin the stage win, and that's exactly what he's dealing with here. He's trying to hold off Christopher Bell, who's 2 car lengths behind him as he closes in on the next pack of lap cars.
Yeah, they pulled this down to a 2-car battle for the stage win. Now Christopher Bell up to the top side of the racetrack. Hamlin, bottom side of the racetrack. Bell trying to close in.
Hamlin gets a good bite off turn 4 from the bottom side of the track. A full head of momentum now for Christopher Bell. Right on the back bumper, the battle for the lead goes to turn 1.
How can Bell use this momentum? He's going to go to the middle. That forces Denny down low. Bell diamonds the corner. He's all up against the safer barrier, trying to ride around the outside. Christopher Bell with a race lead in the Coke 600.
Seabell out front now, half a car length over Denny Hamlin. Can he hold on to it is the question. Bottom of the racetrack he goes. He immediately puts a good bit of distance between him and Denny Hamlin.
2 pit road penalties in this race, and now Christopher Bell is back to the lead. We have now 4 laps to go here in stage number 3.
Now the challenge is the same for Christopher Bell as it was Denny Hamlin. Bell is closing in ever so slightly on a lap car. Right in front of him is Carson Hocevar, and as they try to negotiate their way around them.
Denny Hamlin's got 5 car lengths here in the second spot behind Seabell. Seabell bottom of the racetrack now. Hamlin riding right in the middle as they work off turn 4.
Down to the line, 3 to go in stage number 3. Race leader Christopher Bell now gaps Denny Hamlin a healthy margin, nearly 1 full second. Back to turn 1.
It's the healthiest lead Christopher Bell has had thus far in the stage. As you mentioned, as Hocevar gets in the wall a little bit, Bell gets around him. Hocevar might have felt the pressure of the leader behind him.
Here comes Seabell into the corner, down here into turn number 3. No problems and no pressure from behind. Denny Hamlin has faded.
Coming to 2 laps to go now for Christopher Bell here in the 3rd stage of the Coca-Cola 600. He will cross the start-finish line. Bell now enjoys more than a 1-second advantage over Hamlin.
The pay window is open for Christopher Bell, who's trying to make his way towards the top of the standings here in the chase. 10 points, I'm sure, will be real good for him and that team. Christopher Bell down the back straightaway with 2 to go in the stage.
Seabell, no problem whatsoever in terms of making his way around the corner down here, 3 or 4 without any pressure whatsoever. Here he comes, top side of the racetrack off 4.
Christopher Bell has made his hay late in stage 3 on the top side of the racetrack. He'll get by Riley Herbst, put him another lap in arrears. We begin the final circuit of the stage.
He gave us a show with that battle for the lead, and as Pat mentioned, Denny Hamlin has faded. It's all Christopher Bell all by his lonesome down the back straightaway. 1 final time in stage 3.
Here comes, once again, Denny Hamlin. No problem at all, no pressure from behind. Midway through 3 and 4, he's headed for that green and white checkered flag.
What do fresher tires mean on a long run? It means a stage win. Christopher Bell will see the green and white checkered flag and win stage 3 of the Coca-Cola 600. He'll be followed by teammates Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, and Chase Briscoe. Kyle Larson, the lone Chevy, in the top 5. Tyler Reddick comes home 6 in stage 3, followed by Shane Van Gisbergen, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the driver, getting the final stage point.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would America NA, member FDIC.
We work hard to keep our cars looking great on the outside, but engine components need our attention too. That's where you can trust Z-Max Micro Lubricant to disperse carbon buildup in your engine and fuel system. Keep your car or truck running at its peak. By soaking into the metal of your engine, Z-Max Micro Lubricant improves performance, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Trust the many customers who said, "Thanks for saving my engine." Find out more at zmax.com or follow us on Facebook and X.
Stage number 3 in the books. We still have a final 4th stage of the Coca-Cola 600, the longest race of the NASCAR season. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I'm PRN's Doug Turnbull, co-host of the 5 to Go podcast with roving racing journo Devin Kupka.
There's a lot of things that go into this with the tire wear. With the corners at Martinsville are concrete, where the straightaways are asphalt, or Bristol's all concrete.
And 1988 Cup Series championship mechanic Dan Elliott.
Bubba, to me, he's a good driver, but he is right now his own worst enemy.
3 generations go deep on 5 racing topics each week. The 5 to Go podcast on Apple, Spotify, GoPRN.com, and YouTube.
Hi, I'm David Stiles of PRN, and I know the news cycle is very fast-paced, and we're here to bring you even more fast-paced news about the sport of NASCAR.
I'm extremely happy and proud to be holding this trophy. Obviously, I'm on the good side of it right now.
The latest news from the racetrack, the biggest storylines in the garage, and our opinions about the sport. You can hear all of it on PRN's Garage Pass.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
For the second year in a row, Kyle Busch will see the checkered flag at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as he wins the Brickyard 400 in dominating fashion.
Doug Rice with the call from 2016. Kyle Busch winning his second Brickyard 400. For a long time, Alex Hayden, Toyota had not won at Indianapolis Motor Speedway until Kyle Busch won his first Brickyard 400. And we talk about the many firsts, the many records, the many accomplishments of his career, and that was absolutely one of them, a 2-time Brickyard winner.
One of our crown jewel races. As a matter of fact, the only crown jewel race that eluded Kyle Busch was the Daytona 500. He's won here, obviously, at the Coca-Cola 600 and the Cookout Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Still, just awfully difficult to digest that Kyle Busch is no longer with us.
It is very difficult, and the NASCAR world is healing here tonight in the Coca-Cola 600. Samantha Busch and their 2 children, Brexton and Lennox, were here, along with Kyle's parents, Tom and Gay, his brother, Kurt Busch, and they all had a moment of silence and then played Amazing Grace while they stood at the logo of Kyle Busch's car number 8 free race here at Charlotte. It was a very moving moment.
You're right, and Amazing Grace being played by a trio of bagpipes, which really gets you in the feels as well. Now, Timmy Hill, who's had a rough go of it tonight, he was, 10 or so laps down, but soldiering on. No longer, Brad. He's brought that car to the pit lane and hopped out of it rather quickly.
Yeah, he was coming in hot, literally. And that's because his car was on fire. He is out of it. It looks like some of the rubber just got tucked up underneath the rocker panel on the right side of that, and those over 1,000-degree exhaust headers just ignited it.
Yeah, they did. Wendy Venturini, I see you standing by looking on.
Yes, that's exactly right. What Brad just mentioned. The reason why we had all these safety crew from the fire crew over here and NASCAR officials is because it wouldn't extinguish very quickly. So they brought more fire extinguishers down here. Now the issue is the tow truck is trying to move Timmy Hill's car. The 19 crew of Chase Briscoe want them to move. But of course, pit road will not be open until Timmy's car is clear. But it took quite a bit of fire extinguishers, and they are still using them under the hood right now.
And they're partially in Zane Smith's pit box, Alice. You just noticed as well, the fire extinguisher that they used was actually a liquid fire extinguisher, and you do not want to come in at 50 miles per hour if you're Zane Smith and slide through that.
Yeah, absolutely not. And for Timmy Hill, the Port Tobacco, Maryland native, you can't fault him. Last thing he was worried about is a pitting outside the box penalty in that scenario. Half of his race car is in the pit box in front of him, which is Zane Smith's box. The other half is in his pit box. But finally, the tow truck is there. It looks like the fire safety team here for the Charlotte Motor Speedway has finally gotten those flames settled down and are out as we hook that race car up to the tow truck.
Yeah, scary moment. Pit road remains closed here at the end of stage number 3. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, 3 stages complete of the 4-stage Coca-Cola 600. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley, covering the action in the turns. Andrew Kurland and Pat Patterson, our Napa pit reporters. Brett McMillan, Alan Cavada, and Wendy Venturini. At the conclusion of stage number 3, Christopher Bell leads the field, followed by Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, all 4 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas, then Kyle Larson in 5th. Stage number 1 was won by Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin won stage number 2, and Christopher Bell, stage 3 winner. As pit road remains closed, they've got Timmy Hill's car back to the garage. Now they have an Elgin sweeper there, Alex, trying to help clean up the pit box of Zane Smith.
Yeah, and that's going to aid the pit crew for Zane Smith because they got some housekeeping to do down there before the pit lane opens up. They got to get all that fire suppressant material, got it all sopped up down there. Once that Elgin sweeper does its job there, the pit crew will then go to work on their pit box to make sure that it is absolutely perfect as can be before the pit stops take place.
Yeah, so this will be a little bit of an extended stage caution, but what we know right now, Alex, Toyotas are fast. Joe Gibbs Racing, all of them. 2311 Racing when it comes to Tyler Reddick, 5-time winner this year. But we want to talk about some other drivers. Kyle Larson's been up in the mix. Shane Van Gisbergen running 7th. I don't know that he's been out of the top 10, and if he has, it's only been for a few laps during a green flag cycle. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., another one. He is running 10th here tonight. He has spent the bulk of the evening inside of the top 10. Man, what an amazing run they've had.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic drive for those folks. They just simply haven't had the raw speed so far to go up there and challenge those Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas at the front of the field, although we still have 95 laps remaining to get the job done. Shane Van Gisbergen finished 14th here in the Coke 600 1 year ago, so this is a track that he's really taken to quite well on the ovals.
After that win at Watkins Glen that you called on the Motor Racing Network, Van Gisbergen worked his way back up into chase contention. He came into this race on the chase bubble. Right now, he has actually collected 7 stage points in this race. That's going to help, especially with him running up in the top 10. We should mention the free pass goes to William Byron. They struggled in the early laps of this race. Alex, I think Rudy Fugle has found speed in that car, and they've got right now 94 laps to try and find their way to the front.
They need track position. That's all they need right now. They have been mired in mid-pack for the better part of this race. But we go back to 1 year ago. Ross Chastain started last, spent the better part of the 600 miles doing the exact same thing, and then when it mattered most, he was finally able to get the track position, go up and win the Coca-Cola 600. William Byron has finished top 3 in the last 3 consecutive Coca-Cola 600s. So getting to the front of the field is a challenge, but once he gets there, he knows how to finish.
I want to commend NASCAR for 2 reasons right now. They're doing the right thing by Zane Smith and that crew. They're keeping the Elgin sweeper there, and they're keeping pit road closed while they clean the fire suppressant that came when they needed to put the fire out in Timmy Hill's car right there. But not only are they doing the right thing by Zane Smith's crew, they're doing the safe thing. They don't need Zane Smith sliding into his pit box at 50 miles per hour and sliding through his pit box. That wouldn't be a good thing.
Let's check in with Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Wendy Venturini.
The biggest problem is that all that liquid that got put down, it's half in Zane Smith, it's a little bit in Chase Briscoe's pit stall, and then in front of us, among the other side of the pit opening is Daniel Suarez. all of Daniel Suarez's team came down here and was also trying to dry the opening going into the 7 pit box because all of that fluid is here. The 19 of Chase Briscoe's team, they didn't want the sweeper to touch their pit stall because there's no fluid. They didn't want to take away that rubber, that sticky consistency that they have now put on here with all the rubber traction on the pit box. But NASCAR has just told all of these crew guys, hey, you gotta leave your pit boxes on the pit wall. You gotta get on the other side. The Elgin sweeper, they're wrapping up. We're trying to get this cleaned up so we can get cars down pit road for pit stops.
The crew members, they do an amazing thing. Part of the routine at a NASCAR race is before we start the race, once the teams pick their pit stalls and they set up their pit boxes, next, you see crew members throwing any type of traction compound, whether it is a resin or a track bite from PJ1 or maybe even some Coke syrup or something like that. They make their pit boxes sticky. Alex, they make their pit boxes so sticky, I've stood in them after the race, and when I've gone to take a step, I moved, but my shoe stayed where it was.
Yeah, and it's just for crew members for that choreographed ballet when they have to hustle around the race car to give them the best possible footing as they transition from the right side of the car to the left side. It really is just simply part of pit stops that a lot of people just don't realize takes place.
Yeah, it is. It's a really interesting thing and just one of those, it is part of the competition here. As Todd Gordon, our good friend and championship winning crew chief always says, you race everywhere.
You absolutely do. And for the moment, the racing on the track has been halted with our 7th caution flag of the Coca-Cola 600 for the Timmy Hill issue that we had and the end of stage number 3, which Christopher Bell won. They shouldn't have any issues here as we continue this extended cleanup on the pit lane. As far as Sunoco fuel goes in the tank, you're able to get 2.5 maybe laps to 1 green flag lap, 2.5 caution laps to 1 green flag lap on fuel mileage for these race cars. Plus, you can shut the engine off or clutch the car and save fuel. So it really isn't a problem as far as Sunoco fuel goes right now.
Yeah, they used some speedy dry to clean up those 2 pit boxes with Zane Smith and Chase Briscoe. And then they actually had to take some leaf blowers and blow that out there about midway up pit road. This time, however, pit road will be open and we will have our...
1 second, guys. Not sure why that happened, why it turned off there. Give me 1 second to get it back for you guys, though. 1 second. There we go. We're back.
The first pit reporter they head to, Alan Cavana.
And Seabell went from 6th to 1st on that last green flag run. He says he's tight in 1 and 2, loose in 3 and 4, but also said, leave the car alone. We are fast. Over to the right side, already back on the left side. 4-tire stop for Christopher Bell, Wendy Venturini.
Denny Hamlin in the 2nd position was getting freer on the long run and losing grip on the exit, especially on that long run. 4 tires, fuel Chase Briscoe in. He was sideways and was wrecking his right rear, pretty free for him as well. Also, Ty Gibbs on pit road was loose. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Brett McMillan.
Brad Keselowski, best has been all day long. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel, no changes. 10.3 seconds. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also happy with his car, just a little bit tight. He gets a 4-tire change, air pressure adjustment, and he's back on the track.
Race off pit road is won by Christopher Bell. He'll maintain the lead. Ty Gibbs moves up 1 spot. He comes off 2nd. Denny Hamlin gets dropped to 3rd. Then it was Tyler Reddick and Kyle Larson. Shane Van Gisbergen goes up a spot. He will restart 6th. Chase Briscoe loses 3 spots on the exchange. Then you have Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and Eric Jones.
Summer at Cracker Barrel means campfire's back. Wake up to our new campfire breakfast skillet. So good we serve it all day long. Or try our campfire chicken or campfire beef. These seasonal favorites feature corn on the cob, red skin potatoes, carrots, grape tomatoes, and onions, all slow cooked in foil to lock in those campfire flavors. Finish with one of our new sweet treats, a cherry Coke float or the all-American double chocolate fudge Coca-Cola cake. You can try them all, but only this summer at Cracker Barrel.
Denny Hamlin on the importance of sponsorship in NASCAR.
Not only are they the resources behind the money that we spend on the racetrack, but we also use a lot of their resources that they have within their own company to make our cars faster, or maybe make our drivers or our teams smarter when making decisions. So we've had several of those relationships over the years, and certainly continue to lean on those.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
Our pit reporter is sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Safety starts underneath. Napa has the undercar solutions you need to stop issues, go further with repairs, and grow your shop. Keep undercar under control at Napa. From the Coca-Cola 600, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome to PRN's At the Track. I'm Lenny Baticki. We are PRN, half-hour weekly show dedicated to the short track, dirt track, legends, and kart racing across the Southeast. We provide our audience with the news and insightful conversations with the newsmakers from grassroots racing. How did that help you this time to take this victory from a grassroots perspective?
I definitely felt like Monza was a lot harder than the other one.
That's PRN, At the Track.
Here's Christopher Bell.
My Toyota Camry TRD race car isn't cheap to build and prepare. I have a pit crew that maintains and fixes my equipment. I have a spotter high above the track watching my back, talking me through turns and potential dangers on the track. I physically train to handle the stress of driving. And I have software helping my crew chief and engineers make the right strategy calls. And with all this, I never take my eyes off the road, and neither should you. One distraction can change everything in one instant.
NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 Triple Header Weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway under the lights on this Memorial Day Weekend Classic. 89 laps remain here in the Coca-Cola 600. We've just got the one to go. Drivers are choosing what lane to restart in, and that's brought to you by Freeway Insurance.
Let's give you a snapshot of the lead lap cars. Christopher Bell leads the Coca-Cola 600. Second, Ty Gibbs. Third, Denny Hamlin. Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson round out the top 5. 6, Shane Van Gisbergen. Chase Briscoe 7th. 8th, Ryan Blaney. Brad Keselowski 9th. Eric Jones in 10th.
Joey Logano is 11th. Ryan Preece is 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. Ross Chastain is 14th. Zane Smith is 15th. Cole Custer 16th. A.J. Allmendinger is 17th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th. Josh Berry 19th. And William Byron, last car on the lead lap, is 20th.
We are going to go through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone to start the final stage of the race. We do that with 88 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. We know we'll have at least one more pit stop. The Toyota Camry peels off of pit road. We're about to go racing, Alex.
As they work their way towards the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone, every car, happy owner. Echo Park Automotive is the field. Hits the restart zone. They punch the button. Green flag goes back in the air. Christopher Bell on the inside lane, racing his teammate Ty Gibbs hard for the top spot.
Christopher Bell tries to carry his momentum down low. He is on the bottom. Ty Gibbs runs the middle. Denny Hamlin falls back in this group. They're still side by side for the lead. Bell down low, gets up high.
They stay side by side now into turn number 3. Christopher Bell, bottom of the racetrack. He's got the advantage now. Fighting back on the outside is Ty Gibbs. Here comes Tyler Reddick.
3 wide, almost coming off at turn number 4. Tyler Reddick tucks in behind Ty Gibbs. He will shove him to the race lead as they head back to 1.
Tyler Reddick really thought about taking the lead. He thinks better of it. Now he's going to try to go one-on-one against Ty Gibbs. Gibbs is in the middle. Reddick's down low. Gibbs shuts the door on Tyler Reddick down the backstretch.
Ty Gibbs weaving down the backstretch into turn 3, leading the field right now. Reddick goes up to the high side of the racetrack. Gibbs will lead them all forward.
He has 2.5 car lengths. Ty Gibbs up front. Tyler Reddick falls in line second. Kyle Larson third. Christopher Bell has the field beginning to snarl in his rearview mirror.
Christopher Bell was the leader not too long ago. Now he's just trying to hang on to a top 5 position. He's got Briscoe behind him and SVG riding the wall. They're side by side. That's the best battle on the racetrack.
Reddick in the second spot, stalking the leader now into turn 3. Reddick will go up to the safer barrier, trying to get a run on Gibbs off of 4.
Shane Van Gisbergen in the top 5 right now. The battle behind him, Joe Gibbs' teammates. Denny Hamlin, he lost spots on the restart. He's trying to gain them back. He drives to the inside of Chase Briscoe.
Denny Hamlin would be forced to use the low groove at the racetrack. Briscoe in the middle as Hamlin's going to try to slide in front of Briscoe here. It's going to be close, but he's able to get the spot over Chase Briscoe.
Hamlin now will have to go to work on SVG, who's still in the mix up front here. Here's Ty Gibbs stretching his lead out of 4.
Good handling race car for Ty Gibbs to go along with a lot of horsepower. His lead is 4 car lengths. Tyler Reddick tries to keep pace. He's right there in second.
Tyler Reddick, who made that bold 3-wide move, had to back off the gas, now trying to reel back in Ty Gibbs. He's about 2 car lengths and maybe closing in on Ty Gibbs. The lead is about the same.
A little further back, Hamlin going to work on Shane Van Gisbergen down at the bottom of the racetrack. That's where Hamlin tracks. Right in the middle of the racetrack is in Gisbergen.
Fight to get back in the top 5. Denny Hamlin's able to take it away from Shane Van Gisbergen. Up in front of them, a battle for second mounting with Kyle Larson on the back bumper of Reddick.
Larson's been working on Tyler Reddick a handful of laps. He's going to be a car length behind him. Larson using the classic Larson line. Diamonds the corner, tries to get a run on Tyler Reddick for second.
About a car length and a half separate Larson from Bell. Down the backstretch they go into the corner.
Triple back straightaway. 1 car spins and hits the wall really hard. It's out of my view, but a really tough impact. It's Ross Chastain.
That's Ross Chastain. You just hit it, and he got it turned around. Nobody else hit him, I don't think, as he's got it blowed up at the bottom of the racetrack.
We will not have a defending winner of the Coca-Cola 600. The winner from a year ago, Ross Chastain, wadded up. It happened in front of Andrew Curlin.
Yeah, it did. Ross Chastain, I could see the skid marks down the back straightaway, and he hit a spot of the inside safer barrier that you would prefer he didn't hit. It's right when the safer barrier bends. This is near the entrance where the safety vehicles are coming in and out from the infield, and man, that was a really tough hit for Ross Chastain.
Watching the replay right now, he put his left side tires below the blue and white line, drifted way wide off of turn number 2. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. really had nowhere to go. He tapped the back bumper of Ross Chastain. That sent him spinning. And Alex, the nose of Ross Chastain's car is about half as long as it was when we started this race.
That was a sledgehammer shot by Ross Chastain, nose first to the inside safer barrier. Hard hit, thank goodness for Dr. Dean Sicking and his team who developed the safer barrier, because that one saved certainly Ross Chastain from what could be very bad implications from a head-on crash. Good news, though, Chastain has climbed from that battered jockey entry, and he will walk to the AMR safety truck under his own power.
And I want to mention Ricky Stenhouse Jr. When you watch a side view of this, it looks like Chastain drifts in front of him, and Stenhouse just hits his rear bumper, nowhere to go. When you look at a head-on view from that, Stenhouse made a big evasive maneuver to try and stay off the back bumper of Ross Chastain. He just had too much momentum, and unfortunately for Chastain, his night ends early.
Yeah, and that's just a matter of the old-fashioned slide job. Chastain coming from the bottom of the track off turn 2, trying to drift up the racetrack, but didn't have the head of speed that Stenhouse had. Outside lane, even though it's a longer way around this 1.5 mile Charlotte Motor Speedway, you carry more momentum. And Stenhouse had a full head of steam exiting turn number 2. You can check up all you want, but at 175, 180 miles an hour, there's just not a whole heck of a lot you can do.
Andrew Curlin, that hit on the safer barrier might have hurt more than just Ross Chastain's car.
Yeah, they're checking out the safer barrier right now. There's 2 AMR safety officials down right at the black mark on the white wall where Ross Chastain hit. They were lifting up some of the foam pieces that are ripped behind the solid safer barrier surface. It seems like they're satisfied with it. They're pulling their car away, but they were on the crash scene immediately and wanted to make sure that safer barrier was up to standard for the rest of this Coke 600.
Ross Chastain led earlier in the race on a restart, fell back and was never able to regain that track position. He was being scored in the 16th position when he had the problem off turn 2 halfway down the back straightaway, which puts us under the 8th caution flag of the race with 80 laps to go. Still not within the fuel window right now. We're just on the outside edge of the fuel window to make it to the advertised distance.
Boy, that would be one heck of a gamble, and really happy to see Chastain out of the car. We'll check in with him coming up. This will put Michael McDowell back on the lead lap. He was running the first car one lap down, so William Byron gets to restart with the leaders as he had gotten a lap back at the end of stage number 3. Michael McDowell now gets back on after a 4th place starting spot here tonight.
And William Byron gets to pit with the lead lap car, something he hasn't done for the better part of tonight's race. This will enable his pit crew to have the opportunity to maybe leapfrog 1, 2, perhaps even 3 spots on the pit stop, because this Rudy Fugle-led team has been outstanding on pit road all season long. So this could be a good break for that team.
Yeah, I feel like Rudy Fugle and that team, this may be one of those, like last year for Ross Chastain, that it takes every bit of 600 miles for them to get the wheels underneath of them and work their way back up to the front. Ty Gibbs is the leader of this race. He had an amazing restart, and I'll give Ty Gibbs a lot of credit. After that Bristol win, he is racing with a different confidence now that he broke the seal on victory lane, and you see it going toe-to-toe with Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, some of the best in the sport, and he came out on top.
And not just fast race cars tonight for Joe Gibbs Racing, Ty Gibbs included. They handle exceptionally well. And once we got to darkness, it seems like those Toyotas have really grip the racetrack even better. They've been able to work lap traffic inside, middle, or outside. They've been able to wheel around each other inside, middle, and outside lane as well. So not just fast, but good handling.
Yeah, very true. Tough thing for Ross Chastain, by the way. He is currently being shown 34th. Catherine Legg is behind him, -12. She's still out on the racetrack, so that's going to drop Chastain to 35th. We have not had a lot of attrition. We've had some cautions here, but the only cars that were out before that were Connor Zilic, Austin Cindric, Chase Elliott, and Timmy Hill. So that is a big drop for a car that was on the lead lap.
Pit lane is open this time by. That means they'll come to pit road if they choose to on lap 322. 78 laps to go. That is right there close to the fuel window to make it to the advertised distance of tonight's race.
All right, Ty Gibbs is leading the field right now. They will, oh no, Ty Gibbs with the big fake, but he is the only one that stays out. Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen stay out. Everyone else comes in, Alan Cavana.
The pit call for Christopher Bell was asparagus. We're about to find out what that means. They're around to the right side with two tires. That's it, 2 tires for Christopher Bell, on and off, Wendy Venturini.
On my end of pit road, I was positioned right where Ty Gibbs was, but it's 2 tires on the other end of pit road for Chase Briscoe and Denny Hamlin. Brett McMillan.
And for Tyler Reddick, we've got a 4-tire change, top of Sunoco fuel. Ryan Priest in here also. He's also getting a 4-tire change.
It was a drag race off of pit road for both Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell, but they were doing that behind Kyle Larson. 2 tires to call. Chase Briscoe comes out behind Hamlin, followed by Eric Jones. But Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen, Alex, we can look at this one of 2 ways. They stayed out or they got hung out.
You're right, because as the race leader, you're the one that's in the bad spot. If you come to the pit lane, others may stay out. If you stay out, everybody else behind you will elect to come to pit road, and that's exactly what happened.
How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off a 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
As the race heats up, let's take a listen to Denny Hamlin's Progressive number 11 car team.
Progressive car to pit. Hey guys, Denny's in the zone. I'll be taking over comms for a bit.
The car can talk? All right. Well, can you go an extra mile on those tires?
Go the extra mile, like Progressive does for the 37 million drivers who trust them? They get people back on the road with 24/7 claim support.
I like that attitude. Maybe you should take over full time.
Shh. Denny can still hear us.
If your car could talk, it would tell you to get Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Strategy changes everything. Right now we have 77 to go in the Coca-Cola 600. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Nashville Super Speedway. Start your engines.
It's the Cracker Barrel 400.
Green and white checkered flag is in the air. We've got William Byron who will win stage number 1.
Briscoe wants the lead from his teammate now as he'll down to the bottom of the racetrack. Larson Hosenbar ducks to the inside now. Chase Briscoe goes to the high side. This is a battle for the top 5.
The Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Sunday, May 31st, 6 o'clock Eastern on PRN. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series heads to Music City.
Cruz got uprooted off the bottom of the racetrack. Sam Mayer's going to look to the inside.
It's the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250.
Sam Mayer now looking low at the start-finish line. Mayer's trying to take away that spot from Larson.
They were fighting over that real estate there with Justin Allgaier and Larson.
Jones trying to hold off Sheldon Green. Brent Cruz is going to look to the outside.
The Sports Illustrated Resorts 250 from Nashville Super Speedway. Saturday, May 30th at 7 Eastern on PRN.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway as we work the caution for the 8th time. Let's go to Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Here with Billy Scott, crew chief for Tyler Reddick. First question, how close are you to getting to the end without having to stop again?
Yeah, I think between the tire wear and the fuel load, we're probably just going to go all out here. And, the rain's in the area too, so there's no telling if this thing's going to make it the full 400 miles or not.
All right, you've been a great finisher all year long. Your driver's been great. How confident are you with him running up front?
Well, yeah, he's been exceptional again today on the restarts, and it's got us back up there to the front. So looking for more of the same here.
All right, best of luck rest of the way.
Thank you.
That's Billy Scott. Tyler Reddick looking for his 6th win of the year.
Man, hey, when you have 5 wins, you can make a strategy call, but that wasn't them going out on a limb. That I think was a smart play. I like the way Billy Scott's saying, yeah, we can just go after it.
Absolutely right. Wendy Venturini.
Austin Dillon has had multiple issues he's been expressing to his team with the right front. At first, he thought it was a corded tire. Then he felt like it was a brake issue, and the pedal was going to the floor certain times on the racetrack, which is a very uneasy feeling for a driver. They came down pit road just now, took off the right front tire, inspected it a little bit more, and they were able to figure out what the problem was. The wheel bearing is pushing the brake pedal back. There's nothing they can do at this point. Austin Dillon is just going to have to ride this one out.
That's fascinating, actually. The wheel bearing pushing it back. Man, that's going to be a tough go for 75 more laps.
It is. As the field comes down, we get the 1-to-go signal. Teams choose what lane to restart in. Brought to you by Freeway Insurance. Ty Gibbs, the race leader, looks like he's going to choose the bottom side of the racetrack for this upcoming restart. As everybody else, again, no real shakeup in the choice. There's really no preferred line to restart in. Nobody's majority going top or majority going to the bottom. It's fairly even across the board.
And Van Gisbergen, who restarts on the outside, has been making the high line work. Let's give you a lead lap rundown here. Ty Gibbs leads the Coca-Cola 600. Shane Van Gisbergen second. They stayed out. They last pitted on lap 309. Pitting on lap 322, Kyle Larson third. Fourth, Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin fifth. Chase Briscoe sixth. Eric Jones seventh. Joey Logano eighth. Zane Smith ninth. Tyler Reddick 10th.
Ryan Blaney's 11th. Ryan Preece is 12th. Chris Buescher 13th. And Cole Custer 14th. William Byron 15th. They did gain a couple of spots on pit road. 16th is Josh Berry. 17th is Brad Keselowski. 18th, A.J. Allmendinger. 19th, Michael McDowell. The final car in the lead lap. In 20th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Lights are out on the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. Alex, I think the big question here, what lane goes? Will it be the bottom? Will it be the top as the Camry pulls onto pit road? We're about to get a restart, this time with 74 laps to go.
Having to get to the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Every car happy owner, Echo Park Automotive. Green flag goes back in the air. Inside lane is Ty Gibbs. Outside lane is Shane Van Gisbergen. They are on older tires compared to the rest of the field.
They're wheel to wheel for the top spot. As you mentioned, older tires. Christopher Bell all the way up against the wall. Larson down low. They're going to split Ty Gibbs. Bell to second, trying to make quick work of the leader as the front fenders behind him.
SVG pulls the train into turns 3 and 4. Everybody's sorting it out behind him, but he'll lead them off turn 4.
Shane Van Gisbergen leads the Coca-Cola 600, but for how long? Christopher Bell rides right on his back bumper as they head back to turn number 1.
And as some of that weather clears by us, there's lightning in the air. It's time to get thunderstruck here at Charlotte. Christopher Bell all the way up at the top. He wants the race lead from Shane Van Gisbergen here in the final stage of the Coke 600.
Van Gisbergen has about a car length over Bell. Bell being pursued by about a car length and a half from Larson as they work their way off four.
Exiting the corner, back to the start-finish line, Shane Van Gisbergen doing a nice job at the front of the field. Finally, clean air across the nose of that Chevrolet after being in the top 10 all night.
It's amazing how clean air can keep Shane Van Gisbergen up front. He's able to hold off Christopher Bell. Bell, though, going to make a hard charge down the back straightaway on the leader.
Here comes Bell now, looking for a way to start moving towards...
Trouble back straightaway. Two cars get into it and hit the inside safer barrier. Pat, they're in front of you.
Yeah, you got a whole bunch of cars that are involved in this one. Briscoe is in it. Ryan Priest got a piece of this as well. I think Buscher also was involved in this one. Those cars are moving away from the scene right now, but Briscoe's car is killed for sure. It's just sitting in the middle of the grass back here, not moving at all.
Under caution for the 9th time as we go to Alan Cavana at the Infield Care Center.
Ross Chastain is out of the Infield Care Center. First and foremost, you okay? That looked vicious.
Yeah, everything did its job, so I feel good.
All right, we saw close contact with Ricky Stenhouse and his car. What happened?
I'm not sure. We were on the straightaway, and in my camera last I saw, he was had a run and went like to go inside of me and hit me in the back bumper. So put me right into the wall, and then I overcorrected back to the left and hit the good old Roval chicane wall. So worst angle you can hit.
All right, Ross Chastain, glad to be talking to him. He's got a small smile on his face, but tough end tonight.
Yeah, that's a difficult pill to swallow, trying to back up and go back-to-back in the Coca-Cola 600. Brad, as we work the 9th caution flag, we've just wadded up some pretty good race cars.
We did. Chase Briscoe, he has had a car that has led laps and contended. We're watching a replay of this right now. We see a gaggle of cars with William Byron in front of Zane Smith. Underneath Ryan Priest is Chris Buscher. Oh, and Chase Briscoe tried to go low on the back straightaway and just pummeled the back bumper of Chris Buscher.
Yeah, he hit him with a severe kick in the caboose and turned him all the way around, head on towards the outside wall. That clipped the left rear quarter of Ryan Priest, who was just minding his own business, and he got swept up in the crash, and his car is torn all to pieces. They're going to need a new fender on that car. Then Josh Berry, right in front of his car, hit the spinning car of Ryan Priest. So 4 cars wadded up inside turn number 3 with 70 laps to go.
Yeah, you just had a nice battle going there. And Chris Buscher on the inside of Ryan Priest. As soon as Chase Briscoe tried to dive low, Chris Buscher was actually going a little bit lower, and they connected bumpers right at the same time. So that's a tough one with 70 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. This is not an incident that Chase Briscoe can afford. He has literally been teetering in and out of Chase contention. One week he gets up there into the top 16, the next week he drops out. And it has gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for about the last 6 or 7 weeks on the schedule.
If there's a silver lining, Chase Briscoe scored the 2nd most stage points in the race tonight. He scored 24 points via the stages here this evening. So not the best scenario, no, but you got to try to take the positive out of it, and that's what it is.
And that's what makes the 4 stages of the Coca-Cola 600 valuable for sure. So they're going to walk out of here with something. That's the beauty of stage racing as well. You can race all day. You can have a fast car, and if you make an early exit, well, you still earn something throughout the course of this race. So one of the things I like about the current Chase point system. Another thing I'm loving right now is seeing Shane Van Gisbergen out front. It is 10:31 Eastern Time here in Charlotte, North Carolina. In New Zealand, it is 2:31 Monday afternoon. So while we have watched the sunset here, if you're a Shane Van Gisbergen fan, which I would imagine most of New Zealand and probably Australia as well are, you got to be sitting at home here on a Monday afternoon enjoying the fact that your driver, with 69 laps to go, is leading one of NASCAR's crown jewel events.
And tack on the fact that he ran 165 miles in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series race earlier today in the North Carolina Education Lottery 200. Why only 165 miles? Well, that race was cut short due to time constraints after multiple cautions. As a matter of fact, a record-setting number of caution flags was happening earlier today in that race. But Shane Van Gisbergen having himself a day, as the kids say.
And let's not forget, he is the most most recent points winner on the NASCAR Cup Series schedule with that trip to Victory Lane at Watkins Glen International.
So as the field works around, the pit lane will stay closed for the moment. Now the question is, race leader Shane Van Gisbergen and the car running fifth, Ty Gibbs, elected to stay on the racetrack on the last caution flag. Do they come to pit road now once it opens up? We are right there on the window to make it to the advertised distance on Sunoco Fuel.
That is a tough call right now. They did last pit at lap 309, and that would be a 91-lap run to the end. That's if we just go the advertised distance and don't have any overtime. We heard Billy Scott talk about some weather earlier that they might be racing that. I feel pretty confident that all of that has passed us, and we got the big thumbs up on not having to worry about Mother Nature having an influence on the Coca-Cola 600. Do you give up the track position, or do you think to yourself, man, you know, we've got 68 laps to go here. If you're Stephen Doran, the crew chief of that number 97 Chevrolet, you might want to take a gamble, but you're still going to have to pit sometime.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm a radio broadcaster, not a crew chief down there. You know, if you're going to ask me to make a decision right now, yeah, I think you have to come to pit road. There are only 17 cars in the lead lap. You can basically call it 16 because Josh Berry is backing his car up. It looked like he had a loose wheel after leaving the pit box, got about 8 or 9 pit boxes down, put it in reverse and went all the way back to his pit box, and the crew's going to work on the right side of that race car. So while Josh Berry sits on the pit lane, he is the 17th place car and the last car in the lead lap. So that being said, yeah, if you're going to hold me to it, I'm coming to pit road to go ahead and put on 4 fresh tires.
All right, here we go. Pit road is open. Does Stephen Doran give up all the track position for his driver, Shane Van Gisbergen? Does he hold him out? Shane Van Gisbergen, if they stay out, will have to restart next to Christopher Bell on much fresher tires. Van Gisbergen doesn't even fake the field. He stays out, but guess what? The other car that did not come to pit road on the last cycle, Ty Gibbs. He'll bring his Toyota Camry onto the pit lane, as we also see Brad Keselowski coming in. We have A.J. Allmendinger coming in. Michael McDowell's going to come on to pit road, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Wendy Venturini.
The crew chief for Ty Gibbs, Tyler Allen, thought for sure a lot of those cars were going to take fuel only. So they were calling for a 4-tire stop because those fuel only were going to jump them anyways on pit road. Well, moot point, faked it out, nobody came. So now Ty Gibbs took 4 tires, Sunoco Fuel, and would head back out there with the freshest tires on the racetrack now.
So Shane Van Gisbergen stays out. Lap 309 was the last time he was on the pit road. His tires are a little older. Typically, when you run some green flag laps, the tires will equalize out there. The fresh tires will wear out just a bit and get to basically a plateau with the older tires. Throw in the fact that they're going to cool down under this caution flag and go through a heat cycle as well. So Shane Van Gisbergen rolling the dice. I just don't see coming pit road lap 309. If you try to stay out there and go all the way to lap 400, that's a heck of a move, and that's a lot of fuel saving if that's indeed the strategy they're going to try to employ. If they go on and do that, I believe NASCAR will look at that race car in technical inspection probably until Wednesday.
Yeah, we don't have Smokey Unick as a mechanic anymore here in this sport, and so no shenanigans with fuel lines and all of that. But I also want to point out that Ty Gibbs has the freshest tires and the fullest tank of Sunoco Fuel. He doesn't have to save a thing. He can go. Let's go back to Napa pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Yeah, a couple of guys on my end of pit road did come in and pit. Brad Keselowski came in and got 2 tires, and then also Ricky Stenhouse Jr. came in and popped on 4 fresh Goodyears.
So as the field comes to the line, we do not get the one to go. Some of the cars a lap or more down take this opportunity to get service on their race cars. Daniel Suarez was the beneficiary of the free pass. Second time tonight he's been able to get a lap back. So Suarez and that freeway insurance entry will get the lap back, get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They will top him off with Sunoco Fuel. He will be our 17th car now on the lead lap.
If you're crew chief Stephen Doran, you're gambling right now with Shane Van Gisbergen. You're out front, you have track position. You have older tires than the rest of the field, however, and you're going to restart next to Christopher Bell. But what you're gambling on is that we get another caution, probably with at least 20, 25 more laps under green. If we go that far, Alex, I feel like the entire field is going to want to come down to pit road, and if nothing else, that can balance it. But as Doug Rice, the former anchor of this network, loves to say, hope is not a plan. And right now, Stephen Doran is hoping for a caution in about 25 laps.
Shane Van Gisbergen took the green flag tonight in the Coca-Cola 600, only 6 points above the Chase cut line in 16th in championship points. However, through the opening 3 stages, he's been able to gain 7 more points. This is a big, big gamble. And you know what? I'm good with it. Go out there and try to win the Coca-Cola 600. Don't settle for the quote-unquote good points day.
Well, Brett McMillan just pointed out something that we often talk about in the Coca-Cola 600, Brett. And where are we right now in this race?
We've just passed the Coca-Cola 500, so SVG would have won the Coca-Cola 500, and it would not have been a fluke because he's been, as you got talked about, he's been up front all night long.
He really has been. And I don't know what the stat is of drivers who won the Coca-Cola 500, but not the 600. But it's a pretty long list, Alex Hayden.
Yeah, you're right about that. If only they gave away that ring for winning the Coca-Cola 500. They don't. You got another 100 miles to race this thing out. 65 laps to go. And by the way, Chris Buescher's battered race car, well, they've put some tape on that and straightened out the fenders. They've gotten him back out on the racetrack. Chris Buescher involved in the crash. He is now being scored 6 laps down.
I want to point out something that we've seen over several restarts, and so far we've actually made 8 trips through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone. This will be our 9th when we go back through it this time. Alex, we have not seen every control lead car maintain the lead when the green flag has come back out. Shane Van Gisbergen was he was actually the lead car this time over Ty Gibbs, but it was still a battle. But we have seen the lead change hands as they come off of turn 2 quite often.
We've had 29 official lead changes in the race among 12 different drivers. Tyler Reddick's led the most laps tonight, 118 circuits. Here we go, 1 to go. Shane Van Gisbergen will choose the outside lane this time. Christopher Bell will dig down to the bottom on the choice. So SVG becomes the first driver to choose the outside lane with the first choice.
Shane Van Gisbergen leads. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson in 3rd, Denny Hamlin in 4th. 5th is Tyler Reddick. Joey Logano, the top Ford in 6th. Then it's Eric Jones in 7th. William Byron in 8th. Zane Smith in 9th. And Ryan Blaney in 10th.
Ty Gibbs on the freshest tires and the most Sunoco fuel. He'll go 11th. Brad Keselowski 12th. Cole Custer 13th. A.J. Allmendinger 14th. Michael McDowell 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th. And the final car in the lead lap in 17th is Daniel Suarez.
Well, Pat Patterson, I'm not sure if you're a gambling man or not, but I know there's a gamble up front right now. What do you think?
Well, there really is, and I'm not sure that I understand all the logic of it. We might get another caution between here and there. Certainly that'll give an opportunity for Shane Van Gisbergen, but I am awfully impressed with what I have seen him do here tonight as the pace car pulls the field into turns 3 and 4. It has been a lot of fun watching them race down here on this end of the racetrack, and there's not a light on in the parking lot. Nobody's going home. They want to see how this one will finish up.
And nobody's using their seat either, Pat. Everybody stands in the sold-out grandstands. Field works its way up off of turn number 4. They work their way to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
Shane Van Gisbergen, the control car on the outside. He will get the jump on Christopher Bell. He'll have another Chevy behind pushing. That's Kyle Larson trying to push Van Gisbergen to the lead.
And he will successfully do that. SVG out in front. Now Bell is digging on the bottom. Why did SVG choose the top? He's loving it all night long. He gets a good run and draws even with Bell down the backstretch.
It is a drag race to turn 3. SVG up to the top side of the racetrack. Bell down at the bottom. Bell's going to get the advantage in the middle of the corner.
And Christopher Bell will clear SVG up off turn 4. Christopher Bell back to the lead here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Van Gisbergen goes to 2nd. Denny Hamlin hot to trot in 3rd.
Denny Hamlin wants to make a move on SVG on old tires. Denny up high, SVG down low. Hamlin's going to try to cross SVG over on the back straightaway.
Right behind him, Tyler Reddick is tucked there together with the number 5 of Kyle Larson. They battle hard
for that fourth spot. They stay side by side in the corner.
Tyler Reddick had rooted Larson up the racetrack. That gives Reddick the fourth spot. Christopher Bell continues to lead. Shane Van Gisbergen still hanging on to second with Denny Hamlin coming strong.
And I'll tell you, Brad, Shane Van Gisbergen has not let Christopher Bell get away. Bell only has a 1-car length lead over Shane Van Gisbergen. Here comes Hamlin again. He looks to the inside of SVG now.
Yeah, Hamlin made a quick move to the left, and he is going to be right in it for the second place battle now with Shane Van Gisbergen. They worked their way off the corner.
With 60 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600, it's Christopher Bell by 4 car lengths, side by side for second. Hamlin to the inside of Shane Van Gisbergen.
SVG is not letting Denny Hamlin go easy. He's right up against his door. SVG runs the middle. Denny Hamlin now will slide in front of Shane Van Gisbergen. Tyler Reddick, the next who wants to pounce on SVG.
After Reddick, you've got Larson, and you've got a good bit of separation there before you get back to Zane Smith. Here they come again, once off the corner, and Bell continues to stretch out his lead.
Christopher Bell will lead with 59 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600, about 6 car lengths back to Denny Hamlin, then Shane Van Gisbergen and Tyler Reddick.
I'm watching that battle for third. It's SVG, who only has about 1 car length advantage over Tyler Reddick. As I said, battle for third. Reddick tries to close in. He's 3 car lengths on Shane Van Gisbergen.
They race all nose to tail down into turn numbers 3 and 4. Up to the top side, near the safer barrier. That's where Tyler Reddick goes, trying to make up ground on Shane Van Gisbergen.
That's a successful move there for Reddick. He's right on the back bumper. Shane Van Gisbergen tries to block. Can't do it. Tyler Reddick on the prowl.
Tyler Reddick will have to pass him on the bottom. SVG has been so good on the 24 degrees of banking here in turns 1 and 2.
Trouble. I got a car ran into the wall down here on my end of the racetrack. That is Austin Dillon. Hit it pretty hard. No caution out right now. He gets it to the pit road as we watch the leader come right under 3 and 4. Once again, Bell leading off the corner.
Wendy Venturini told us about the problems with Austin Dillon. It seems like those have come to fruition. Christopher Bell continuing to lead, chased hard by Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin is closing in on Christopher Bell. It's about 5 or 6 car lengths between the race leader and Denny Hamlin is Joe Gibbs' teammate. Tyler Reddick got around SVG. Kyle Larson wants to jump in on the fun too.
Down the backstretch, down the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin doing everything he can now to try to hang on and keep that gap between he and the leader.
Off turn number 4, back down to the line. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin, Tyler Reddick, 1, 2, 3. Shane Van Gisbergen is settled in the number 4 spot. Kyle Larson is 5th. The rest of the top 10 on lap 344. We'll see Zane Smith bouncing back from an early pit road penalty. Zane Smith with a fast Ford. He's up to 6th. Joey Logano to 7th. Ryan Blaney 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th, and William Byron into the top 10.
You've had a lot of comers and goers through the field. Some of those drivers, you mentioned Joey Logano on his birthday, started 33rd and is running in the 7th spot right now. Nice evening for him here in the Coca-Cola 600 as the racing continues into 1 with 55 to go.
And everyone settled into what would be their long run pace here, as you said, Brad, with 55 to go. Bell leads over Hamlin, then Reddick is in 3rd.
Watching Ty Gibbs with those fresh tires, seeing if he can make up any ground on Ryan Blaney, who's right in front of him, making some progress there at the bottom of the racetrack.
Lap times stay in the low to mid 30-second bracket. That's about what they've been running the majority of the evening. So if there's any fuel saving ongoing right now, Brad, it is not showing up on timing and scoring on these lap times.
No, you're absolutely right about that. It's not showing up at all. The one car that we know running with the front runners, 4th place Shane Van Gisbergen, he last pitted on lap 309. When we look at the top 5 lap times from the last lap, Shane Van Gisbergen, it is not a part of that, but they're going to have to pay the piper at some point.
They are, and because of the strategy that they're playing out here in the final run to the checkered flag in the Coca-Cola 600, they're going to have to make a pit stop much sooner rather than later. Now, they do have the aid of a couple of caution flags, which has bought them a few extra green flag laps on the fuel mileage. So what lap exactly will Stephen Dorn bring him in? That remains to be seen.
Ryan Preece has exited the care center. Let's check in with Alan Kamana in that conversation.
Ryan Preece is out of the infield care center. Ryan, it looked like you got caught up in someone else.
I don't know. I was going on the back stretch, and next thing I know, I'm heading towards the infield, and I know it wasn't my teammate, so it's unfortunate because we finally got our Kroger stoked Ford Mustang Dark Horse back in the right direction, and felt like we were going to have a top 10, potentially a top 5 day. And I don't know. I mean, I stepped on it last week, so somebody else did. I can't get too mad, I guess.
A frustrating end for Ryan Priest tonight.
It really is. Ryan Priest had a good race car tonight for Roush Fenway Keselowski. Now flying the banner for RFK is Brad Keselowski in 10th. The third RFK car, that's Chris Buescher involved in the crash as well. He's 6 laps down.
At one time, Joe Gibbs Racing was running 1, 2, 3, and 4. And, well, the fourth car is out of the infield care center now with Alan Cavana.
Chase Briscoe out of the infield care center. We saw the quick move and then the contact with the 17. What happened today?
Yeah, just they were too wide in front of me, so I was trying to, make a move to the left. And I don't know if he turned left or I just missed time and he caught his left rear. Yeah, just unfortunate. Had an extremely fast push out tracker Toyota that felt like we were going to be in the mix, certainly to win it. Just in the garage now.
NASCAR early night for Chase Briscoe.
He'll finish 34th tonight in the Coca-Cola 600. We're down to just 49 laps to go.
Whether your engine runs daily or only when you need it, C-Max Micro Lubricant is the force you need against carbon buildup that can damage your engine. Combustion causes carbon and other harmful deposits to build up in your engine, fuel system, and transmission. And carbon is like sandpaper, rubbing against your engine's internal parts. You don't want that. You want C-Max Micro Lubricant. It soaks into metal and keeps your vehicle running at peak performance. Find out more at cmax.com or visit us on Facebook and X. Protect your engine to the max with C-Max.
What would you like the car to do? Dig deep and ask it. Can you really live so far from the family you lean on? Will a broken nose break you, or will it make you?
Bank of America champions U.S. men's national team player Diego Luna, and everyone who dares to ask, what would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of U.S. Soccer and FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
48 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. We are under caution for the 10th time. No incident on the racetrack, no precipitation falling, but lightning 6.8 miles away. So that means we will go under the lightning clock. We'll come back and let you know what's happening here from Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, this is Doug Rice of PRN. Join me for another great episode of Fast Talk.
We love to make lists. We love to rank things. We love to do all of that. But I think all I can say definitively is he is the best right now.
Listen, Kyle Larson's a threat when he walks in anywhere. If we're going to race from here across the street to the mall, Kyle Larson's a threat. Okay, so he's going to be a threat for the championship.
There are too many good tracks for Kyle Larson in that final 10 to take him out of that conversation.
That's Fast Talk right here on PRN.
Fireworks in the air here at Nashville Super Speedway.
Reddick and Bell locked together door to door as they head into 3. Nobody giving an inch there.
Start your engines as the Cracker Barrel 400 NASCAR triple header this May 29th through the 31st storms into Nashville Super Speedway, where horsepower meets Music City rhythm. 3 days, 3 races. It's a high-speed honky-tonk under the lights all weekend long. Get your tickets at NashvilleSuperspeedway.com or call 866-RACE-TICKS today.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we are now under caution for lightning, 6.8 miles away. And Alex, when we look at this, we've been watching the radar, and a storm has been close, but it's not really been close enough. And unfortunately, just one little edge of it's nipping us.
The protocol for NASCAR at any given track that we race at is if there's lightning within 8 miles of the racetrack, they will slow things down under abundance of caution. I agree with the policy. The frustrating thing about this, Brad, is the storm that produced what this lightning is in is going away from the speedway right now. So that is good news in it. Bad news is we do have protocol we must follow.
We do. Right now, the field is actually running under caution behind the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. They have not thrown the red flag on this race, and I think that's a valid point to bring up right now. Typically, we see under a lightning hold that we will throw the red flag. I'm not saying they're not going to bring them down pit road. They just haven't yet, Alex.
No, they haven't. So why don't we let you know where your favorite driver is being scored right now with 46 laps to go. Christopher Bell is the race leader. Denny Hamlin is second, and Tyler Reddick is third. Kyle Larson fourth. Shane Van Gisbergen playing the strategy card. He is fifth. Zane Smith is in the number 6 spot. Joey Logano is seventh. Ty Gibbs is eighth. Brad Keselowski ninth, and Ryan Blaney is 10th.
William Byron, he was a lap down. He's raced his way back up to 11th. 12th is Michael McDowell. Cole Custer is 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th. 15th is Eric Jones. 16th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. The last car on the lead lap is A.J. Allmendinger in 17th. Alex Bowman had some transaxle issues. He's the first car 1 lap down. He'll get the free pass. He is running 18th. 19th is Corey Heim. Todd Gilliland in the Grillo's Pickles machine is 20th.
Then Carson Hocevar, first car 2 laps down. He's in position number 21. John Hunter Nemechek is 22nd. Noah Gregson is 23rd. Ty Dillon is 24th. Riley Herbst, 25th. 26th is Bubba Wallace. 27th is Austin Hill. Josh Berry, 28th. Cody Ware, 29th. And Chris Buescher is 30th.
Catherine Legg is the last car running on the track. She's 31st, minus 12 laps. Out of the race, Austin Dillon will finish 32nd. 33rd will be Ryan Preece. Chase Briscoe, 34th. 35th, Ross Chastain. Timmy Hill, 36th. 37th, Chase Elliott. Austin Cindric, 38th. 39th will be Connor Zillage. They have opened up pit road. Again, we are under caution here. We are not under red. These are going to be active pit stops, and guess what? Shane Van Gisbergen's crew chief, Stephen Doran, might have just won his gamble if everyone else comes down.
Yeah, now everybody, if you elect to pit, can easily make it to the advertised distance on Sunoco Fuel. And here comes the stampede off turn number 4. We start our coverage with Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Alan Cavana.
And Christopher Bell coming in, he says he needs to be just a tick tighter. A half number? No, a quarter number tighter. That is all. 4 tires is the call for the 20 car on Christopher Bell. They made it to the left side. Clean stop for Christopher Bell, Wendy Venturini.
This is such an important stop for all the drivers. For Denny Hamlin, it's going to be a fast one. 4 tires, and he looks like he's going to beat Christopher Bell off pit road. He needed to be freed up just a little bit. Brett McMillan.
Kyle Larson, 4 tires, no changes, topping it off with Sunoco Fuel. Solid stop for that team.
Well, winning the race off pit road is actually Daniel Suarez. They took 2 tires to everyone's 4. So Daniel Suarez will now come out on top. Christopher Bell, second. Third, Denny Hamlin. Then it's Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick. Zane Smith on 4 tires, followed by Ty Gibbs, Joey Logano, William Byron, a 2-tire call. Shane Van Gisbergen lost 5 spots, a 4-tire call for them, but now they have enough Sunoco fuel to go the distance.
And good news, Brad. I mentioned a moment ago the cell we've been watching that produced this lightning caution flag. We told you it was going away from the track. The meteorologists, we have them at every race we go to, they have cleared it. That is a fast-moving cell, has cleared well past the 8-mile mark. We're clean to go back green flag racing as soon as we get the one to go.
That is the best news here in the Coca-Cola 600. We'll come to the start-finish line this time. We will not get the one to go, but it will be 43 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. We're going to reset the field, and let's reset where we are. And where we are, Alex, everyone can go all the way to the checkered flag. 400 laps, 600 miles. Everyone can go beyond the advertised distance in the Coca-Cola 600 as well, as they all came down pit road and picked up Sunoco fuel and Goodyear tires.
We have had a whale of a race to this point. 31 lead changes among 12 different drivers. We have not gotten the one to go. We have 43 laps to go in the race, and you got to think right now, Brad Gilly, if you want to win the Coca-Cola 600, you're going to have to run about 40 consecutive qualifiers.
Give me 1 second, guys. Not sure why it turned off there. We'll get this back up, though. Give me 1 second. One second, guys. Sorry about that.
So those cars are hustling around to catch up with the tail end of the field. We're going to get the one to go this time by, and the timing and scoring will reset as the field comes down to the line with Daniel Suarez at the front of the field in the Freeway Insurance Chevrolet.
This is going to be exciting. So here we go. The lights go out on the Toyota Camry XSE pace car. Daniel Suarez, his choose. He goes to the inside. Bell and Hamlin go to the outside. That moves Kyle Larson up. He is actually going to restart on the inside of row number 2. So after Kyle Larson, it's Tyler Reddick. Zane Smith runs in 6th. 7th is Ty Gibbs. Joey Logano is 8th. 9th, William Byron. 10th, Shane Van Gisbergen.
The field now lines up 2 by 2, and the rest of the field will continue to get their choice of lane start. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Performance Racing Network is live at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the running of the Coca-Cola 600. It's the 67th renewal. I'm Alex Hayden alongside Brad Gilley in the broadcast booth. You've got Andrew Curlin, Pat Patterson out in the turns. Our Napa Auto Parts pit reporters tonight, Brett McMillan, Alan Cabana, and Wendy Venturini.
Christopher Bell won a rain-shortened Coca-Cola 600. It only went just slightly past halfway, and at the time he thought, well, it's great we have the trophy, but I want to win after 600 miles. He will try and do that from the front row on this restart. He is not the control car, however. That goes to Daniel Suarez in the Spire Motorsports number 7. They'll hit the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Daniel Suarez gets an immediate jump. He gets a nice push from Kyle Larson. Daniel Suarez is going to try and clear Christopher Bell as they head to 1.
It's a really handsome jump for Daniel Suarez, who is the clear leader here in turns 1 and 2. The battles for second. Kyle Larson's down low. Christopher Bell runs the middle groove. He's going to get a good run off the corner down the backstretch.
Bell battling hard for that second spot while Suarez leads. Here comes Larson on the bottom. Bell is going to rocket around the top side here. Going to dominate Pennsylvania Cooper.
Trying to get out front as the field works their way back to the start-finish line. Suarez shows the way. Christopher Bell doing all he can to get the lead back.
He is all over the back bumper of Daniel Suarez for the race lead. Suarez is down low. Bell runs the middle group of the racetrack. Call it 1. Carlington closing for the race lead.
Suarez pulls the train down into turns 3 and 4. Bell looks to his right. Going to go try to the top side. Suarez goes up and blocks that. That's going to open the door for Hamlin.
Caution comes out. Precipitation falling on the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. Daniel Suarez is leading the Coca-Cola 600. Across the line, Denny Hamlin had passed Christopher Bell. I don't think Hamlin was in front of Bell at the last scoring loop, however. But Daniel Suarez is leading the Coca-Cola 600 with the lightest of light rain coming down, Alex.
What a call by crew chief Ryan Sparks for Daniel Suarez. Only 2 fresh Goodyear Eagle tires on the pit stop on lap 356 to get them the lead here in the Coca-Cola 600 with 39 laps to go and a light sprinkle falling here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Hey, Joey Logano here, the driver of the number 22 Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford Mustang. What can a 3-time champion do by the end of this ad? A pit stop and grabbing a hunk of pizza at the closest convenience store near you. To find a location, visit huntbrotherspizza.com.
Summer at Cracker Barrel means campfire's back. Wake up to our new campfire breakfast skillet. So good we serve it all day long. Or try our campfire chicken or campfire beef. The seasonal favorites feature corn on the cob, red skin potatoes, carrots, grape tomatoes, and onions, all slow cooked in foil to lock in those campfire flavors. Finish with one of our new sweet treats, a cherry Coke float or the all-American double chocolate fudge Coca-Cola cake. You can try them all, but only this summer at Cracker Barrel.
By downloading the free PRN mobile app, you can listen to all of our live race broadcasts anywhere. You'll also have easy access to all of our award-winning studio shows. Get all the latest racing information at your fingertips with the PRN mobile app. Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We are under caution. A little bit of precipitation is falling down. We'll give you an update when we come back. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's time for a PRN pit stop. Today, we're getting to know David Stiles.
Let's crack him up.
David works both on air and behind the scenes for PRN. David, who was your favorite driver growing up?
Terry Labonte, got to be the number 5 car. Kellogg's machine. If I ever get a Chevy Impala, I'm going to go get it wrapped like Terry Labonte's Chevy.
What's the best advice you have for an aspiring broadcaster?
Call as many races as you can. Get behind the mic as often as you can.
What's the biggest blooper you've had on a broadcast?
Probably plugging a coffee maker into the UPS and shorting everything out is pretty much everything in the booth. Just shut it off.
Fans want to know, David, what's your biggest pet peeve?
People who leave their shopping cart out in the middle of the parking lot. There's a cart corral for a reason. Like, go put it in the cart corral or take it back.
Listen to David every week on Racers Odds and Garage Pass. This has been a PRN Pit Stop.
NASCAR heads to the Music City for their Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
Back in the Coca-Cola 600 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, we are in the commercial-free zone brought to you by Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. Be a part of the action at ToyotaRacingUSA.com. That means we take you to the checkered flag commercial-free. Right now, we continue to run under caution. We can see out of our window actual raindrops falling, but they are very light, and they're almost floaty kind of raindrops, and this is just somehow an edge of this storm just barely nipped us.
If you pull up your radar, everybody has access to one. If you have a smart device, pull the radar up and you can see we are on the outer fringe of just the slightest green that's coming by, which is going away from the racetrack. So we're just getting skirted a slight a bit. So let's check in with our 2 staff meteorologists on the Performance Racing Network, starting in turns 1 and 2, Andrew Curlin.
Thank you, Alex. I did the weather once actually in college, so I'll give you another crack at it here, but it's actually lightened up from the slightest of mist to basically none at all. I kind of have to wave my arm around to even feel any sort of moisture, so not too terribly worried about this. I can count the raindrops I see in front of me on the scissor lift, so it's really light over here in 1 and 2.
Pat Patterson, how about things up on top of 3 and 4?
Yep, same thing. Just see some kind of a light sprinkle of sorts. Not anything to worry about. Certainly not going to damage the racetrack in any way, shape, or form. It's just a little bit of a mist. That's it.
If you're Daniel Suarez, though, the race leader with 36 laps to go, he's probably on the radio pleading to the race officials to stop this race and go ahead and call it. As a matter of fact, he said, look, when I was on the backstretch, Noah was lining up the animals 2 by 2. That's that much rain falling here, but realistically not happening. I think Daniel Suarez is going to have to get back under green before long.
Hey, this would be an amazing story. Yes, they got up there by strategy, but they were in a position to be able to get up there with the 2-tire call after actually being the free pass car. They had troubles early on in this race, and they've worked through those troubles and worked their way up through the field. Let's not forget, Daniel Suarez just won a restart next to some of the fastest cars we've seen here all weekend long.
You're right about that. And the other thing that's going to come into play, Brad, is we don't know how many green flag laps we're going to have to wrap up the Coca-Cola 600. NASCAR's, we eavesdrop on NASCAR Race Control Radio, said for the field to fan out, meaning some go to the bottom, some go to the middle, some go to the top. All the heat generated from these race cars, they want to keep as much heat in the racetrack as possible. The Toyota Tundra track drying team is still idle. They're staying put behind the wall. We're just going to keep the race cars on the track as this very, very, very light mist falls over the racetrack.
Wendy Venturini, we came to you early in the race when Daniel Suarez and that Freeway Insurance team were under duress. Not now.
Yes, things are looking quite good for Daniel Suarez, and the communication with the team right now, of course, Daniel has a lot of participation on his windshield as requested from NASCAR with the raindrops to wipe that down. Of course, he sees the most. His spotter up top also feels like there could be lightning coming, right? So Daniel Suarez is just taking it easy. They're in a great position. Crew chief is now just finishing a TV interview. Maybe we can get up there before too long, but they have instructed these drivers, like you said, to fan out, keep the track nice and dry, and there's not a very big storm right now. It's just on the tip of us, and it looks like the rain has stopped, and now they're reporting that we could be going back, guys.
Let's hope so. Fingers crossed as the field continues to work behind the pace car. Laps continue to click away. 35 to go now here in the Coca-Cola 600. AMR safety trucks continue to work around the track as well, just doing track inspection. Looks like one of them here at the exit of pit road is going to slam on the brakes and get back behind the wall.
I love seeing that. I want to give a shout out to Daniel Suarez crew chief Ryan Sparks. Andrew Curlin and I were with him earlier this week at Spire Motorsports. Ryan Sparks has been a part of Spire Motorsports for a long time, but one thing he's known for that maybe not everyone knows, he gets a fresh haircut every single week. And when we were with Ryan Sparks, you look at him and you think he just got one yesterday. He goes, no, I think I'm going to go get one later today. He said, that's my hour to just sit in the barber chair and hang out. I actually just saw him on one of the monitors. He got that fresh cut before the Coke 600.
That's a sharp look. It's wind tunnel tested, too. Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Wendy Venturini.
And I am with Ryan Sparks on the pit box. In front of his screen is the rain radar that you're watching. So, Ryan, a great call by you for 2 tires. What is the situation that you're seeing from your engineers right now?
Well, obviously, we're going back green right now, but it was a perfect opportunity for us to take 2 and give ourselves an opportunity. So, hopefully, still going to be a net positive for us and coming out here with a good night.
How tough is it to make these calls with that 2 tires? It's very risky.
I didn't really think there was a risk. Looks like the rain's coming down again, and that's what they paid me to do, and that's the reason I have a lot of gray hair.
But that gray hair, guys, you're right. It's a fresh cut up here on the pit box.
More drops are falling. It lightened up considerably. Now a drop or 2 continues to fall, so they've waved off the restart. We had already taken the 1 to go. And Brad, the news, not so good for the rest of the field, perhaps really good for Daniel Suarez.
Oh my gosh, they're going to bring the field down pit road. We can see more precipitation, but I still wouldn't call it a full-blown rain. But NASCAR knows exactly what they need. They are true experts on Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend when it comes to a wet racetrack or having to dry a racetrack. So they know exactly when they need to deploy the track drying equipment. But first, they're going to bring the field side by side down pit road.
It's a shame with only 34 laps remaining that we have to do this with precipitation falling with the absolutely spectacular day and race that we've been treated to here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we mentioned when we actually went to caution, I said Denny Hamlin had passed Christopher Bell at the line, but I didn't think Hamlin had passed him before the last scoring loop. And that is accurate. Christopher Bell is actually still running second. Denny Hamlin third, both behind Daniel Suarez. Kyle Larson is fourth. Tyler Reddick is fifth. Ty Gibbs is sixth. Zane Smith is seventh. Eighth, Joey Logano. William Byron is ninth. And we talked about Shane Van Gisbergen and the move that they had made with his crew chief, Stephen Doran, and they led a lot of legitimate laps here this afternoon. Now he's running 10th.
Yeah, solid run there as the entire field now has been parked behind the pace car just shy of the start-finish line that goes all the way across to the pit lane. So we're on lap number 366, officially 34 laps to go in the Coca-Cola 600. Drivers are instructed to stay in the race car. No pit crew members have approached the cars. They are not bringing out the car covers, and that's a spectacular sight as well.
Yeah, that is a good sight as well. Listening to NASCAR and Tim Berman, the race director, he's directing all the safety traffic and cleanup crews right now. Let's go to pit road and Alan Cavana.
I climbed the pit box to talk to Adam Stevens, crew chief for Christopher Bell. You've covered more ground, you've passed more cars than just about anybody tonight. The last thing you want to see is this rain, I bet.
Yeah, I tell you, we've had a real good opportunity to show what we're made of today, and by and large, I think we've done it. But we really need to get back green so we can finish this thing off.
What's the strength of this car tonight, being able to pass so many cars and make up all that ground like you have?
It's that wheelman. He can put it wherever it needs to go, and got a car capable, but he's just doing a fantastic job.
I got to give you some credit, too. There was 2 long pitting situations, kind of put you, I think, off sequence to pit longer than everybody else, and it worked out. What went through your mind in that decision process?
Well, that was the situation we found ourselves in. We weren't going to pass the cars in front of us by doing the same thing they were doing. So it was an opportunity to do a little something different. And the strength of our car has been the long runs, and they got bottled up in traffic, and we were able to make that work.
20 cars so fast tonight. We'll see if we can get back racing.
Thank you very much, Alan Cavana. We appreciate that. Let's go back down to pit road and Napa pit reporter Wendy Venturini.
Making our way down pit road here. I'm with Chris Gale, crew chief for Denny Hamlin. Chris, you guys have had a very strong car all night long. What is it that you attribute that and what you guys have worked on tonight for the Coke 600?
I mean, I think all year we worked on kind of long run speed for most of these intermediates, right? And that's kind of been our bread and butter where we've been strong. And I think that shows tonight. And, I think now, assuming we get the 34 lap run, I feel pretty good about that. We've been strong after 15 to 20. So we'll see. Hopefully we get all the laps in. I would like to see that.
Did you know you're a weatherman right now? You're looking at a radar. What can you tell us, Chris Gale?
Yeah, I definitely. Most weathermen are right. 50% of the time? I'm probably not any better than those odds for sure. It looks like this first one is going to get by us, and then there's another one. So hopefully, as long as this one doesn't create too much rain, I think we have a window to get the rest of it in. But we'll see. It's kind of hard to tell when it's a lot of it's building on the backside of the radar, so it just kind of pops up, and we'll find out together.
All right, thanks for your time. That's Chris Gale, crew chief for Denny Hamlin. Brett McMillan.
Here with Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson. You guys have been like the lone Chevy hanging out with those Toyotas most of the day today. How do you explain that? Because is it the driver? Is it the crew? Is it just a great setup?
Yeah, I mean, we've just had a solid day overall. Proud of Kyle, proud of the team. Everybody on the HitterCars.com Chevy. It's just been tough today. We haven't quite had the short run speed that some of those guys have had that we've been racing around, but medium to long run, we've been okay. So we'll see what happens when we get back going here. To be honest, I'd be curious if we get going and get another opportunity to bid and work on it again and come down pit road. I have a lot of confidence in our pit crews. So, I don't know. I'm up for the excitement. And, again, proud of Kyle, proud of the team. We've just had a workman-like day, and we're going to keep fighting to the end.
How much do you guys need a day like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's been good for us for sure. We've had, several very solid races this year, but
let's take a look at the weather radar real quick.
Together, and we've needed a little more on the execution side. There's been a few times we've just missed the balance. So solid day, not over yet. We've still got 34 more laps left, and we got to finish strong.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Cliff Daniels, he's a crew chief for Kyle Larson.
That 2021 Coca-Cola 600 winner, Kyle Larson, Cliff Daniels, and this driver and this team on a 36 race winless.
This is the weather right now for Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looks like the rain is heading right towards the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Unfortunately, right now they're having thunder, but hopefully that goes away. Play the radio one more time for you guys, if it lets me. Oh, I think it froze. Give me 1 second. Yeah, PRN froze on us. Give me 1 second. See if I can refresh this real quick. While we're under a red flag for rain at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Give me 1 minute, guys. Let's look at the radar real quick at Charlotte. Looks like, give me 1 second. My stuff is kind of being slow right now. It's also raining where I am also. Might be the rain slowing stuff down here. Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna refresh the page. Turn on my light real quick. Alright, give me 1 minute, guys. Get this leaderboard back up for you guys. Right now, we have lightning in the area at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'll give you guys a look at the radar in a minute. Just give me 1 minute here. One second, guys. Try to get the leaderboard up here. I can tell you guys right now, though, weather is not looking good at Charlotte right now. I'm looking at the radar right now on my computer. Ain't looking good at Charlotte. rain is moving straight across the track. So that's not a good sign, but the car covers are off the truck, so at least that's a good sign. Give me 1 second here. I'll try to get the leaderboard back up for you guys. Let's try to get the 40 likes on a stream. We just had 43 people in here. Appreciate you guys all hanging out tonight. You guys are awesome. If you haven't already yet, make sure to smash the like button and subscribe. Wanting to road to 3,000 subscribers. Again, really appreciate you all hanging out. Unfortunately, we're under a rain delay right now for NASCAR Cup Series. Thank you all for hanging out on a Sunday night, though. It's already 11:18 Eastern Standard Time for the Eastern folks out there. Wherever you are watching, though, I really appreciate you all. I know it's probably getting late for a lot of you guys. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Let's get the leaderboard back up here. I'm going to show you guys the radar for Charlotte as well. Just give me a second here. I had to refresh my website because it wasn't working. Give me 1 second. I'll also give you guys a look at the radar as well. Last time I looked on the radar, it did not look too good. But I'll look again for you guys, see if that changed. Yeah, let's look at the radar real quick for Charlotte. Looking on AccuWeather. I'm not sure what Charlotte uses, but I'm going to use AccuWeather for this. Right now, it's showing 11:15 over here. 11. Oh, that's a commercial. We'll scroll down a little bit. So 11:15. This is right now at Charlotte, 9:50, 10 o'clock. Starting actually to move to the east side of Charlotte, it looks like. So I think we'll get the racing in as long as it goes away from the track. Right now it's heading towards the track though. If it moves this direction, like if it moves down, then we're good. Right now it's just heading straight up towards the track. At least it's not right on the track though. So I think we'll be alright for some racing. Alright, let's try to get the NASCAR app back up here. Give me 1 minute. Alright. Here we go. Get the leaderboard back up for you guys. Looks like they're back under caution, so that's a good sign.
Pit road and didn't do what we call normal pit road procedures. We had already done that under the caution.
Looks like the NASCAR app is glitching.
Great point. What a great move. NASCAR. NASCAR wants to give the race fans every single lap they can get under green here in the Coca-Cola 600. Alex, the Toyota Camry XSE pace car hits the pit road. We're about to go back to racing.
And once they get to the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone, they'll jump back on the throttle, and the Coca-Cola 600 is back under the green flag. Daniel Suarez gets a heck of a jump from the inside lane with the assist of the front bumper of Kyle Larson, shoving him to turn number 1.
Daniel Suarez has had a lot of time to think about this restart, and he executed it perfectly. He's got a car length lead over the battle for second. Christopher Bell now clears himself for second. They're 3 wide for third as they head down the backstretch.
Suarez has gotten away by about 4 car lengths. Now that gap closes rapidly. Here comes Bell on the outside as they exit turn number 4.
Kyle Larson got swallowed up by the field. He's trying to stay in the top 5. Daniel Suarez is driving away. Behind him, we've got 3 Toyotas in a battle for second.
It is Christopher Bell up top trying to hold off Denny Hamlin down low. Hamlin's going to drive Christopher Bell all the way up the racetrack. That's going to open the door for Tyler Reddick to go 3 wide for second. Make it Bell now who has the spot.
Reddick's going to challenge Hamlin for that 3rd spot. Bell is solidly up to second, and Suarez again leading the field.
Denny Hamlin lets her fly high, wide, and handsome topside, trying to build momentum. He's on the back bumper of Christopher Bell for second, looking for room to race in turn 1.
He had a massive run. Denny Hamlin down low on the inside of Christopher Bell, but they're going to split Daniel Suarez. Danny Hamlin going for the race lead as Christopher Bell gives Suarez a huge shot down the backstretch.
Suarez shut the door on Bell, and that got Hamlin out of the throttle. Now they're back to trying to figure out how to get around the 7 again.
Daniel Suarez doing an incredible job staying out front, but again, 2 Toyota teammates side by side for second. Caution flag comes out once again here in the Coca-Cola 600. We're hearing more raindrops coming in turn number 2. That's where Andrew Curlin sits right now. What can you tell us, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm about to have to pull my umbrella out. It just started raining pretty hard just suddenly over here, and it's definitely coming down, and I'm definitely getting wet over here in turns 1 and 2, guys.
So while Andrew Curlin gets the bumper chute out, the field will slow down, and the Toyota Camry XSE pace car will pick up the field with 27 laps to go, and Daniel Suarez up front. That 2-tire call by crew chief Ryan Sparks is looking even better.
Alex, we saw if you get split, rain is coming down hard now here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is a losing the track type of rain here. This might be one of the most amazing things for Daniel Suarez, crew chief Ryan Sparks, and Spire Motorsports. They've already been to victory lane 1 time with Carson Hocevar. We're not giving him the win just yet, but it is now raining hard. As Andrew mentioned, this just came in suddenly here at Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Coca-Cola 600.
We got an old-fashioned gully washer going on, and we've got race fans now beginning to hustle towards the concourse area to assume some shelter. It is absolutely pouring here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As frustrating of a weather weekend as it's been, Brad, we have not seen anything like this.
We have not seen anything at all. It's not just raining hard. It's actually starting to go sideways here right now as intense as it's coming down. And in the 1 lap since they put the caution out, Alex, I'm looking at this racetrack. I would say that NASCAR has truly lost the track now with the rain.
Yeah, this is one of those types of frog strangler rains that we've got going on here that we're going to have to, we can't even put the track drying equipment out there until this goes away. It's still raining awfully hard here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the fans continue to scurry for cover. When you look at this, though, on the clock, that means at minimum 90 minutes to 2 hours to dry a racetrack here as we approach 11:30 Eastern time here with just 27 laps to go. Daniel Suarez and his amigos, though, they don't care at this point. They're the race leaders.
This would be a storybook finish for Daniel Suarez. He is part of the Coca-Cola racing family, his first year at Spire Motorsports. The team has had some highlights. The team has had some struggles along the way. And this team now leads the Coca-Cola 600 as we are coming to the red flag as the field comes on the pit road behind the Toyota Camry. That number 7 freeway insurance car of Daniel Suarez is leading the way under a hard rain here in Charlotte.
It is a tough rain, and this is just a shame for a sold-out house here for the Coca-Cola 600. All these fans, and a heck of a race that we had. But As good as the two-tire call was for crew chief Ryan Sparks for Daniel Suarez, what about the driving Daniel Suarez did on this latest restart to keep not only Denny Hamlin, but Christopher Bell behind him lap after lap?
When Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin, or Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin, went to split Daniel Suarez, I thought the next time by we would be talking about him battling to try and stay in the top 5. And he battled back and literally just shot out right in between those two and retook the lead and made those Toyota Joe Gibbs teammates fight each other for second. All of a sudden, Daniel Suarez wasn't even a part of that fight.
It is wild, by the way, weather-wise, because as hard as it was raining, for the most part, it stopped just like that. But it was an intense light shower that came down here over the Charlotte Motor Speedway, that borderline heavy rain here, as Daniel Suarez sits down on the pit lane.
Daniel Suarez is the winner of the Coca-Cola 600. He leans against his race car with his team, crying here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, as he is now a winner. Suarez puts on the number 8 hat of Kyle Busch, one of his former teammates and mentors, as Daniel Suarez was coming up not only through stock car racing, but in America and learning the English language. He gives his wife, Julie Piquet, a big hug. They are expectant parents. And what an amazing finish here for Daniel Suarez in the Coca-Cola 600.
He earned this one. This was not a fluke. He got the tire call and held off two of the best race cars all night long on restarts. Daniel Suarez has won the Coca-Cola 600, and he will adorn the ring that comes with it, and he's got himself a jewel to go in the crown.
A big hug from Kyle Larson. He needs to be on Suarez's Christmas list. Larson helped push him to the lead twice. A big hug from teammate Michael McDowell. We see the entire Spire Motorsports team coming to congratulate Daniel Suarez. This was a team who had won one race a few years ago in a rain-shortened race with Justin Haley at Daytona. They hadn't won another race until Talladega Superspeedway just a few weeks back. Now they win again with Spire Motorsports as we go down to pit road to Alan Cavana.
And then I'm with Christopher Bell. Tough scene because they're celebrating, right next door. That was a quick call. What do you make of it and the race tonight?
It was opposite of the call that we got, a couple of years ago, which is, I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. He did a good job. He did a good job blocking and keeping the track position whenever he got out front. He did a good job on the restarts. The 5 pushed him really well. He stole one from the Toyotas, that's for sure. The Toyotas brought the heat. Really proud of JGR and Toyota Racing Development. It was a great showing for us. I'm happy with that, and just wasn't meant to be today.
All right, the rain giveth, the rain taketh away for Christopher Bell at the Coke 600.
No question about that. Here's the thing about it. It is still raining here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And when you look at the radar, Brad Gilley, it is getting ready to hit the Charlotte Motor Speedway in a big way, and an awful lot of it is coming.
Yeah, it is for sure. Let's go back down to Alan Cavana on pit road.
Third place for Denny Hamlin as he's just climbing out of the car, getting himself together. Denny, quick call there. What do you make of it, the call, and your race overall?
Oh, man. Every time it got called, we were on the bottom about to make a move on the 7. But, me and the 20 were fighting really hard. We knew that kind of whoever could get clear could make a move on the 7. But, I don't know. Could rain till 2 a.m. We don't have any idea, but it's just unfortunate for us. That really fast National Debt Relief Toyota Camry all day got the really good restarts when I really needed them there at the end, and just didn't pan out. I couldn't quite clear that 20.
Right. Denny Hamlin trying to process it. Third place tonight, Wendy.
Daniel Suarez on pit road got congratulations from Bubba Wallace. And when Bubba said congratulations, you pointed to your hat. And what did you say?
Very special. Every win is special, but this one has been a tough week for the entire industry. And long nights praying, crying, praying for Samantha, praying for Brexton, praying for Lennox, and to be able to win this race for Kyle, I would say that this is definitely on top of the list of the most special wins of my career.
This is a win for our NASCAR family as well. A lot of tough calls for you guys, your team, for crew chief Ryan Sparks. What was it like having the two tires against your competition out there?
The car was fast. Yesterday we knew that the car was fast, but we just needed to execute. And today we had a lot of issues. We had a loose wheel, we had a flat tire, but we execute well, and I'm super proud of these guys. I can't wait to celebrate with them.
What is the celebration going to be like with your team and Julia?
We're going to a house. See you guys there.
Daniel Suarez, the winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Brett McMillan.
Here with Tyler Reddick, and obviously the look on your face tells me that you're not, I'd say not discouraged, but you would have expected a better result because you had a great car today and it just didn't play out your way, did it?
Yeah. I mean, on one hand, certainly, it's just tough. It's a 600-mile race. It's tough. It's grueling. You want to see it out to the end. And yeah, I've twice now been in this spot where I feel like we had a car that could have won the race. And a couple years ago, it was just past halfway after having to start from pit road. And this year, it was a much more clean race. But man, I didn't have a couple good restarts there at the end, and I just gutted. I want to win this race so bad for this team. It's one of the biggest races we have on our schedule, and just really want to win it. Yes, it's a good point stay, but there's a couple on the schedule where it's not about points. It's about winning crown jewels, and just gutted we didn't get to see the race end. On the other hand, again, thoughts and prayers with the Busch family and what they're going through. I hope this weekend and the racing and support that they saw from everyone in the racing community helps them move on and move forward. So, like I said, one hand there's that, but on the other hand, the more important hand, I hope this weekend helps them and their path forward.
Appreciate your time. That's Tyler Reddick. Let's go to Alan Cavana.
Kyle Larson, a stage win in the top 5, and you were one of the first people to congratulate Daniel. Why was that important to you?
No, I think it's just awesome and really cool. He did a great job there to hold off some extremely fast race cars, and then just the meaning of the win, and it's just awesome for them. Old KBM shop, Jeff Dickerson, I know meant a lot to Kyle. So I don't know, just seems like it was meant to be there with the weather and them doing a good job. So just happy for Daniel, happy for Spire Motorsports, happy for Chevrolet, and also happy for our team. We had a really good night. You ran inside the top 5 to 7 the whole race, and pit crew did an amazing job all night. They were solid every time he came down pit road. So great team effort, and hopefully this is something we can build on.
Kyle Larson, top 5 tonight, the Coke 600, guys.
It is absolutely pouring again here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Daniel Suarez picks up the win. It's time now to pick the Xfinity Mobile Reliable Performance. What do you think, Brad?
I almost want to give it to Ryan Sparks.
I do too.
The crew chief for Daniel Suarez.
What a call. 2 tires racing the competition, racing Mother Nature as well, and it paid off. So today's Xfinity Mobile Reliable Performance goes to crew chief Ryan Sparks. Just like today's top performer, you need a connection that performs under pressure. With Xfinity Mobile, get intelligent Wi-Fi with 5G, all in one, that keeps you connected at every turn. Xfinity, imagine that.
Daniel Suarez told on pit road that he was the race winner of the Coca-Cola 600. He did not get to do a burnout, but guess what? There are flames shooting from victory lane here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and that's going to be our Sunoco post-race burnout. From fueling your favorite NASCAR teams to filling up at the pump, Sunoco is trusted to help vehicles perform at their peak. Sunoco, performance is what we do.
What a drive. He is now a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series winner. As we take a look now, as the flames continue to fire away here at Victory Lane, everybody else heads back to the NASCAR Cup Series garage to regroup.
We just heard Tyler Reddick. He led the most laps of this race. He also had the Xfinity fastest lap going to Tyler Reddick, celebrating his speed on the track and the reliable performance Xfinity brings to your home. Congratulations on claiming 1 championship point.
Be sure to join the Performance Racing Network again next weekend at NASCAR Races in the Music City, USA. Coming up Friday, May 29th on the NASCAR Racing Network, the Float 200 at 7:30 p.m. Eastern with guest analyst, race winner, Daniel Suarez with us in the Allegiance 200 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series on the NASCAR Racing Network. Then Saturday, May 30th, the NASCAR Cup Series will take to the track for practice and pole qualifying at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then after that, the Sports Illustrated Resorts NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race at 7 p.m. Eastern with guest analyst Joey Logano joining the Performance Racing Network. That leads up to Sunday, May 31st, the main event, the NASCAR Cup Series Cracker Barrel 400 Performance Racing Network airtime, 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Alex Hayden, a true pleasure you joining us here for this Coca-Cola 600 race weekend. Looking forward to the Motor Racing Network getting back on the air at Michigan International, Pocono, Naval Base Coronado. A lot of exciting racing coming up.
It was truly a privilege and an honor to join PRN here for our crown jewel race, the Coca-Cola 600. It's as
Alex Hayden, a true pleasure you joining us here for this Coca-Cola 600 race weekend. Looking forward to the Motor Racing Network getting back on the air at Michigan International, Pocono, Naval Base Coronado. A lot of exciting racing coming up.
It was truly a privilege and an honor to join PRN here for our crown jewel race, the Coca-Cola 600. It's as
All right, guys. Well,
Alex Hayden, a true pleasure.
Daniel Suarez picks up the win here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Christopher Bell second. Third will be Denny Hamlin. Then fourth, Tyler Reddick. Fifth is going to be Kyle Larson. Sixth, Ty Gibbs. Seventh will be Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano eighth. Ninth will be William Byron. Then 10th, Zane Smith. SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen. 11th, 12th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Eric Jones. 13th, 14th, Michael McDowell. 15th will be Brad Keselowski. Cole Custer. 16th. 17th, Alex Bowman, AJ Allmendinger, 18th, 19th, Corey Heim, 20th will be Ty Gilliland, and then Riley Herbst, 21st, 26th, Bubba Wallace, Carson Hocevar, Hurricane Man, 23rd, 24th, Noah Gragson, Ty Dillon, 25th, 26th, Charlie Nemechek, Austin Hale, 27th, 28th, Cody Ware, Josh Berry, 29th, 30th, Chris Buescher, Catherine Legg, 31st, 32nd, Austin Dillon, Ryan Priest, just having really bad luck lately, 33rd, Chase Briscoe, 34th, Ross Chastain, Watermelon Man, 35th, 36th. We have Timmy Hill, who caught on fire this race. Chase Elliott, 37th, 38th, Austin Cindric, and then Connor Zilch to round out the field in 39th. As we congratulate Daniel Suarez on his win here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Cup Series. Really appreciate you all hanging out tonight. I think we had 60 people here at one point. So that's really awesome. Really appreciate you guys all being here on a Sunday night. Really means something to me. But yeah, if you're new here, make sure to smash the like button, comment, subscribe, and I'll catch you guys for Nashville Super Speedway next week for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, NASCAR Cup Series, as well as NASCAR or Craftsman Truck Series in O'Reilly. See you guys then. For now, guys, hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out.